owe me another one, nigga. No. My brain's hitting hard and my pockets on full. I got it out the streets, I ain't never go to school. I put it in rear view, cause I know these niggas smirkish. I keep it on my lap like an iPhone 11. Old school niggas, but my Rory 22. Big Desert Eagle, but it's steady when I shoot. Gotta get this guap, I ain't playing, I ain't bullshit. Smoking on this chop, got a plan, so I'm moving different. Get my money long, hella long, like a pool stick. Leave that boy alone, he ain't cut with a full clip. I just did a show, I'm in London, I got Drew with me. I wanna be every time, so you know it's here. I'ma park this shit wherever the fuck I wanna park, nigga. Niggas see how I'm coming. I mean, that bottle water, please. We talk about motherfucking shit. Verse 2, I'm dipping up the block on Vogues. Got a French haircut, I'm about to knock me a gold. 2023 is a different kind of home. They on the Instagram, tryna come up on the code. I came from the bottom, so this rap shit is easy. Told us all to do, I'm at the easy. I put your hard line in this shit, I'm not needy. You all in your feeling like a beezy, it's cheese. I've been through a lot, on this paper route. Now I'm cloud count, rolling up an ounce. Yeah, I smoke a lot, but this really stuck. And I barely rock it, I be indecisive. Contractors and shit. So fuck. Expensive gold knives and shit, nigga. Nigga came from the bottom, no nigga. Nigga, hell yeah, I'ma talk my shit, nigga. Fuck me talk about. Mama had me.
Play me some pimpin', man.
Run up on Big Joe, you won't, I bet your ass be on the floor. Big Carbon here like Mayweather, Tula come through and blow a hoe. Got millions out that rap shit, they hate a bitch, but they stole the flow. Got back in after back in, come fuck em, I stole the show. Don't run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out a parachute. I'm geeked on next week, got no more features, I might just splurge you. I'm geeked on next week, got no more features, I might embarrass you. Stomp a little pussy, hoe, get some shell talk. Slapping rap bitches and making bail, ho. Two-tone Cartier, match the nails, ho. No competition, these bitches fail, ho. Curbing, no curbing, my shit in rails, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail, ho. Where you been at, Ryan? Everywhere I'm working hard. Maybach and G-Wagon truck, got M&M's in my garage. With the crank up on the hoe, you bitches better not get me started. Locked in with the gangsters and players, my folks gon' keep it solid. Everything I got on new, it look like I got renovated. I'm cocky, bitch, when I was just humble, they didn't appreciate it. Young, wealthy, and ratchet, I'm the hood, bitches motivation. On top of the world now, they tried to underestimate it. Them bitches fraudulent, you know you the truth. Stop overthinking, these hoes can't fuck with you. Standing on business in these Chanel shoes. Before I let a hoe play with me, I go eat some jail food on. Stomp a little pussy, hoe, get some shell talk. Slapping rap bitches and making bail, ho. Two-tone Cartier, match the nails, ho. No competition, these bitches fail, ho. Curbing, no curbing, my shit in rails, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail, ho.
Literally, a woman attack. You see, they like, oh well, we found a woman. We'll make sure we get detain this woman. That's how I show you the attitude of New York police department. They really don't care. Sad day, man. That was it, man. Certain places, that's why I said I can't live. Go ahead, Akeem.
Shout outs to Ashton Wims.
Oh, you was there? You was over there live?
I was over there live. He has a good family over there. Give them a shout out. And she got some pretty girls over there too. Ooh, child.
But I don't know what days he be going live. I'll be like, yo, when you going live here?
Listen, it's be sporadic. Since I'm subscribed, when I catch it, I'm able to catch it. But he got
Super Cap Ashton Wings. I'm finna read that thing. Matter of fact, let me do it now.
Super chat.
Shout out to A-Dub, Ashton Wings with the $2 super cap. He said, trying to get it like you, big dog.
No captivity.
Man, I don't know if y'all got a whiff of Ashton Wings on these panels and stuff. Ashton Wings is hilarious. I'm talking about Ashton Wings, he could just break out laughing, and that man have me crying. That man is hilarious. He just a natural funny guy, you know. But back to what
up, Ashton? Hey, Ashton, keep building, man. I didn't know you had all those talents until I heard them talking about you the other day, man. And I ain't trying to pull for nobody else's live. I know y'all bounce in and out of these lives. I just had to drop off Hamp's joint to do this really quick, and then I'm 8 minutes over, so I'm gonna shut it down in a second because I want these to be short, and I just want to get a feel for them. But I know how I can talk on and on and on. Read a few more of these comments. Hey man, hey, and love you too, Ash. Real talk. Love you too, bro.
Ashton, put a 2 in the chat. If you hear me right now, nigga, I need my rent. Stop playing. There be people over there playing games. They don't be timing me out. You be doing a good job over there. And I will say, out of all the people that I saw talking shit, Ashton never talked shit about me. So I respect niggas that stay in their lane and play their own role, man. All right,
I'm like,
hey,
Ashton been in your shoes, probably.
Literally keep to myself. There's a couple people panel that I will hop up and pull up because they are real, genuine, organic people. Case in point, Ashton, young gunner in the space. I'll pull up to this panel because I know he a real nigga. Regardless how y'all like what he says or how he said it, I know that is organically him. This is who he is. He ain't changing for nobody. He don't give a fuck about no YouTube. He a real one. That's all. I'm always going to respect Ashton.
Good job. I see that you're on your first panels. You had RG, Khalid, you had Ray Midnight, you had a bunch of people there. So, hey, maybe Ashton is I don't know. Maybe Ashton has to choose. Oh, God.
Yeah, Shiesty Avengers.
Shiesty Avengers.
Yeah, so Shiesty Avengers, stand up.
Shiesty Avengers, stand up.
Big Bird.
Big Bird.
My dog.
Can we bring it down just a little bit, please? Can we bring it down just a little, please? Brothers and sisters, please quiet down. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, we come here time after time and we talk about the same old. Quiet. We're talking.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
I don't get no cute introduction.
Hey.
Yeah, you got the Power Ranger flip.
That Power Ranger was our introduction, Cuban. I be looking for that, Ashton. You got to tell me the order in which them drinks go in so I can do the intro correctly.
I'm Star Label.
I'm the Blue Ranger, just so y'all know.
You got it. How you doing, Cuban? How you doing, Africa?
I'm good. Can't complain. Hey, Africa.
How y'all Friday going?
How you doing?
It's fucking raining like crazy out here.
Yo, it did look like it was about to start. That's why I came in the house.
It's cold as hell in Detroit, boy. Had to put me a hat on.
Damn. In the middle of May?
It's cold in the bitch in Detroit.
Yeah, it's nippy out here too. I can't lie.
I'm about to be
It's been only like 60 degrees, the highest these last couple days.
Damn.
What'd you say, Africa?
I'm about to be where Lily's at.
Oh, you is? Pull up, girl. Where you at? Pull up
in
on
Raleigh,
me.
North Carolina.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna be up on your ass like around 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Them demon time. That's demon time, Africa.
That's right. That's right.
Cuban. I was
Shit.
loving I don't know if they was flashback pics, but I was loving the Instagram story today. You so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was all 2024.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
ma'am.
Cuban, how New York feeling right now? You know, Papoose and Remy Ma breaking up. I know
Oh
y'all just
shit.
slow dancing to one
We
mic and
don't
shit
give
in the
a
club.
fuck about
So
Papoose and Remy Ma breaking up. We want them to shut the fuck up already. We want
they
Papoose
broke
to
up.
stop being a bitch. We want Remy Ma to just, like, let him talk and play his bitch
I
ways
read
out.
something today that she finally came out and was like she was paying all the bills and all his bills and shit
Yes.
while she was locked up and he was cheating. So she just trying to warn Clarissa like, bitch, watch out for that love bomb and this shit, cause he gonna drain you.
Right. Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah. He
don't
even
agree
went
with that.
live too.
I ain't see
I,
his. I ain't see
He
hers
definitely
I,
either.
went live.
I ain't gonna hold you. I seen when Remy Ma when she first got out on Love and Hip Hop was like, nigga, I checked to see was he cheating on me. I ain't find nothing, y'all. So it took you 10 years and finally me he cheating.
No,
I
she
don't
been
believe that.
knew. She just was trying
She
to
probably
cover
did
it
that
up
for the
for the
check. Yeah,
yes,
that was for the check.
for that black love check.
Uh-huh. That's what
Black
that was for.
love.
Cause they was actually on that show. I remember when they was on that show, like everybody was like looking at them like they were the it couple, the go-to couple for advice and shit. And yeah,
Uh huh. Look at shit. Look
Nah,
at Mendices and Yandy.
exactly. That should be for the check.
Ooh, I seen that shit the
no,
other day. I had my little real, what's it called? Whatever, Atlanta. I watched it. I was like, oh, I didn't know Bandices was gonna do her dirty like that. I was like, oh my god.
Hmm.
I like Medices. Y'all seen the episode where some girl tried to approach Medices and she was like, I know you. And she was like, you come to my club. He was like, did I say much? He was like, no, you asked for a drink. He was like, well, I probably wouldn't remember you, dumb hoe.
Uh
I hate a bitch like that. Bitch, you don't know me. Just 'cause I asked for a drink and shit. Get the fuck on.
And
Trying
you
to
know
blow up the
Nah,
her,
spot.
Mendices been
that's
cheating.
a
That ain't no
Clark Cross
secret.
baby mama.
Mendices been fucking her Yandy's friend just came out talking about how it's always Yandy. It's never Mendices. Mendices just follow through with what Yandy do.
Hmm. I could
I,
see
I,
it.
Me too.
I, Africa, where you at, man?
North Carolina. I'm about to pass
Damn,
through
you made
Raleigh.
it already?
Yeah, man. I'm hustling. I got 400 miles to go and then I'll be there. So 6 hours.
Mm-hmm. I take my time. Look, goddamn. What's good, no chaser? What's good, I be Wody?
Hey, no chaser.
Goddamn, get my outfits ready for San Antonio. Fresh
Hey, no
dinner, bitch.
chaser. Thank you.
What's up, Wo Chaser? What's up, Woody?
You got your outfits ready, Cuban.
I have a few actually. So when I'm not around y'all and I'm on a town, yeah.
Uh, be fresh dinner, bitch. Africa, you coming?
Stop asking me. You're asking me. I told you no. I've been told you no. I told you I asked, and the answer was no. We not going.
Lily, why? I give it to the end of this month. Hold on, what's today?
It's the
We got a couple more
23rd.
days. I bet her nigga pissed off and she end up coming. Watch.
You a
Oh
messy
shit.
motherfucker.
How messy? I would say that for anybody.
He sure do. Ashton don't discriminate.
Yeah, anybody can get it.
Alright.
Ashton definitely don't discriminate.
Thank you, no
What you
chaser.
mean?
She gonna
When I
pull up
get
in the
mad,
truck.
I get even more in my bag. Okay, when I get mad, I get even more in my bag. I don't play them games.
She gonna pull up in that truck trailer attached too. Girl, go drop that load off. uh, Goddamn me. I damn, I had something else to say. Damn. Hey, Lily, I know you say you like Taylor. But what you think about Yaz?
I was only up here with her that one time.
She done came up here a couple more times.
I must have been gone or sleep.
She got yeah, I think you was asleep. She came up here and got on JP ass real quick.
It was cool though. That one time, that first time she came up here though, she was cool. She ain't stay long.
Goddamn, that nigga JP talking about I got all these women up here and they're gonna ruin the channel and leave.
Fuck
Niggas be
Jay.
hating,
All the
boy.
women that come up here don't even like him, so he is ruining the channel because he make bitches leave and don't come back.
Niggas be hating, boy.
I'm not gonna
Goddamn,
lie,
I
I'm
They
sick of
hating
him.
Ashton because you got all the pretty girls, you got all the girls with an actual brain and some intellect and can hold a conversation. We ain't no dizzy bird brain ass bitches. Like we no pick me's or none of that over here. Like it's real live gang shit over here.
let
BBO, bad bitches only.
Yeah, bad bitches only over here.
Gang, gang,
let, let me let,
gang. Big
let me see.
brother.
18 let her go come up here and tell the truth how JP used to run his channel when he had PA Diva and Floor. Goddamn, they could sneeze wrong when Floor had the control. She blocking me and shit in the chat.
Oh
I'm in the
no.
chat. Go get a prenup, JP. I'm blocked.
Damn.
She gonna take a hot dog cart, JP. Blocked. God damn, you can't say nothing around this bitch. They get free speech over here.
Hmm.
This is how long it take me on the call here to tell the truth. Goddamn. Let me see. Man, I fucked around and found some old videos and shit.
Oh
I,
shit.
I, woo, I can't wait to play them motherfuckers.
Back down memory lane.
Nah, these are some Pearl videos. But hold on, let me check. Let me see what's on the menu for tonight. So Amber, you say you gonna pay for your ticket when? Huh? Let me see. Mm, I don't feel like talking about no goddamn. Ooh, so why they keep saying Cassie she knew she was doing that and she should be charged. Y'all know.
uh,
I think she should be charged for being a freaky bitch just like him, because she right along with him
she was in cahoots with it. Like
out
she's
here
what
liking
they
to
call
fuck
it
the gay man.
conspiracy. You a accomplice or whatever. Yeah, she's an accomplice. She's
Like, we
definitely an
can't keep
accomplice.
saying, "Oh, did he promise her a career?" Come on now, bitch.
Yeah, because at
You
what
made
point did
that
you
song
realize that shit
official
wasn't coming?
when she made that song official, girl. That's
Right.
exactly when she knew. So, bitch,
She
bye. Like,
stuck around to play because he said Kim Porter was his soulmate, so she was trying to get her lick back off of that, and like, yeah, yeah, she
right,
was an
like
accomplice. She was
whatever
an
he was
accomplice.
doing, you was freaky right along with him, because you was fucking the gay men right along with him. And only problem it became with him was when you was doing it without him.
Like I said in the
Mm.
beginning, I could see how maybe it was a grooming thing or whatever tactic, but that's why I said, when do you stop being a victim and become,
She was never no
accountable?
victim. She probably didn't come from money. Her family seen Diddy like, and like, yeah, pushed her out the door. Like, yeah, you go be with him. Go right the
They
fuck
say she
ahead.
from Connecticut. Ain't more people in Connecticut rich.
I don't know.
That's what I heard. That's that money up in Connecticut.
Yeah, well, clearly she ain't got enough money, because if she had enough, she should have been left.
Oh, what you think, Africa?
I'm gonna hold my peace. I'm gonna hold my card tonight. I'm gonna hold
Here,
my
put the
peace.
same
I
back.
ain't saying nothing.
Africa on
Okay.
Cassie's side.
I mean, I get it. A lot of women are on Cassie's side, but how can we blame a man for his sexual fixations? If he liked to do the things he liked to do, that's what he liked to do. Now, what I
He
don't,
ain't do nothing though. He was just sitting there watching.
no, he's a freak. He's a
No,
freak.
he is a freak. He is
Yeah,
nasty
you
as
What
you
shit.
I
you
don't get
you you a
along
freak
with
you like to
is the
watch.
domestic. I
But
don't
he
get
was
along with the
sitting there
domestic
watching
violence.
her. He was sitting there watching Cassie do what she do with these people, and
Yeah, go
then
ahead.
he would come and be freak
Take
nasty
that
after the
shit the fuck
fact.
out, bro. You wildin'.
I
That be
don't know.
pissing me off.
I would just say this with the Cassie situation.
Bugatti, shut
I
your
feel
ass
like
up.
she was coerced after different things didn't work. You know how you level up on somebody, like you hold their career over their head, and then
No, I
you
get all
hold
that.
like
Yeah.
the videos over her head, and then when her mom found out she was getting beat, he made her come pick her up at the house, and she was black and blue all over. Her mom took her home, cursed Diddy out, all that shit. He threatened to release 2 sex tapes Christmas Day and then New Year's Day on her. If her parents didn't give her $20,000, they took a home ec loan out on their house, gave him the $20,000, and then he laughed at
Wait,
them
wait, wait, wait,
and
wait,
threw
wait,
the
wait, wait,
twenty
wait. Back
thousand
up,
dollars
back
back.
up. Who?
Uh huh.
Wait. Who extorted Cassie's parents for 20,000? Did he?
Yeah.
Diddy told her. Diddy sent her. Okay, so Diddy. Okay, around Christmas, right after the whole situation with Kid Cudi, right? When he blew up Kid Cudi's car, and then Kid Cudi came to meet him at the hotel, at the restaurant downstairs in the private meeting room. Diddy told his ass, he was like, "Why would you blow up my car?" And he's like, basically, "I don't know what you're talking about," and laughed at him, right? And Cassie showed up, and basically he made Cassie break up with her right then and there because he had been holding up her contract, but then he had been threatening to show the videos of her being slutted out, right? Like show it to her parents. So then her mom heard her crying on the phone because she had been hiding it for her mom for like a couple of years now. Her mom shows up, daughter's crying, mama shows up, comes in the house. Diddy done beat the girl black and blue. Mom comes, starts screaming and yelling at her. He has security remove them. She takes Cassie back to Connecticut. Diddy calls her, is like, "You better come back here now." And her mom's like, "No, F y'all, F y'all." He sends the threatening letter through, what's her name? Capricorn Clark sends the threatening letter to Cassie saying, "I'm going to expose you and your two freak out videos, one on Christmas Day, one on New Year's Day. If you don't give me $20,000 in like 7 days."
What's the
They
okay?
took
Let
a
me
20,
pause.
they,
So all this shit is coming out now anyway. So when you went back to Connecticut or whatever, why not just get your lawyers, call the police, call whoever you need to call, and dead that shit out? Because the shit was going to come out either way. And at some point you got to really stop and think, how much is the person really going to do to you that's not going to incriminate them? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not
you gotta
negating the coercing, I'm not negating the intimidation or none of that, but at some point you got to get a fucking backbone and stand up for yourself. I don't give a
But you
fuck.
gotta,
My mother gonna
you
see
got,
me on this camera sucking a little bit of dick, oh well.
you
Like,
gotta, you gotta remember, right?
Yeah,
He
I
had
don't
beat.
care if my mama
He
see me
used
eating
to.
coochie on camera. Oh
You
well.
gotta remember too. He used to beat her. Okay, so she tells a story
and
of
that's
something
all
that.
more reason to go get help. He beating your ass. You got to get the fuck away from it. You still gonna keep going back, and it's still gonna keep happening to you. Like, I've been in
No,
that
she couldn't.
that
No,
situation,
okay,
whereas
no.
you keep going back thinking you're going to change a situation or save a situation. I haven't been in no domestic violence situation, but it was something similar to that. At some point you have to get a backbone and fight the fuck back.
I
Like,
don't disagree
it's
with.
just some weak ass shit.
No, I don't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is this, right? Your experience and the way you react to your situation is going to be different from me. We all have different levels of strength. I think I could solidly say that every woman that's on this panel, that all the women that I talk to, that I know, that have come to learn and meet, are strong ass women. We ain't no bitches. We ain't no pussies. We ain't about to stand here and let a motherfucker do anything to us, right? But you got to remember
I don't
that
know. I think 18 little. I think 18 little a weak ass hoe. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Ashton, I'll fuck you up, boy. Who you talking to? I'll fuck you clean the fuck up, boy.
I'll fuck you
Quit
clean the
playing with
fuck
me,
up.
G. I'll beat them damn dreads out your head.
Her
Yeah, he
circle
was
of
gonna
friends
mop
and
the
support
floor,
that
but
she
you
had. Go ahead.
What you say? Cuban attack.
Huh?
Nah. This between two men, nigga. Don't let
Nah,
Cuban get
Cuban.
into this.
Handle my lightweight.
Hey, 18th letter.
Dip your damn head in some
Look.
mop water. Mop the floor with your punk ass.
yo.
What's going on, Cuban?
I ain't no punk bitch. You ain't gonna take me down there easy,
He
sir.
said you a
Look.
punk pussy
Well,
ass nigga.
it's only one way to find out, baby.
Hey, look, I ain't going down without a battle. Look, they gonna have to kill me.
Hey, what y'all think about this golden dome Trump trying to put over America?
The what?
What? You said
Oh,
what?
This golden dome Trump
This
trying
is
to put
not
over
another
America.
motherfucking Simpsons commercial. I'm
I'm
over
telling
that.
you, bro.
you
Yo.
can watch The Simpsons.
Yo. I wanna play
Yes.
the TikTok for y'all.
Don't
Where
knock
is
that
that the
drum,
right
buddy.
one? I don't think that's
Let me
the
tell
right
y'all this.
one.
Donald Trump is having a fever dream and we're all in it. This nigga's having a fever dream. You hear me? He under
Yo.
them drugs,
Go
he,
ahead and pull it up,
he done
Lily.
drank law.
Hold on. Shit. Soon as
Uh,
I'm here.
uh,
I just gotta make sure that's the right TikTok.
yeah, I don't want
You locked the
your
door?
other page to pop up.
I gotta roll up, guys.
That's cool.
What y'all been up to? Cuban, Ashton, Lee,
Happy
Africa.
birthday to my baby daddy today, y'all. He turns
Happy
43.
Happy
Oh,
birthday.
happy
birthday,
birthday
baby
to him.
daddy.
He's in jail.
Hey,
Free the real
Sierra.
niggas.
What good,
Free the
Happy
Ruthless?
real.
birthday.
Thanks, guys.
Ruthless up here. What's up, Ruthless?
Roof the truth.
Hey,
What's up?
Ruth.
What's up, 17 letter?
Don't come up here unannounced,
Nah,
nigga.
18. Get it right, nigga. 18.
You
One
got
eight.
demoted a letter.
Not 1-7.
You up that pistol on the freeway. You got demoted a letter.
All right.
He's in the shower. You dig it in your butt? Ew.
What's up, Shiesty Cuban?
Hey,
Shiesty Izzy
go
What's
upstairs.
going on?
/
But
Oprah.
no, one thing.
Shiesty
One thing
Nasty.
I was.
Toothless and toothless.
Hey, Roof.
You like Oprah.
One thing I like that's great about like the team Ashton assembled. All of y'all are very fair and very intelligent. It doesn't. It's not like one sided on some of them panels. You go on like if they like they'll kick you off if they don't
Ooh,
like what you say.
name 18 love.
No, it's been multiple that I've been on.
It's the
All
big
right,
Multiple.
name
homie
them.
channel over
But
here. Nothing but big homies.
Put some
but I
receipts on
what
We
you
you.
call
listening.
it? Mostly I just stay over here on Nightish, especially Sharon. Especially Sharon channel. You would get kicked off if you don't agree with that whole narrative about men ain't shit. And you go at the women, they gonna kick you off, and for like they can disrespect you, but you can't disrespect nobody back, and you get kicked
Oh,
off.
funky pussy hoes.
So like that's some fuck shit. It's like, but for the most part, y'all well balanced.
Oh, thank
Y'all let people.
you.
Y'all very
Appreciate it.
intelligent.
After all
Y'all
that
let
shit
people
you
speak.
was just talking, you said she balanced.
After all that
Who?
shit, who was talking?
Shiesty Easy talking about women are strong and this and that.
Shut
Listen,
up,
listen,
ruthless and
listen.
toothless.
I'm
Stop
talking
it.
about like from what I see over here. Anytime they let the men speak and they let the women speak, and if they happen to bump heads back and forth, they just let them they let them duke it out. They don't try to kick
I
people off
don't
unless you
know
get
about that. I
real
don't know
rude
about
and real
that.
disrespectful.
Shiesty Lee gets pretty intense sometimes. I don't know. But it just
Hey,
depends,
if
right?
I drop you,
I
use
ain't never
if
seen
I gotta
Lily.
drop
Yeah,
you, use a real ignorant ass
I
motherfucker. If I
can't.
gotta drop you.
I ain't seen Lily get that. Lily is usually laid back unless you push her buttons. Then she'll get on
Well,
that with you. But for
the
the
only,
most part, Lily
the
be
only
real
reason I
laid back.
disagree with you because they got Shiesty by their name.
Bounce that ass girl, shake them titties.
Right?
Cuban, that was
Shiesty.
really random.
This is the Shiesty Avengers, not the Avengers.
This is a Shiesty Avengers. See, they got two Avengers, right? You got the Avengers, the good ones. Then you got the Shiesty Avengers. Watch your back, nigga.
Listen, this the real raw untruth. This the real raw side of the YouTube sector.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like Shiesty means Shiesty. Look at Cuban. She done filled up. She living up to her name. Shiesty.
I think this the right video, Ashton. I think.
Okay.
But
Not to
before
make a
y'all play
drink,
that,
guys.
I just wanted to say y'all was absolutely right about Cassie. I don't know why everybody trying to pretend it's something more than what it is, but she
Cassie the hoe.
she just been she been complicit. She been complicit this whole time.
I've been saying that.
Cassie
But
is diabolical.
Yeah, I mean they was all doing some freaky shit. She was down for whatever the money that she was gonna get. She was down with it.
But you
Period.
don't see the big picture that they drawing out.
Yeah, they trying to make him look like he's some type of inhumane monster. Yeah, some sex trafficking. They got to do that to make the case stick.
No, not yeah. But I'm saying the picture is the guy Robert Steele, I guess his name's Steele. He went up and said to Kid Cudi, he said, "So you're saying you were set up by the same woman who set up Puffy Combs?" So what they were saying is she orchestrated this probably 4 or 5 years, and she started her little plan. So all this was her exit strategy and her get paid strategy all in one.
Yeah, it's all the strategy. Even with her being pregnant right now, coming into the courtroom, that's going to garner sympathy from the jury and everything. So it's all a strategy, man. But at the end of the day, all of this shit is about money. All of this accusing people and making these accusations that these people out here just raping women and they just some rich monster that everybody's in fear of. It's all a strategy to be
Free
able to
Diddy and
exploit
his
them.
freaky ass and keep R. Kelly.
It's just to exploit people when they just exploit them for their resources. The courts is all a business, man. All of that shit is a business.
I would say I agree with you. I agree with you that it is a business. But this is unfair trial, right? This is because
I agree. I agree with that.
They're not allowed to bring up her promiscuity past, right? But they're allowed to just throw mud at him. So,
well, it seems like within the last years of all these indictments, they making up the rules as they go. Like I ain't never heard of a one-man RICO in my entire fucking life.
The niggas was arguing about that because you know me, I'm a former federal inmate, right? And some white dude, police officer, dude was arguing about, oh, it's a conspiracy. I said, conspiracy mean two of both. And I said, he's the only one on indictment. Damn. So yeah, it's definitely a railroad.
Yeah, like they created the RICO for the mob.
They gave 2 of the witnesses immunity for him.
No,
so
don't
he's
go
the
like
only
that,
one
though.
actually charging, but they could have charged more people.
No, see, here's the thing: is it doesn't go like that, right? If you're not gonna charge a RICO, and you're just gonna individually charge him, we're charging you for whatever, right? Then you charge him. But if you're bringing out a RICO, a conspiracy, you have to arrest more than one person. And then if they want to cooperate, if it's co-defendants want to cooperate, they don't come off the indictment. They just, you know what I mean? They just
get a deal.
Right. They get a
Y'all
deal.
want to know who I want to hear from for real? For real, this is the only way I could not like Diddy is if I hear from that nigga with that umbrella. If I hear from that nigga with that umbrella and he say
Oh
something,
yeah, Mr. Bensley.
I
Mr.
already know
Bentley.
what's up. I
Mr.
already know
Bentley,
Diddy's
yeah.
going down. He ain't coming back. If I hear
But
from
you know
him,
what?
yeah.
You know what, Cuban? People keep killing me because they keep talking about Usher and Justin Bieber and all of this other shit. It ain't never been no proof, and I ain't never heard Usher or Justin Bieber even insinuate that Diddy did anything to
I
them
think because Usher
in
is a
any
little
type of way.
freaky.
But see,
I don't
the
know
thing
about none of
the
that.
thing about that 18 letter is it doesn't matter,
know.
right? Because he's not on he's not on trial for that, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying what people saying. You're right. No, that you're right about that. I'm just saying
Right.
what a
So
lot of people people love
But
conspiracy.
everything.
what the part of the trial that we're in is that all the witnesses that are being brought up are character witnesses. This is to display his character, who Diddy is to the jury. This doesn't have anything to do with actual proof. The RICO part of the charge comes from him using bad boy funds to fund his sex parties or fund any type of coercion, any type of forced sexual activity, any of that. So the fact that he used bad boys' funds to pay for the band-aids he put on Cassie's face when he was done beating her is a part of that RICO charge. RICO is all about how the money's being spent and where it is. Because Diddy didn't use his personal funds, but he used his company as an entity to fund his criminal activity.
But the problem I have with you saying is freak offs are not illegal.
Oh.
Right, but when you bring somebody over state lines to pay them for sex out of your company account, that's considered a crime. That's called
No,
sex
not
trafficking. When you assault somebody and you pay for the bandages out of your company account, that's called domestic violence and battery. That's also criminal activity. And it's a RICO because he's doing it with his company funds.
So you can legally purchase any type of business. So we got called that's what they call damn, why I just forgot the word. You could get a escort, right? You can hit an escort service up, and you can legally buy an escort, right? That's legal in all 50 states, right? And yeah, so if he's getting a escort, he's buying them to come to his parties or wherever he's at. There's a business that's legal. That's all legal. You can look it up in the law. Now, about the domestic violence, he's guilty of, right? But he's not on trial for domestic violence.
Prostitution is not legal. Escort services is the
It's
public.
on
We don't
you
know
can
what the fuck
Google.
they do. Prostitution is
Google
illegal.
You can Google it. Any escort
What
service.
you do? How about you go ahead and Google what an escort service is and why is it legal?
Escort service is just a guy or a girl who works for a company who goes on dates.
No,
right?
do what you said. Do what you're requesting me to do. How about you
I
Google
know
it? Because I can't. I'm driving.
No, I'm telling you, I know what an escort is. I know that they're all over the internet. Like you can buy, they're like websites. They're legal. Only thing you can't do is you can't not say, while you're doing a purchase, you can't say, "Oh, we're selling sex," right? But if you're selling, "Oh, we're going to escorts coming to escort you on a date or a party," that's perfectly legal.
Right, but he was fucking these people. That's why the freak off is important. He was fucking them and he was paying them for sex.
That's not illegal. If y'all have sex, right, off the clock or during the party, as long as you're not paying him for sex, to say, "Hey, here's the money for sex," but you're just paying for a time and y'all have sex
They found money in cash that he was using to pay these people. What are you arguing? The proof is there.
Sex trafficking. So sex trafficking means, right, is you're trafficking people from one state to another state, and they're under your company, not another company, right? You're getting these guys they're prostituting themselves, or you're forcing them to prostitute themselves, right, or cross state line. Which this is what he wasn't doing, right? He was just getting escorts, and Cassie ordered escorts too. Cassie was ordering escorts for herself. So it's perfectly legal to order escorts. Now, what's the conspiracy? And he used this money to everybody buys, escorts, right? It's normal. I would say normal, but mostly the rich people buy escorts all the time. That's pretty normal. I believe this is a railroad. I believe they just don't like Diddy because the tape came out and they didn't like that, so they just like, fuck it, we just gonna railroad this nigga. And
I mean, a lot of people just like to see people fucked up, especially
the federal government, right? See, you've seen that in a Young Thug trial, right? Because the Young Thug trial was all
in the court of public opinion, Not
I'm
even with
saying
the
if you
government,
look
the court of
at
public
Young
opinion.
Thug's.
A lot of people don't like Diddy for whatever reasons,
Well,
and they
that
trying
isn't
to
right. I'm
use
just
that
talking about who's putting him on trial, though, right? Who's actually charging him, right? I'm talking about them people, right? It's the same thing in the Young Thug trial, right? That the prosecution had a bona prize about him. She just wanted to get him. That she let niggas go who committed murders. She let him off the chain. You know what I'm saying? She let him go. I'll let you free. Just tell on him. So some of these prosecutors get personal, right? They don't like you for whatever reason, and they go after you, right? And this is the thing about the American court system, right? They get personal. They get, oh, I don't like this one. I won't take on anything. I don't care if you lie. I don't care if you plant dope. I don't care if you plant evidence, right? Just get him. I don't want him on the streets because I don't like him. And that's unprofessional. And this is why his charges are trumped up. All these charges, is he guilty of domestic violence? Okay. I'll roll with you on that. But come on, sex trafficking, they've been in 11 years, 11-year relationship. She talking about she loved him. He said he loved her. They were going, at the award, she was wearing $20,000 dresses. He was treating her, he gave her a lifestyle. They were a couple. They were items. So I don't get how was that showing that she's working for him when, people who sex traffic people, they don't go to the motherfucking events with them, right? Sit your ass down. I don't want to be, you're a sex worker.
Yeah, it's crazy how they. That's why I say they making up the rules as they go. It's crazy how that is considered sex trafficking
They're not talking
when they
about
know in
him
most.
sex trafficking her. They're talking about them sex trafficking the so-called, according to him, escorts.
Hey,
They're
let
talking
me ask
about
you a
them
question,
flying out
Africa.
prostitutes.
Let me ask you a question. If he was found guilty of something like that, how much would you give him over that? How much you think that's worth for them? Because both of them was doing it, and both of them was involved with these men that they were apparently sex trafficking over. So would you take all of that into consideration? And how much do you think Diddy deserve in time in prison
Well, I'm
if
not
he's guilty
okay.
of that?
So I'm going to answer that question in two parts. I'm going to answer your primary question. Do I think he deserves time for sex trafficking? I feel like anybody who forces somebody, I don't think. Okay, first of all, prostitution should be legal. You know what I mean? Period. Point blank. Period. It makes it equal for everybody. You don't have to do it behind, closed doors. It doesn't have to be no back alley deal. Like you just get your money, get your whatever straight up, and you be done with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against that. But what I am against is somebody that drugs people, that sexually manipulates people, that beats people, that uses blackmail and coercion to get what he wants out of people. I think that all of that is wrong. I think that Cassie isn't the only person that he did those things to. He did it to multiple women. Diddy had harems of women that he did that to. There's 6 male prostitutes that are also going to be witnesses against him for feeling like they were coerced into continuing to have sex with this man. Who has sex
I can't
with?
believe a grown ass man being coerced into sex unless he's by force. Unless somebody put a firearm to your head. They got a knife. I just can't believe it.
Okay. So one of the incidences that are being called into question is a 96-hour, 4 days straight 96-hour freak off in which participants were forced to continue under duress or basically get their tape exposed. He was threatening them. And then here's the other thing. Diddy was
Y'all
known
making
to
my
get
stomach
people.
hurt with this shit.
I'm sorry. But here's the other thing. I've been following the case pretty closely and I've been paying attention to what people have been reporting because at this point it's like, okay, let me see what's really going on. And it's a sick, this guy is sick. And I'm not one of those people that say, oh, he was a freak, so he should go to jail. I don't think that. You could be as freaky as you want to. But when you force other people, and when I say force, nobody's putting a gun to your head, but force as in you're using blackmail and coercion to make other people participate in sexual activities with you. You're threatening these people, and you're not just doing it to one person, you're doing it to multiple people. You have 50 witnesses in a room will watch you beat down this girl and nobody says or does nothing because they've all been involved with you sexually at one point or another, and he has tapes on everybody in the room so nobody says anything. This is a terrorist. That person is a social terrorist. Diddy is a horrible person. From the things that have been reported, from the proof that's being put forward, that motherfucker was nasty, disgusting on the inside and outside. I don't give a fuck about what he was doing sexually. I care about how he forced people to do sexual acts with him. 96 hours straight? You fucking for 96 hours straight? You doing the Tootsie, the cocaine? You gotta use baby oil because now everybody fucking raw? Come on, bro. You got a nigga fucking you in the ass for 96 hours
Oh
straight?
shit. My bad. My bad, fantastic. I ain't see you in the bay. I apologize.
That's cool, bro. Ain't no thing. What's
I
up?
think
Sorry.
Hey,
everything
Mr.
those people did,
Fantastic.
they wanted to do. I'm gonna be honest, because it's no way you sat there fucking. I don't give a fuck if you expose me. You're going to
Show
jail.
the motherfucking tape, man. If
You're
you got
going to
something on
Exactly.
me,
jail
That's what
and
I'm
put
show
that
the
tape
fucking
saying.
out
tape.
there.
Show the
And
tape, man. Fuck this. I'm walking up
yeah,
out of here, and I
well,
dare anybody try to put their hands on me when I'm
yeah,
leaving
well,
up out of here. You
the
can't.
most important part is that he was fucking them boys. So that them niggas wasn't forced. They was with it.
That's what I just said.
Oh,
Fantastic. That's
yeah, they
exactly
was
what I
like,
had just said.
yeah,
But
man,
yeah,
no, man, listen, and shout Rufus still up here. Shout out to Rufus, man. Um, I I read what fucking Vlad put up like a thing, right? And what he was saying when he said it, it made sense. This is like a glorified fucking domestic violence case, man, and they trying to hide it with a fucking the Rico shit. I don't think this is why. That's why I don't think it's what's the name. No, I don't think nobody should be. No woman should be abused or nothing like that. Be beat up. I'm not saying that, but you can't call this shit a Rico case, man. Like you said, everybody was a willing participant. These motherfuckers were, they were literally with the shits, pun intended. So, I don't get the shit. And then Cassie just ain't just as bad. She ordering niggas, and she ordering them on her own. So no, man, she can't be no motherfucking victim and be the motherfucking, a mastermind at the same time. You can't have it both ways.
She
and she just got 20 fucking million.
Right.
She just settled for $20 million
not only
for
did
$20
she
million.
not only did she
Like,
order him, right? She said,
That's $30 million.
she said in a text message, I need me a freak off.
She
Yeah,
love the
man.
freakos.
She likes having
Cassie.
sex with gay men. Diddy just didn't like her
Yeah,
doing it without him.
Listen,
yeah, that's the wild. That's the crazy shit. He's
11
like,
years.
hey,
If it was 1-2 years, I was like, okay, maybe 11 years. That's over a decade, right?
yeah, man. And she was fucking the nigga like on FaceTime in front of her now husband. Get him out of here, bro. That bitch ain't no dick.
She was loving that shit. She
damn,
had
she
to.
was, damn. That's fucked up.
She was loving it, man.
Yeah, man.
She's just as corrupt as Diddy.
Yeah,
I
man.
think it's very easy for us to speculate and stand on the outside looking in
Nah,
and make judgments and say I would do this and I would do that, and you haven't been in that situation. You can't put your feet in those shoes. And
easy. We going by the evidence, though, love.
I feel like the prosecution is doing a very good job of telling not just the story of his character, but the story of the things that he forced people to do. And I
Easy.
understand we all have free will as adults, but I also say this: everybody is not as strong as the people that are on this panel. Not everybody has had the opportunity to make good choices in life or to understand they have options. A lot of these people involved, you got to remember, were in their early 20s, were young, bright-eyed people that were just looking for the opportunity to be around somebody who was a superstar. He used his influence to get people into positions, and then when they wanted to say no, they would, because now he has something to use against them. And he wielded his power like a goddamn terrorist.
So
Yeah, but
I would agree with you if she didn't leave after 11 years. She left.
yeah,
And
exactly.
a whole nother man, another husband, this is only third kid, and she got 30 million. So what we talking about?
And then
And
she
My
that's
came
thing is,
back
why
to
she
the,
didn't leave after the first set
nigga.
of kids that was made on her?
and
Yeah, she
that's
came back to the
yeah.
nigga. She
That's
came back
a
to him and cheated with him
yeah.
again after
And
she
that,
was. Come on,
Okay,
man.
first of
yeah.
all, How do you cheat on somebody who has a harem of women?
No,
How
no,
do you
no. She
cheat
talking
on
about the
somebody who
husband.
has
She talking
15,
about her
20 women
husband.
lined up every time you leave, every
Izzy,
time you
Izzy, we're
go?
not
How do you
talking
cheat
about
on somebody
Diddy.
like that?
Izzy, we're not talking about Diddy. We talking about her husband.
She cheated on her husband with
Husband with
Diddy.
Diddy. Yeah, you're not following the thing. That's what we saying. We going by
You
the
said
evidence.
that I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, let's all acknowledge the fact that they're living a different lifestyle than we are in Hollywood. Her sleeping with Kid Cudi in Diddy's eyes is her cheating on him, while in his eyes, him having a harem of women, she belongs to him. She don't give pussy to nobody else unless he say so.
Yeah, but now you bringing another dynamic in. We're not even talking about the Cuddy shit. The Cuddy shit got nothing to do with the now husband. The last
I'm
dude
using
she
it as
dealt
a
with.
comparative reference. That's what I'm using it as.
Yeah, but it don't match up. I understand what you're saying, but what we're talking about though, you're going to get to another relationship. But the final relationship she had when she was done with all the industry niggas is her now husband, right? What we're telling
Yes.
you is her dealing with her now husband, the latest relationship she had, she
Right.
still went back to Diddy. And talking about the Cuddy aspect of it, the bitch gave Cuddy's information to Diddy so he could blow up the cars and all the crazy shit and break in the nigga house. This nigga, I didn't know this nigga was Michael Vick Jr. or Michael Vick's fucking twin cousin. He say he hurt the man dog. He blew up his car. Like this nigga was doing the
Well,
most over
shit,
there
he
little
had
piece of shit.
Wale hanging from a roof, a balcony. I mean,
Wale?
Okay. So
mm-hmm.
let's
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Because Wale
let
was
me
secretly
approach.
recording with her.
Mm-hmm.
So with the whole her going back, her cheating on her husband and going back to Diddy, right? How many times? Let's not hold her in a situation and not compare her to the average abuse victim. How many victims of abuse go straight back to their abusers right after they have some type of reprieve?
Again,
So
I don't know, man. I just again,
And then, okay,
I
and
have
then
limited sympathy for that. I think that's the ultimate
can I
cop
just
out,
say one
yo.
more thing though? Can I have one more thing? From Cassie on the stand herself saying the reason why she was able to leave was because her now husband was the only man who actually stood up to Diddy on her behalf and helped her to eventually leave him.
No, that's cap.
That's what she
That
said
nigga
on the
just,
What
stand.
is this, a Tyler
of
Perry
course, that's
movie?
what she
What the
gonna
hell?
say. Of course, that's what she gonna say. Did you see this man like the first day of court? He had no idea. He had no idea of the details. He simped. So he simped. He
Okay,
saved
so
her.
why
He
you guys
saved the
when you go
hoe.
in your room, there'll be nothing on the floor.
I
Hey, I give him
understand,
5 years. I give him 5 years. He gonna divorce her and take half of that money.
Damn right, I would too, bitch. Pain and suffering like a motherfucker. Fuck out of here. Finding out
And
you
he
a
going
whole damn urinal.
and he gonna try to get full custody of all of them
Of them
kids.
kids, exactly. Yeah, she's clearly she was involved in the criminal. What's the name? Her ass admitted to it. She's just as fucking sexually deviant. She infidelity. She was cheating. I had no idea and all this other shit. So yeah, man. Hey, he gonna play it cool, make it through this motherfucking trial, and then
so
you know.
let me ask y'all a question, right? Just to
Y'all
like,
seen that run back there?
oh my God, there he go. There he fucking go. Uh, just to like give you a hypothetical situation. What's your opinion on this? Right? If you having sex with a girl and she says stop, do you keep going
Hell no.
or do you stop mid thrust?
What the fuck?
Stop,
No, you
stop
stop.
immediately. Stop
Stop
immediately and
immediately,
put that
Stop
right?
bitch out
completely.
and
So
put
how
her
many
out.
times? So how many times do you think Cassie ever told Diddy stop in the beginning?
We wouldn't know. We wasn't in the
Yeah,
room with
well,
him,
it's
Africa. We wouldn't
But
speculation.
know.
I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
this is something that we can't actually speculate about because she did
I
some of
don't think
these acts under
she ever
duress.
told him to stop.
Yeah,
She was
see,
a little freak
the
bitch
bitch
just
was a
like
fucking,
him.
She was a human piss pot. I don't believe she ever told a nigga to stop either.
Me either. I think she liked it up until it came out to where she could get more money from him. Now it's like, all right, let me put out all his dirty
Yeah.
secrets because if
Exactly.
that's the case, many other people
'Cause-
before her would have did it. It don't matter how scared or what they were, they would have still did it. She's just trying to sit here and carry on this narrative that she's a victim. No, you stop becoming a victim when you
Thank you,
actually
Cuban.
enjoy what
Thank
you're
you, Cuban.
doing. She was enjoying what she was doing from the jump. No, she wasn't groomed. None of that. That bitch was freaky from the
Thank
jump. We
you.
can't say he
Thank
was
you.
holding her career over. She never had a career. Let's
Thank you.
be fucking
And
for real. She had only like 3 good songs. And we
she either
knew when she made that song Official Girl that she told us everything there was to know and she still kept fucking with him. Bitch, you knew what you was getting yourself into. The only problem was when you left and you see how your funds was depleting, you needed a narrative to carry out, and that was your best narrative because y'all have a lot of fucked up shit that happened between y'all. But it was shit that you cooperated with. So it's not like he sat there and said, "Listen, bitch, that pussy is mine, or else I'ma shoot it off." Because there's so many options to go to the police. I'm tired of hearing about Cassie being a victim. Baby girl, we're all victims until we sit there and say we don't want to be a victim no more. It didn't take you this long to
Exactly.
say you didn't want to be a victim. It took you this long because you need a payout because you're broke. You don't have
Hmm.
nothing. Your last song was Official Girl. Oh my God. Like you were
See,
saying how
see,
you couldn't
see.
be his nigga, his bitch for real.
This
Yep.
that real shit right here. See, this that real shit.
Like
And
I'm,
that's
I
why,
don't know.
yeah.
I'm just over this whole case. I'm tired of Cassie. I'm tired of Diddy. Like Diddy, you's a freak gay
Insane.
nigga. Like
Yeah.
we get
I
it.
mean, it's
We
obvious
get
this
it.
nigga a freak, but yeah.
It's okay.
But
That's okay for you to be like that. As long as he ain't sitting there sex trafficking literally underage minor girls or women, period.
yeah, or
I don't give
forcing
a fuck
anybody
how
to
many
do anything.
dildos he stick up his ass with, baby oil. You go
oh,
ahead,
oh,
Diddy.
oh, Jesus Christ.
God damn. But I will say this. I will say this. That's what I'm talking about right there. And then on top of that, I think she filed this case under some type of law that they had over in New York City, and the
Yep.
deadline was coming up. And then on top of that, all she signed the NDA. She said that she was doing this for women that been in abusive situations, and then turned around and signed the NDA. We hadn't heard nothing from Cassie until this case, and the reason that we didn't is because of the NDA she signed. The only reason she's speaking about any of this publicly is because once it becomes a Fed case or a criminal case, all of that is null and void. Otherwise, Cassie would still be quiet, enjoying her damn money that she had just got from Diddy. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. She ain't no victim, man. She is not no victim. And another thing too that people don't consider, all of these super rich, famous people, it's no way that you can just be going around delete motherfuckers or force some motherfuckers against their will. You're famous, and with a lot of money, people look for reasons to sue you. People look for reasons. You could bump into a motherfucker and they say that's sexual harassment. Sue them.
Facts.
Oh, we
Only
trying to
thing
get like
Diddy
you're not
guilty
when you're
of
an
using
entertainer.
baby oil.
Yeah, when you're an entertainer and you're
That's a
famous with
bitch.
money, you're very vulnerable in the courts. You gotta avoid certain people. You gotta watch how you speak to people. You can't touch people a certain way. Otherwise, everybody is out for your money. Everybody is
Right.
trying to
Diddy's
get.
not guilty of none of that. Diddy just guilty of doing things with boys in their butts and, and other nasty things. He didn't do nothing wrong. He just too freaky for, the
Well,
liking.
what this is an indictment on Cassie, though, right? It shows her diabolical nature. How she said, I believe she set this whole thing up. I
No,
believe she
but
was.
Niggas
I'm
for a
not
payout.
defending Diddy because what about that audio he was talking about get rid of the pizza boxes and shit.
Because
So
remember, she
I
had.
ain't all the
Oh, that was
way
AI.
saying
That was AI.
that was
That was AI.
AI. Okay.
That was
So
Okay.
AI.
she also kept
Is
computers.
pizza box motherfucking code word for some shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you better know it.
What the hell pizza box mean?
No, it was. I think it was the AI clip, Mr. Fantastic. Because let's say he was speaking in code word, that shit is too easy for them federal agents to decipher. It's not, it's not complex enough. People gonna be like, "The fuck you talking about pizza boxes?" he got something he was trying to hide. You know,
He
because
Hmm.
they
asked.
know
He
how to
asked for
decipher
the
Yeah,
codes.
he
means.
was
He
trying
asked
to
for the
hide his
means.
freak lifestyle. I don't
But
want y'all
the
to know
pizza
how I like
boxes
my
relate
dick
to
flavor.
children, though. That's the thing. The pizza boxes relate to children.
Nah,
That's why
Listen, if
he
Oh, I
was
Diddy,
got you. The
saying,
pieces here.
I
I got
don't
you.
think
I
Diddy has the
understand now.
yeah,
gumption to do that with kids. He
yeah.
got too many daughters.
But
and then he
Cassie,
got. Here's the thing: what people don't understand is that a lot of these people see
He
we
don't
on the
have no
inside.
soul.
Like he has too much to fucking lose. I don't
He
know if
lost
people
it
think
already.
like I mean, yeah, I'm talking about in general famous people. A lot of these people that's rich and famous, they know how the game go. They get what they have advisors on what to say, what not to say. That's why they used to tell famous rich people, don't get involved in politics, don't get involved in religion, don't talk about race, because you don't want your fan base to turn against you and you lose what you
But do
have.
y'all
You have
realize
to.
a lot of these artists have turned to religion? Like, if y'all notice, a lot of these artists have turned to religion and they get shamed, but nobody gives a fuck no more. Shit, Summer Walker be putting her shits on stage so you can know what the fuck is going on with her. SZA, she got them and she got chants. Y'all don't even realize a lot of SZA songs, she has religious chants in them to call on spirits. Nobody realizes that. But if you listen to her songs and you'll start hearing that chanting, yeah, that's the religion. And guess what? That shit is taking off. Okay? So that shit, what you were saying, 18 letter is very much right. But they not living by that because guess what? If they was living by that, Diddy wouldn't be in this situation that he in now.
Nah, it's all about the almighty dollar. That's the only thing anybody's living. Like a lot of these people. A lot of people like to pretend. You have people that like to pretend they have morality, and some people do. But for the most part, we live in a capitalistic society, and it's about the almighty dollar. People don't give a fuck about people's feelings. They don't give a fuck about people's
My
family.
bitch is
They
shaking
don't give
ass
a
with their
fuck
hands
about
out.
yeah. They don't give a fuck about nothing but money. And you see it every day in social media. Like with social media, it has brought us closer to celebrities than we've
Prostitution.
ever been.
Oh.
People yeah, no, you right. No, you right. I was gonna get to that. People now you got you need to cash at me $600 to have a conversation with me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like it's all about everything is about money. It's not about feelings. It's not about where you want to see yourself in the future. None of that. Everything is about money, and people don't care how they portray themselves, if they slut themselves out, if they whoever they fuck over, they don't give a fuck. It's just about money. It's unfortunately that's what it's all about.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a part of that. Some man offered me $1,000 just to hold my hand.
Yeah, I done sold dick for weed.
No, I didn't sell no pussy. He just wanted to hold my hand walking out the club. Hold on.
And I sold a little dick for weed.
I spent that $1,000 on my kids the next day. I don't sell pussy. Let's not throw that out there. But this world, yes, it revolves around money. Shit, everybody's a little prostitute and a sex worker. They just don't know it. When you hit that
Whoa,
bitch up
whoa,
and you
whoa,
talk
whoa,
about some
whoa,
baby, let
whoa.
me come lay with you tonight. Yeah, you's a sex worker.
The nigga a sex worker?
Yeah, I used to call my ex a sex worker all the time because every time I get mad at him, he be like, "Can I just come over there and eat your pussy?" I'm like, "You little sex working ass bitch, no."
Yeah, he
That's
definitely
bare
tripping,
spirit.
eating and not eating. We get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
18 level, 18 level,
Yeah, we just
you
seeing it
sold
on
a
the.
little dick for money,
Oh,
sir.
go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah, he did. Took her on a
Nah,
date.
I ain't never had to do that.
You
Nah,
did. You
I ain't
just
never
ain't
had to
know
do
it.
that. I have.
You
It
ever
was
had
women
a
that bought
female
me
take you
shit.
on a
It
date
was
and
women
y'all
that
went to
bought
go
me
fuck
shit.
after?
Yes.
You sold your dick, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
then. So you
I
sold
mean,
your pussy.
Yes.
that's how it's supposed to go.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
Ain't
courtesy.
Oh.
nothing
That ain't
wrong
no
with
damn
it.
sex work.
That's
That's
selling.
Listen,
That's
courtesy.
selling.
listen. If I'm taking you out on a date,
Yeah.
you better
Yeah.
get
She
horny by
earned
that third drink.
she earned this dick.
You's
And
a sex worker.
she paid for the meal, baby. You earned this dick, baby. I'm gonna give it to you.
You's
I
a
owe you
sex
this
worker.
dick, baby. You
Exactly.
paying
You
for
a
the
sex
meal? Yes,
worker.
ma'am.
You a sex worker.
No, I ain't no sex worker. That's just called reciprocity, baby. You do for me, I do for
Exactly.
you.
You know when a prostitute, yeah, she gonna wine and dine you, and then she want her
No,
money.
that is strictly fun.
Right.
No,
So
no,
at the
no.
end of the day,
Sex
you're getting
worker.
wine and dine for that dick. She don't really
No,
give a fuck about what you
no.
do. She's like,
Again,
yeah, nigga,
sex,
be horny by this second drink. Cause when we get
sex,
out of here, you better.
yeah, sex worker equals direct payment for sex. That is the
That is
only thing
direct
that makes you
payment.
a sex worker.
She
No,
paying for your
nope.
meal.
That's
Oh
a
yeah,
meal
and
that we're
transaction.
that's
Just
a
no
meal. Yeah,
feelings,
that's
straight
a
up
meal that
transaction.
we're both enjoying. A meal and time that we're both enjoying, and then hey, we just agree to sex after the fact.
Man,
Cause,
you know
'cause
what the fuck is
otherwise
going
that means
on.
niggas every nigga trick him if he take a bitch out on a date.
No, he just you know. I'm not gonna hold you. I guess it's me these days. Like I'm over a nigga taking me out to the restaurants, and I take myself these places. Like I'll go for a nigga setting up a picnic and like, yo, meet me here. I'ma come meet you. Like we ain't even gotta do all that fancy restaurant shit all the time. That shit.
I'm with you on that, Cuban. I'm
Like
Yeah,
with you.
let's go for a
it's
stroll on a
people
boardwalk and smoke a. I smoke. If you
who
don't, then okay, that's
Yeah,
cool.
let's have
Oh,
some experiences. Eating,
let's go
sit
get
down
some
eating
funnel
see.
cakes or ice
See, this is
cream.
why.
yeah.
So let me ask y'all a question because this is why I fuck with y'all. And like Ashton was right. Like the women over here, like I said, y'all more balanced, intelligent. And so I gotta ask y'all a question, everybody, including Fantastic on the panel. Um, is it because we of a different generation? Like we remember all of this shit before the internet? Because it seems like the internet is making
I can agree with that because I think even the younger generation. Oh, he's still talking. You
Yeah,
glitching,
he is. He just
18.
breaking
Yeah,
up.
he borged out. I thought it was me,
my,
but he
my,
borged out.
my bad, y'all. My bad. I'm gonna mute up for a
So
quick
what was you
second.
saying?
No,
We
No,
are
I
a
I was
was
saying that
generation.
yeah, I was saying that a lot of people are losing themselves. A lot of people are losing themselves because everybody is trying to aspire to be rich. Everybody is trying to aspire to be this upper echelon like elite because of the fantasy that the internet sells.
I have a
And
question for you, real quick. 18th letter.
yeah,
I don't know how you were raised, so I'm just asking. This is everybody. Um, I was raised with a father that was a refugee. Came here, he was the plug. So we got the typical drug dealer. And then my mom was a real estate agent and a broker, but she was a scammer. Like she was popping checks.
hmm
Both of them were working hard just to make sure, like, all right, make sure you get some clothes on your back. I remember on Easter I changed 3 different times. Who
yeah,
the fuck are we? Like every era has a different setting of everybody trying to make it because y'all parents probably had the gold, all the gold. My mother had mad gold rings. I had gold earrings. I had a toe ring at probably 9 years old. An anklet, a necklace, bracelets, bangles. And I used to be like, damn, like we just going to fucking our hometown for a fucking like block party. Why I'm putting all of this on? It's just always a different era and they do it differently. Like the young niggas now, they remind me of the young niggas when I was growing up because going to school, I remember this boy on the football team, he was the class clown. All of a sudden he gets stabbed. And the whole school, you could feel it. Everybody was just like, damn, like, how the class clown, the cool kid, get stabbed? It's the same. I remember it used to be like, okay, we had Heights, Parkside, Terrace, Trackside. We had so many different sides in one town. We'll all meet up at the town hall and it would be a big ass brawl. Bottles flying, everything. Bitches is fighting. It's just a different era and a different setting and a different tune. I don't, I just be like, damn, like, was it just crazy when I was growing up? And I remember getting to the bag, like, in Brooklyn, growing up in Brooklyn with my cousins, we making fake Coinster receipts to go cash in at Target. I think we was taking care of ourselves at 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. So I don't see a difference. I just think it's a different setting and it's a different tune and it's just a different era. So as we're older, I'm only 32, but so as I'm older, I be like, shit, y'all wilding the fuck out. But then I remember singing Little Kim in the back of my mom's car at like 10 years old. Like, it used to be, like going into it, and she blasted it to the fullest extent, and Lil Kim was talking about some crazy shit, like sucking dick, getting fucked in the ass, pussy getting eaten, like mad shit. So I just feel like it's a different era, and we just have to make sure we raise our kids to where we feel like, all right, this is how we want you to be. We don't give a fuck what's going on in the world today, but this is how you're gonna be stepping outside the house in the streets and then coming back home and stepping into this door. So I don't know. Like I get what you're saying, but I just feel like it's different eras. So shit, fuck it. Let's see. 2027 is right around the corner. What the fuck? I was born in 93.
Yeah, but that's still like early '90s will still make you what you'll still be a millennial, right? So still, even like he said before, we had childhoods before the internet.
Hey,
So even
college
with y'all,
football.
huh?
I was saying hi to the chat.
Oh yeah, but nah, yeah, we grew up before the internet, so all the shit with us was like real connections. You had to actually know how to talk to people, like you said, even in things that might have been wild. You definitely had to go and meet up with people and deal with people. So now the majority of interactions are happening over the internet and not in real life. So it's a big separation. So that's why these expectations and all this stupid shit is being said. When like I said, when I was 20, if you took a bitch to a cheesecake, Nick, that was fucking special shit. You feel me?
How old are you
Early
now?
2000.
Shit,
I'll
when
be
I
42 this year.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, just a different era.
So
because
Shit, I
when I was
could
that's what I'm
be
sixteen,
saying.
23 now
I
and be
took my
like,
chick to the Olive Garden. I thought I was doing it. I took my chick to the Olive
back then
Garden at
they was
16. I thought
doing
I was
it.
doing it.
I seen a
Well,
post today about
You said what?
this teenage. I seen a post today about I guess teenagers and their moms or this girl in particular, this lady grooming her daughter, I guess, to expect these, lavish and luxury dates and gifts from her teenage boyfriend. And I'm like, as a boy mom, you got me fucked up because what? My son not about to foot no $500, like what? Bill for your daughter to go. Y'all in high school. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know. But she was like she's grooming her daughter like that. And there was a lot of folks going against her about that, and a lot of folks.
And let me guess, the daddy was nowhere in sight.
I don't know. I was looking in the comments. They was asking. I
I
never
promise you
seen
he
clearly
her
the
was.
daddy
respond.
nowhere in sight.
Yeah.
I promise you the daddy wasn't nowhere in sight because no, a dad would not allow, again, like I said, that it's the prostitute culture. Now that's the
Yeah.
real fucking
Yeah,
sex worker
Yeah.
shit.
that's the
Yeah.
problem.
That-
That's
We're
like,
the
in the
yeah,
problem.
prostitute
that's crazy.
era.
Yeah. Definitely.
But
So
don't
like
get
Like
me wrong, I'm
to
a
add
girl
to that,
mom of a
like for
13-year
instance,
old. I'm
to add to oh, I'm
mm,
sorry, Cuban. Go ahead.
no,
I didn't mean
go
to
ahead,
interrupt.
because I can't. That just stressed me out.
No, I was just gonna say, what about and the boys are adapting to that. Some of them are adapting for the better. Some of them are adapting for the worse. To what you were just saying a minute ago, Lily, it was a video online of the boy stole his mama's rent money to buy his girlfriend some Balenciagas or something
Oh
or
Oh
some shit.
no. I'm
I was
whooping
like,
his
boy, you would
ass,
have
her
tried. You
ass,
would have.
her
You
mama
stole
ass.
$100 back in the day. You getting a foot up your ass, boy, all through
Man.
this house,
I
yeah,
all
boy,
up
you
and
stole the
steal,
down this
boy,
rent
you
block,
steal
money.
all of that.
$100, boy, you probably gonna die.
You probably
You want to know what's crazy? My seventh grade boyfriend bought me some teddy bear hoops with my birthstone in it, a ring, a bracelet, and I think an anklet came with it. And I remember I bought it home. My dad was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I'm like, "Daddy, this my friend bought it for me." He said, "Friend who?" So I'm like, "It's a boy." So he was like, "Why are you getting that fake stuff? Like, no man is ever, if he's gonna get you jewelry, he's never supposed to give you nothing fake." He said, "Do I give you fake jewelry?" And I'm looking at him like, "Daddy." Like, so my dad, he, like I said, he was the money man. So he had like the jewelry, the gold tester. So he said, "Let me see." Man, he found out that shit was real. Went up to the school the next day. My dad didn't know no English, so he yelling and they looking at him like, "Sir," I'm like, um, I'm stuttering. My father looking at me like, "You better say what the fuck I'm saying." I'm like, "Shit, fuck." My dad said that I can't have this jewelry, so could you return it back to? He's looking at me like, "That's not what I said." So I'm just like, okay, because he could read lips pretty good. So I'm like, all right, my dad said that he wants to talk to the parent of the boy who gave me this jewelry. He was like, "Who gave you the jewelry?" I was crying because that was my little boyfriend. I was mad, whatever the case may be. But he only taught me like a man is supposed to treat you how I'm gonna treat you. How I treat you, you're supposed to expect that and more. Like I've never been trained to go after men with money, but he said you never date a broke man. What are you gonna date a broke man for? Like I'm raising my 13-year-old daughter to do all the shit herself. So when a man try to do it, it's just extra. It's like, all right, I do that
And
myself, but I'm gonna respect you trying to make an effort and trying to do what I like to do. My son
so,
also, Valentine's Day came up. He's like, Mom, I want to get my little girlfriend. I said, and mind you, this little girl comes up to me and tells me, Your son is my boyfriend, just in case he didn't tell you. And I'm looking at her like, Girl, how old are you? Like, he's only 11. She's like, Oh, I'm 10, but I'm just letting you know. So, hi, Mom. I'm like, Oh, no, too much for me. But I told him when I went to go get a gift for him, I said, listen, you always treat somebody like a young lady, but y'all are not in a relationship. Y'all are too young for that. But she got you something. You get her something out of respect. I'm only teaching him how to treat a woman, a lady, whatever the fuck, because he got 3 sisters plus other sister, cousins, all of that. So you got to have respect for women. You can't put your hands on a woman, and a woman can't put their hands on you. A woman put their hands on you. You know how many sisters you got? That's what I tell him all the time. You always say, "Listen, I don't do this arguing. I'm not fighting with you. I got sisters. Let me know." And that's just what it is these
I ain't
days.
waiting on my sister. I'm finna whoop that bitch ass.
Nah, nah, nah. No, no, no. Not my son. I don't. My son, my
Believe
oldest
it or
son and
not,
daughter,
it's
they
some.
play
Believe it
fight.
or
I'm
not,
like, sit the fuck down.
it's believe it or not, it's some mothers that'll tell their sons if a woman put their hands on you, you gotta do whatever you gotta do, and I'ma help
Nah, I got daughters. That's their brother.
Pink, you coming back up here tonight? Uh,
But I'm
Fantastic, you
coming
seen Pink
outside
up
behind my
here
kids.
talking her shit. She done called the police on JP.
Wait, who?
From the
Yo.
other day, that was kind of wild.
Yo.
But
Who,
I
Pink?
trust her. I trust her judgment.
Yes.
Wait, why she call the police on him?
No, she did a wellness check, a welfare
Oh,
check,
okay.
whatever that's called. Yeah, that's what she did.
Yeah,
Cause he,
I trust her judgment. She said she was looking out for the kids. I believe her.
yeah, she
What was
was.
wrong with him?
Nigga was
She,
wilding
yeah, he was wilding on live watching.
Pink, how
in
you
front
got
of the
his
kids.
address?
She don't the police or whoever she called, they already knew it.
They live in the
Yeah,
same
all you
area or
need is
something?
nah. So if you know the area, if you know the city where a motherfucker is, and he got a record, all you gotta do is give his name. Give his name, they'll fucking look it up and then see what's going on. So I guess that's what it
Oh,
was.
you go Pink. I respect that. That's my girl, Pink. I love me some Pink.
Pink fucking with them Arabs though. Pink need to come on home.
Pink,
Pink, fuck with whoever make you happy. Fuck that.
Hello,
Big
hello,
Africa.
hello.
Yeah.
Shavana, I need 100,000 and some land. Yes, mama, get it. Shabana, this who's been taking care. Shabana, would you like to say no? Okay, Shabana doesn't want to talk.
So Mr. Fantastic, you think goddamn me, Tory Lane's getting out, or they gonna fry his ass?
They better free him.
Free
It's not a good
Tory.
summer without him.
Nah,
Free
I
Tory.
think he's gonna get a appeal. I think it's enough pressure from enough people for them to relook at the case and for him to get a appeal, to get it actually looked at. Now, does that mean he's gonna get out? I'm not saying he's gonna get out, but I think if they actually do the case, you know what I mean, and do
Yeah.
the actual evidence, and they get the damn DNA of
They said they
whose
got
DNA is
secret.
on the
They said
gun.
they got ring video that just came into evidence.
Like I said, I didn't even hear about
Oh
that. So if
yeah, I
they got
saw
an actual
that.
ring video, that. I mean, that saves a
Yeah,
lot.
it proved
Right.
If they got
everything they
ring
said.
camera evidence, that helps a lot.
I never
Hell,
thought my boy was guilty anyways. Megan, I
no.
fuck with you, mama, but baby, you played. Cause what the
Yeah, she
fuck is
played.
wrong with
Kelsey
you?
did that shit.
Funky
That's what it
bitch.
was.
I remember when
But
that
that's the
shit
shit
first
we be
popped
talking
out.
about with
They
that
smart.
girl shit though, because the thing is, Kelsey could have just copped to it because she had immunity. You feel me?
She could have said it was an
She didn't
accident.
want to. Yeah, but hey, that's what women do, man. When they under pressure,
Not me. I was under pressure and I took police on a high speed chase and got away. So I don't know about that.
Oh
Oh
shit.
yeah, allegedly.
No, it's okay.
Ah.
Shiesty, you took a motherfucker on a high speed chase?
I had to. Yo, you know the crazy thing about it is the bitch ass nigga. It's like the devil because he was like, yo, I'm gonna come get you. Like, homeboy, like, it's my homeboy. We about to go to this club. It's during COVID, so it's not many places that's lit. So I'm like, all right, come scoop me now where I live. I'm good. I don't never have a problem. I'm in and out. I don't ever see police. And when I tell you, when I lived at this certain place, I was a late night creep. I'm outside like 2, 3 in the morning. So I know what's going on. 12, 11. So he like, be cool because police be over here. I said, nigga, shut the fuck up. I don't ever get pulled over. Next thing you know, 20 seconds. Whoop. I said, oh wow. I said, I'm good. I got my license. He's like, nah, I got a gun. What the fuck? I said, nigga, is you shitting me? I just left my fucking 4 kids at home. Are you crazy? Oh, you got me fucked up if you think I'm going to a precinct looking like this with heels. So I was like, yo, I ain't gonna hold you, my mans. I know how to drive. We was in like I can't remember what Benz we was in. I'm like, I don't know who car this is, but I don't give a fuck. That's on you after this. So they was like, now 4 police cars come. So they like put put the key on the top of the roof, step out the car. I said, what the fuck? I said, nah, nigga, something up with you, cause what the fuck is going on? So he like, nah, I don't know. I told you. I said, nah, nigga, I never have these problems. So I'm like, yo, hold on. So now I put the key out. All the officers is getting. I said, yeah. Stepped on that motherfucker and beat it. And I was on that highway going at least 1 something because I was going over what it was on the dashboard. I said, yeah. I dropped him off wherever he was at, dropped the car off with him. I said, fuck you. Don't ever call my phone ever again. I was shaking after that.
So you beat it like Michael Jackson?
Oh, I did. I did. It was a good night because I turned up. I got so drunk and went home and cuddled with my kids in their room. So that's all that matters. God, bless you for that case. That's why I said that case is already beaten.
That was a great story.
Yeah, I think so too. That was the younger man, 32, y'all.
Pink, what stories you got? You know, Pink be hitting niggas in the eyes with champagne glasses and shit,
Oh,
taking nigga
shit.
TVs and shit.
Listen, some shit just has to happen, okay? I had a blackout on Thanksgiving one year, so it's shit happened.
Nah, shit don't happen like a goddamn Pink. She took a nigga TV because his name was wrong on the mail or his birthday.
Period. Fuck going on,
You ain't have to do
Pink.
all that.
Hell
Now
yeah, I
that's
do.
petty.
Shit, my kid's father cut the TV cord so I couldn't watch TV. Then cut up my charger when my phone so my phone couldn't get charged.
Nah, I would asshole shit like that. You cut the TV cord you want to.
I ain't do it. I had an ex cut up my nice white couch. I said, "Oh my god, that is genuine leather, you bitch."
Pink because I got memory like an elephant. And goddamn. I would date this girl and goddamn like I be getting a lot of electronic shit. So one of the TV we had, it was a 65 inch and you could yank the cord in the back, like you could take the cord out like if you were wrapping it up or something like that. And I guess she bought a TV and she thought she could do the same thing to her TV. And goddamn she yanked it and come to find out, well, woo, I tore that house up.
Why would you tear that house up where you gotta go to sleep at?
I ain't tell the house. I told her ass. So put it like that. I was
I
trying to
would
be,
have put you through the floor.
boy. May I go back to Walmart and go get another one. She said, "Please don't make me go in there looking like this." All right, you better take your ass on in there, boy.
I would have put you
Woo.
through the fucking floor, Ashton.
I don't know why Q be trying to size me up. Q, I did you same way.
Listen, You think the black guy didn't
Like
come with nothing?
260
I
though.
beat that nigga with a 2x4 so bad in his back the whole
Y'all the
time.
same damn sign. Y'all both
No
crazy
man,
too.
Yeah,
you be trying to size me up. Alright. uh,
I'm better though.
Africa,
I'm
what
good
you done
too.
did to a nigga before?
Nothing.
That's good, Africa.
This how you catch a black person in life on your soul.
Why would I put it on my soul?
Look, there we go. I told you.
I mean, I punched somebody in the face before. I think that's like the worst thing I did. I haven't ever like I don't really try to get back. You know what I mean? Like I
That's
cursed
all
out
you
really
did,
bad.
Africa.
Let's see. Yeah, cause most of my breakups are kind of, it's just like, okay, we done. All right, cool. You know. Um, I was choked out one time, and my phone was thrown
Oh,
against the wall and broken. And then I threatened to go to the police, and that was over. Um, yeah, that's about it. I punched my ex in the face when I found out he had cheated on me. I punched him in his nose, and that was it. Like I'm not a.
Your hand, Miss Fantastic, Africa hands big too. You know she drive truck. They like welder hands.
Oh my god.
Your hands a little bit too big, Africa. I ain't gonna hold you.
Listen, baby, you motherfucker
Did
punch me, you
everybody
going to
shower?
jail. You going to jail, and I'm showing up for the motherfucking domestic violence trial.
What?
You heard the fuck I said?
You said
I can't.
what?
I said you going to jail, and I'm showing up to the goddamn domestic violence trial.
I'm going to jail.
Yes, you were going to jail. I can't never put my hands on no damn woman. I'm 6'5", dark skinned nigga. So what you know what I'm gonna do? Call the law. Put them people in your life.
Nah, see, I don't. I feel like that was a crime of passion, cause I
Nah,
had
come pass my ass. And
a crime of
your ass be
passion.
passionately.
No, no,
You'll be
no.
passionately down in the county.
Nah, cause I can't stand it when I got the proof in my hand and I'm like, so what's this?
Don't
I don't
matter.
know what you're talking about.
I
What
don't
the
hear about
fuck
none
you
of that
mean?
shit.
What is this? I don't know what you're talking about. So I've learned to like, if I'm gonna confront you with some proof, I'm gonna talk to myself first because I can't handle the lie to the face. So I gotta like coach myself in the bathroom or something or have like a big pep talk and then confront people. But no, that was like I hadn't put my hands on anybody since I was like in 10th grade. Like honestly, like to beat a bitch ass since I was like in 10th grade. So when I hit him in the face, I realized that I hit him in the face and I apologized and stuff like that. And he told me that he deserved it. You know what I'm saying? He's like, it doesn't matter. I've gotten worse. Like I haven't ever slapped a guy in his face or nothing like that. I feel like if I put my hands on a man and then he punched my fucking lights out, like I put my hands on him first. But if he put his hands on me first, I'm ordering a fucking pizza. You hear me? A nigga put
Yeah.
his hands on me, I'm ordering a goddamn pizza. Listen, you going
What
to
the hell that
jail.
mean?
she
All right,
called.
ladies.
she
If your
you
man,
calling the police.
if your man put his hands on you, you say, I don't feel like cooking tonight when it's all over. Oh, everything cool. Then you go and you order a pizza. You call on 911. You say, hey, I'd like to order a pizza, please. They're going to be like, man, what are you talking about? I just want to order a pizza, please. I need the pizza to be delivered to give him your address. Tell him your name. And then say, I'm this age. Oh, you didn't need to know my age. I'm sorry. I'm a little dizzy. My head's kind of hurting. I think I might have a concussion, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to send the police. And you be like, oh, go get the door for the pizza, go upstairs, come back downstairs. Oh, yeah, this nigga fucked me up. Yeah, because if you put your hands on me, you going to fucking jail. I'm ordering a goddamn pizza.
Yeah, y'all ever been confronted with evidence and you squint and look at it? That be
See,
me.
that's that shit. That's that fucking shit. That's that bullshit.
I be squint. I what's this? Know exactly what it is.
Nah, you just say you want to order a pizza and and you give them your address. I wouldn't say all that because nigga, you ain't gonna knock me upside my head again.
Right.
Yeah,
Nigga, you got a concussion. What you telling the piece of man that I got to whoop your ass again?
oh well, oh well, oh well. Take it into the kitchen. Take it where he can't have. I'm ordering a goddamn pizza. The police coming for your ass. I've been choked out one time, and after that, it ain't happening again. No more freebies. You ain't doing that shit to me again. You six
But
foot
but but
four,
but, but
you
Africa, can
280 pounds, and you choking me out? No, fuck
but
that.
Africa, Africa, can I? What did you do before he choked you out? I'm curious.
I don't want to tell a story.
No, you done told everything else. Tell the rest.
All right, all right. How do I? Okay, I wasn't, man. Let's just say he thought that
Nah, tell. Look,
I said
stand on being in Africa.
nah. I'm gonna say it in a way that keeps me and the person cool. So I'm gonna say this. He thought that I was talking to somebody else, and I wasn't, because he had been talking to other people and he was so convinced that I was cheating on him, and I told him I wasn't. So then he opened my phone and he saw a good morning text from a guy who was my friend from college, and he was like, "Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And when I get nervous or I get like anxious, I start to smile. So I'm smiling. He like, "You think it's a fucking joke? You think it's a fucking joke? You gonna be talking to other niggas and living in my fucking house?" And then he jumped on me. Well, first he threw the phone, then he jumped on me, he started choking me out, and I started like I just went still, like deer in headlights. I couldn't believe what was happening. I just got shocked and went still. He's choking me out, I couldn't breathe, and I'm like looking at him, and then I start grabbing for his hands, and then he like realizes what he's doing, and he gets up and he's like,
Ow.
"I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." The fucked up part was this nigga had my phone in the bathroom, naked, about to go take a shower. So he come running out the fucking bathroom, dick swinging everywhere. "Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this?"
Oh shit.
I was so afraid. I was so afraid. He's so big, and I was so small at the time. Still small compared to this man. And he was huge, because once he got on top of me, I couldn't move. You see what I'm saying? Like, ain't no fighting this motherfucker. You gotta shoot this nigga. Like, he big, huge, 6'4", 280 pounds. Ain't no fucking way. I can't do shit. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, after that experience, I got my shit in 2 plastic bags, and I'm walking down the road, and he's like, "Get in the car, get in the car." And then I was like, "No, I'm going to the police. Do you go into jail?" And then eventually I got in the car. Eventually I got in the car after a lot of convincing. He was like, "Just get in the car." So he took me home, and he was like, "I just want to apologize. I'll never do that again." I was like, "Uh-huh, uh-huh." And he's like, "You ain't gonna tell the police?" I was like, "I'm not gonna tell the police, but we're over. We're done." And he's like, "I'm sorry. I love you." I was like, "You don't love me. You just try and murder me." You just trying to kill me over something that was stupid. He was just saying good morning. You tripping. But I didn't know at the time. He had been cheating on me. So I don't know how it feels, but a cheater feels like, the guiltiness, or they start feeling a little suspicious or paranoid. And I'm very chill. Like, I'm not gonna go through your phone and shit unless I feel a need to. I'm not gonna confront you about talking to other women. I'm not gonna do none of that, because I believe, like, whatever you do, you have free will. I'm gonna confront you, I'm gonna ask you a question, but I'm not gonna about to like knock you over the head or try and find the truth. Especially to that dude, I ain't doing that shit, man. So yeah, that was my story where I got choked out. And then the other one, I found the guy cheating, and yeah, I just got so mad I punched him in the face.
Damn.
That's it.
18 love, when a woman put her hands on you, what you do, sir?
My ex, she put her hands on me, man. She like punched me and like smacked me in the face. I got mad. I just lifted her ass up and threw her out my house. She was like, "Wait, I gotta give my purse." I was like, "Get the fuck out of my house!" And I just shoved out of my house and threw the purse. And then next thing I know, I heard two bricks hit my window. And then like she like threw bricks at my house, at my window. And then right after that, I ran back out, but she was pulling off. I like tried to grab the brick and throw it back at her car, but she was already gone. I was out there looking crazier than a motherfucker. I'm out here with a do rag and some fucking Jordan shorts on and some footies in the middle of the damn street. I'm like, man, what the fuck? There's white folks over here. Let me get the fuck back in the house.
Mm-mm.
Whew. I'm scared to go to anybody else.
Oh no, but I
Yeah.
have been to jail. I've been to jail. I've been to jail. Yep. I went to jail when I was 14. I told my dad I was going to a party and he told me I couldn't go. I showed up at the party. I'm walking down the road. My dad showed up. He's like, get in the back of the car. Took me to jail for like the whole day.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they put me in the jail cell. That's the closest I ever been. I'm a wet blanket, motherfucker. Like, I can fight and shit, but I don't want no problems.
African, you was gonna be on the episode of Scared Straight.
Hey, I thought she gonna tell us she committed a crime or something. Get the
Nah,
motherfucker.
nah. I went to jail that one time, and then I got caught by the cops smoking weed one time.
How the
In a,
fuck?
I was smoking weed in a cut around the corner from my apartment. So I think I was like 22, and the cop pulled up on me, and he's like, "What you do?" I said, "Smoking weed." And he shook his head. He's like, "Ma'am, where do you live?" I said, "In apartment AB." He's like, I think I was apartment 3 something, but apartment AB or whatever. And he's like, "So what are you gonna do?" And I said, "I'm gonna put it out." And he's like, "And then what you gonna do? Go home?" And he was like, "All right." He shined his light. He watched me put it out. I left it on the ground. I put my car in reverse. I went home.
You was gonna put it out and keep that motherfucking roast, wasn't you? Like, look.
Hell no. I left that bitch right there. Listen, I've been caught by the cops smoking like at least 3 or 4 different times, and I've been let go every time. I just think it's the grace of God, and then my face be looking so guilty. So yeah.
I got caught in Texas. They made me stomp on it and shit. I'm like, do I have to?
You see, you tripping.
Texas
Motherfucker,
lock your ass up over some weed, boy.
that
That's where
shit
I
pissed me
was.
off.
I was right there in Texas, off of 1960 in Winford. Yep, right there. Got caught. But yeah, I mean,
Goddamn.
I have beat 2 bitches ass though. I think when I was in the club, Limelight, I think I was about 27, 28. I grabbed a bitch by her hair and pulled her down. And then I was in Metropolis, wet what's it was? It was like a wet t-shirt contest on a Thursday. And then me and this girl bumped shoulders, and I was pretty drunk. And we ended up shoving each other back and forth, and I scratched her in the face, and my friends had to carry me out of the club. But yeah, besides that, I don't really get in trouble, man.
Oh, shit, it seemed like a lot of trouble to me.
No, no, this is over the years, though. It's pretty chill vibes. I'm chill. I'm good vibes.
Just some young shit, right? Oh shit.
Yeah, that's some young shit. I mean, I did all that shit when I was in my 20s, and like, that's. I'm 33 now. I don't want to fight nobody. I'm just gonna call the cops. And if I'm out here and you trying to do something to me, I'm gonna just shoot your ass. You gonna die. So
Well,
that's where we at. I ain't got no time for none of it. I'm gonna shoot your ass, or I'm gonna call the cops. You choose.
I'm coming to Comic Con.
What the fuck? Oh, goddamn me. Uh, fantastic. You coming to San Antonio, sir? Oh, he left. AT love, you coming to San Antonio?
I want
Watching
to
y'all.
come, but I'm not sure right now, man. I want to come, but I'm not sure right now.
Just take a second loan out on your house. You can make it.
This nigga funny. Yeah. But I know within the next couple weeks or so. But I definitely want to come, but I want to give everybody the runaround.
Who the hell is the reality? What, huh?
Red Pill Ranger.
Oh,
Oh,
that's that nigga right there, Red Pill.
Oh
okay.
Lord.
All right.
Fuck Red Pill.
What were you gonna ask, Ashton?
Hold on, give me one second. I was writing something. Shit. Uh, he's an Ashton Turner. You damn right I will, bitch ass. Don't play with me. Uh, nah, all I had, nigga, don't play in my face. I'll tear your ass up. Damn. Oh, let me see. Lily, you got them videos from IG? Or do I need
Yeah,
to?
yeah, I got him. I got to log back in. Tell your dad come here.
Lee, you must be tired. You sitting up or laying down somewhere. You ain't been talking.
I was definitely laid back in my style. Definitely was laid back.
Cause I was gonna ask
Yeah,
you
she
and
too
Cuban.
quiet over there.
I was gonna ask you and Cuban what y'all think about that whole Papoose and Remy Ma situation. It done got that done got messy.
Yeah, I was laid back, man. Listen, I thought my Thursdays be feeling like Friday. My Thursdays be feeling like Friday between work and the kids and school. Man, I just be drained. I be tired. And then having to go in the office Wednesdays and Thursdays, that hour commute back and forth. Man, too much for me, y'all. So I'm sorry. But I'm up. I'm live. I'm laid back tonight. Hold on, Ashton. Let me get back in the
Uh,
studio on my other account so I could pull up
uh,
the videos.
Caressa said, I wish I could join on DoorDash tonight.
That's what I was
Uh,
doing earlier. I told you I was out there getting that little bit of money. They was sitting on
goddamn,
bill too.
we may have to hold off on the little cuff or pass show tomorrow. It's hard to get these new females in the shape. I'm trying to get Cuban to put her foot on these bitches' neck.
Yeah, cause they ain't come up here tonight.
Oh please.
Yeah, said she gotta go out. She was out of town, so you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, let me know. And yeah, each group chat got 60 people in there. Oh, you mean tell me
are
all these
you
weird motherfuckers?
are you exaggerating or are you for real?
I'm
Ooh,
being dead serious.
got DoorDash again this weekend.
I'm gonna fuck around, start booting their ass again. Let them know I ain't playing.
We was doing that today.
Nah, I did it last week. Nigga,
Um,
you been sitting there for months, just watching.
yeah, that's what they be doing. That's what they be doing.
Scared they gonna miss something.
Ashton, where you at tonight? Where they got you at tonight?
Detroit.
You in the D? Get the hell out of here. They done brought
Yep,
your ass back up north.
yep.
I know you got to swing by here before you go back down south.
Shit. My next low supposed be Memphis, so I don't know. Uh, I'm gonna wait and see. Well, I'm gonna look in the morning and see what my next load is.
Oh, you going back home? What's up with your raggedy? What's up with your raggedy ass city, man? I heard they sending federal guards down there.
You going in and out?
I said, what's up with your raggedy ass city? I heard they sending federal agents down there to curb the violence.
Refresh. At love. You going in and out?
Somebody
Now
background loud.
that's Cuban. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
No, I was saying, what's up with your raggedy ass city? I heard they sending federal agents down there to curb the violence and shit. 'Cause Memphis and got too.
I bet you won't call them regular to their face.
I bet you I would, you motherfucker.
I bet you won't.
I bet you I would. I'll go right there in the
Nah,
heart of Orange Mound.
all right. You think? I don't know why y'all need to be. Nigga, you gonna need a bazooka to get up at that motherfucker. But okay.
No, I'm fucking with you, man. I got love for Memphis.
I remember I got jumped on, man. I was getting these niggas to be in there. Nigga, I'm gonna turn around. Nigga, why the whole street was shaking like Jumanji boy? Them niggas running up at this bitch. I'll get any nigga to be in there. I whoop a nigga like 27 or 28. I was like 16. Nigga in my prime. Goddamn, y'all remember because Carter had just came out. So nigga, we had the white coat. nigga, we think he take us to the movies and shit just for fun, and you know what I'm saying, little team communication. Nigga, nigga, they had to do every last one of them drills we saw on them motherfuckers. So nigga, I'm in shape. Nigga, I'm in that whole feel like a super saiyan. Man, I'm mother got jumped by these niggas. I'm in there wearing ass out. Nigga look back, about 100 niggas run up at that house.
What
Woo,
you
boy, I
ran
ain't
through
take the
that?
fuck off.
You ran through the alley. You hopped the fence.
Hell nah, boy. Luckily, the bitch I was talking to, cousin came at the house. Told me to take her ass back to Arkansas. Oh boy. I mean, nigga was 16 fighting niggas 28 and shit.
Mm, that's
Oh,
wild.
fair use.
Damn, you ain't even let me tell the title of the video.
Oh shit.
All right, y'all. The title is "Men Should Pander to the Women They Like." Woman loses her mind. Tell ladies what they want. I don't
But before you hit play,
understand that
women
emotions.
women don't like niggas that pander though. So I don't understand
It's
why they be
levels
saying that.
to it because sometimes men be real like extra with it. Like, nigga, here's a cup for the drool. You real thirsty. It's levels to it. It's a fine line of balance. That's all. Cause if you really pay attention to a person you like, you ain't even gotta do too much. Especially if they like you back. So
Cuban, you want a nigga to pander to you?
Do I want him to what?
You want a nigga to pander to you? It's all pander mean is all about Cuban. Cuban, my world. Cuban, my goddess.
Well, I automatically feel like this is my world and everybody else is just living in it. That's just first things first. Number
Yeah,
two,
what you got?
I feel
but
like no, like it's about me, yeah, but it's about a lot more than me. No, don't be doing all that. Cause then you on my body, you not letting me breathe. I don't even like a man in the bathroom while I'm showering on the toilet.
Yeah, like
Brushing
you
his
give
teeth.
me
Don't do
my
that.
space.
Yeah.
I'm a planet. I need my
Yeah.
space.
Yes. For real.
oh no, I like being in the bathroom. Go on, let that shit out, nigga.
I mean,
Oh
I've done
wow.
it.
Nah.
Me and my kid's father have done that, but I think, like Cuban said, I'm older now. I need my space. I need any time to myself is appreciated. If I can go to the bathroom without my 4-year-old tailing my ass, it's appreciated.
No, I
So
understand, especially when you got kids.
yeah. When the kid's not involved and it's the honeymoon stage and stuff,
I
then that's
never
when all
like
that's
that shit. I ain't
for
not.
real.
Don't fucking come in here. Let me
No,
go to
I
the
agree.
bathroom. Like I ain't gonna lie.
No, I feel
I've
you
had a
though.
shower. Showers and stuff. But my ex, he was on it because he knew when we get in this motherfucking shower, we gonna wash our motherfucking ass. And I like it hot. So don't fucking bother me. And then yeah, get the fuck out. Gotta wash my hand. Do mad other
Bless
shit.
you. I don't know.
So
I like the water. I'm stingy in the
What's the
shower.
longest y'all stay in the
ex-
shower? What's the longest y'all stay?
45 minutes.
Man, what? I've been in that joint for a long time.
I ain't gonna lie, I be in that motherfucker close to an hour. Hot ass water. I stay in the shower for damn near almost an hour.
No, because then I take advantage of it. I can't do that. Kids start running amok and shit.
Oh yeah, you come out to something broken.
No, something broke. They over there in wrestling positions. What do you mean
Man,
something
if the
broke?
house be quiet until you get in the shower, you hear all the thumping, the
You hear
bumping, the
ah?
screaming, the
Yes.
yelling. Mommy, he's da 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 da. Yo,
Somebody done got fucked up. Like
Quit hitting me.
No, my kids
Martez,
they be fucking each
Martez,
other
I'm gonna fuck
up.
you up. Quit hitting her.
what up, Matt?
I don't say
Matt
shit.
Pearson.
Y'all go
Yeah,
ahead.
I stopped
Man,
saying stuff because they
man
used to
said you
make
be
me.
talking too damn much, 18 level.
Oh,
Who?
No, he don't.
he
Man
ain't
said you
say
be
that.
talking too damn much.
Highlight the comment.
Matt, don't come up here with that.
Matt
Highlight the
ain't say
comment.
that.
Highlight the
Yeah,
Actually,
comment.
nigga, I heard him say it.
You heard him say it. You the type of nigga that get jaw asked to being an instigator.
I wish a nigga
Investigating
would.
ass nigga. So you write your
I'm
shit.
just tell you. I'm just tell you what man said when he came back up here the other day. You remember that, Lily? When he came, he said, "Damn, man, I had to leave." And that nigga, AC Love be talking too goddamn much. I was like, oh.
I
He
think he
said that,
did
Lily.
say that. I think I did hear that. I ain't gonna hold you. I wasn't up here though.
I'm gonna keep talking, Matt. I'm gonna
Ooh.
keep talking.
And no, I'm not angry in the shower. I just really like my hot showers. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a good shower if we in love and shit. But either we gonna like wash our ass and not play games, cause that's my time. I like candles and all of that by myself. So don't come in here doing all that little freaky shit. Chill out for a second.
No bullshit.
I hit a female who had a water on 1,000 degrees. Cut that shit off, you damn demon.
Yes.
Yeah, it gotta be on 1,000.
And then
1,001.
yes, and then I put on a cold water when I get out, just to close my pores.
Yep. Yep.
Boy, be hot than a motherfucker. Cut that shit off. You ain't never got to worry about me getting in the shower with
Cause you a demon, that's why. That holy water.
you.
You don't like it.
Yeah,
Little baby oil relationship, you goddess.
because that hot water it relaxes your muscles. So it penetrates into your bones. So
Eucalyptus oil from Neutrogena is the best in like the most freakiest way too. I'm not gonna hold you. Massage and like sexual. Like
you
after a
talk
good massage, you use that. Well, you use that during the massage, and then you get down to business. It's very sensual. I think it's like the eucalyptus in it. It's just I don't know. So yeah, watch out for that, y'all.
But fair use.
Oh
Stop with that
shit.
fear you shit.
I wasn't ready.
Oh, my knee.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
oh.
Oh
Y'all
man.
ain't tell me to unmute it.
Oh.
Men that be in other men's comments saying, "Oh, you just pandering to women, bro. You just want these girls all in your comments." Da da da. I'm trying to figure out why he wouldn't want that. Like, if he's a straight man and he likes women, I feel like he should want to pander to women. Like, that's the audience he would want to be around because he likes them. Like, I understand if you're like a sportscaster or something like that, then yeah, you're gonna probably have more males in your comments because you're talking about sports and things along those lines. Cars, whatever. But when you're just talking about like life, relationships, and things like that, wouldn't you want a lot of women in your comments if you like women? Like, wouldn't you want to see pretty faces? Wouldn't you want to see them smile? Like, wouldn't you want to flirt? You know what I'm saying? Are y'all jealous that they're not pandering to y'all? Like, do you want him to flirt with you? Do you want him to say good things about you? Like, what's going on? Like, I'm really lost. Because I feel like men pandering to women is, do your big one, sir. It's gonna do good. And then you get the women. Or what they say, you get bitches.
Nah.
You can put it down. See, that's the thing. Like, why the fuck I got to pander to you to get you to come over here and hear some real shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's that nigga name? Lily, who y'all were talking about? Yada or something like
Yada.
that.
Mm-hmm.
When you congratulate that nigga at first?
I ain't congratulate him. I just said that's, what the ideal or idea of of it is. But he whooping
Yeah,
her ass in the background.
yeah. And then when you find out you whoop my ass, we ain't heard about him no more. I'm just saying,
Matt,
Hey,
like,
Tabitha Brown.
that was
uh,
not me.
No, I'm asking. I'm
oh,
asking.
what about Derek Jackson? Too. Derek Jackson.
yeah, Derrick Jackson, goddamn nigga, painting like a bitch. As soon as he get caught up, y'all see the real him.
So
Like
let me ask.
I don't understand why y'all women like niggas that lie to them for some.
I
And
was just
I've been
about to
saying
say
that.
that.
I've been saying this since like
I
10th
was just
grade.
about to say that. I was just
I
about to say that.
don't need no backup there, so look, I got it.
Nigga, I ain't your backup there.
Goddamn.
I'm speaking on my
All
own individual.
right, well let me finish talking to you.
All right, go ahead.
little head, big earplug head, boy. But no, like I was saying, oh, you on solo, Lily? I'm gonna take you off. God damn, what the fuck? Hold
Ashton,
on.
fix it. I pressed something. I
Okay,
pressed
hold on.
something
Let me see.
trying to get out of this damn
I see what you
computer.
did. Okay. Well, no. Okay, then I've been saying this shit since like 10th grade. I noticed a nigga can be lying and cheating the entire relationship. All you gotta do is say, "I'm sorry," and shit go to normal. But a nigga that tell the truth from the jump, he'll never get that girl. If, I've been, nigga, I've been trying this new thing called being honest for the past couple years. Nigga, I've been struggling. You hear me? Nigga, living for today. I've been having the worst time of my life.
You said I've been
You need to
trying
get
this
your
new
life
thing
together.
called being honest. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Then you need to get your life together.
Okay. Look, Eric, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had this epiphany. Like, okay, I understand. You know, you pandering and
Thank
you
you.
spend game at first. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how you get a woman. But what happens that day when we get married and shit, and then like let's say 5, 6 years down the line, I don't feel like kissing her ass no more. You get what I'm saying? Like that one, cause me personally, I get mad when it get hot outside. Like now, I don't want to be bothered. And I'm like, I feel like what happened that day, that one day we married, and I'd be like, look, Hope, I ain't in the mood. She definitely got the right to be like, oh, this nigga changed or this nigga lied. You get what I'm saying? Like I'd rather just go on, be honest up front, but that shit don't work. So shit, I'm back to lying and shit. Oh well, sue me. But
Nah,
the shit work out. The shit work out better when you lie. I ain't
I
gonna like
nah. I think that we as
y'all
we
see how
all
she
as
said. Y'all see how
we
Erica
all
said
as a
nah.
community need to slow down when it comes to the dating scene. Like you gotta learn who people are before you get too deep with them, and that's the problem. Like a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times, you feel like you like this person and you just happy to be around them, but you ain't realizing that's just lust. You don't know who the fuck that person is as an individual. And I feel like women, you know, we like being told nice things. We want to be talked to nice. We want you to talk to me nice, take me places, do all the things that make me feel like you're interested and you care about me and you love me. And I feel like men do what's necessary to get what they want. And then when they get what they want, they don't want to continue on that action because they're like, oh, I'm finished with all the work. I'm done. That's all I had to do. Like I met the goal and now I'm done with the goal. And I feel like if you do things that are outside of the norm for yourself, you're going to overextend with somebody that's going to expect that, and eventually you're going to let them down. So you got to start where you know you are. Like if you are misrepresenting to a woman that you're a certain type of guy, just become that type of guy in real life and enjoy being that person before you go and tell her that's who you are, represent that's who you are to her, and end up making not only yourself miserable but her miserable as well.
But yeah, Aaron, I think you missing the point. Y'all want us to be better people to horrible women.
No, no, no. I'm saying whoever you have to be to get this girl, make sure that that's who you know you are, and make sure that that woman is worth you being that person. Meaning, like you ain't. I, I don't want to go into a relationship as a broken person. That doesn't mean I don't have flaws and I don't have issues. That means that I have learned myself and I have the skills necessary to go into an emotional relationship responsibly. The same thing with you. Like if you know that your baseline, your knee jerk reaction and shit is to call a bitch, oh, get out my face, ho, I don't want to deal with you no more. Like that's your natural reaction to shit you don't like. But you know the girl that you're trying to be with ain't for that shit, bro. You can't be with that girl because that's just how you naturally are, and she's not gonna respond well to it, bro. That's all it is. So
Well,
you
what
go
if she
after the
need to
bitches.
get out my?
You go no, you change who you go after. You go after the bitches that respond to hoe and bitch and all that shit.
But can we be honest though, Africa? A lot of women don't know personal boundaries and personal space.
Oh,
Can we be
shut up,
honest?
Ashton.
Can we be honest? We just sat here and watch
Women have
Cuban and
per
Lily talk about how they like to be in the bathroom alone. But let me ask for peace in the bathroom. Cuban, you in there chasing that bitch, ain't it?
Hell no.
You
All
got your
right.
piece, honey. I want mine, so you gonna get yours.
Nah, I hear y'all. It sounds nice.
I think that's very good what Lily said. I want mine, so you gonna get yours. If you're not gonna be with somebody who reciprocates, then you're gonna be in a bad fucking spot, bro. If you gonna be with somebody that doesn't treat you how you treat them or doesn't respect your boundaries or what it is that you like and don't like, you're gonna be in a fucked up position. So you with a bitch that is constantly breaking in on the bathroom while you taking a shit, but she don't like you doing that shit to her. Y'all don't match.
Especially if the bitch always think you cheating, bitch. Make sure I'm happy. Damn.
Okay, I hear y'all. So
Right.
Erica, do you like a man that pander to you, ma'am?
Um, it depends. Like my guy is very cheesy. Like he say a lot of shit, and sometimes it be hitting, but 95% of the time I be rolling my eyes.
Did you
You
hear
know what
that
I
shit,
mean?
Lily?
I
She said a
but
lot of this shit be cheesy, but 95% of the time don't be hitting.
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's funny. You see what I'm saying? Like he's like I'll say this. I enjoy the fact more that he is open and honest with me rather than the pandering. Meaning, if he don't like something, he's gonna say it. He ain't
Mm-hmm.
gonna pander to me and be okay. If I put too much salt in the rice, he ain't gonna stand there and be like, "Oh yeah, you know the rice, all right. You know I like it that way. I think I could learn to like it. I mean, you cook awesome. Everything you cook is great. When he know that rice salty as fuck, he ain't gonna do that. He gonna be like, you don't think you pour a little bit too much salt in here? You don't think you are a little heavy-handed with the salt? You trying to give me high blood pressure? God damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, find balance. Balance.
There's a fine balance. And then too, like not every guy is gonna talk to you the way that you want him to talk to you. So there's gonna be an adjustment period where you're like, hey, I don't really like it that you curse so much, and not everything needs to have a bad word in it. Do you think you could just kind of reel back and him be like, yeah, I could do that. You know what I mean? Or him say to you, hey, you put on too much perfume. Like I can't do all the perfume. You do be doing 100,000 sprays. Can you just do like 5 or 6? Like, can you just tone it down a little bit? Yeah, I could do that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
95% of that shit is compromise, man.
All right. So Lily, you like a man that pander?
I said I need a perfect balance. Don't kiss my ass and you don't like you say and down the line you don't even really like, what you pandering to. Keep it a nice balance. Pander where needed and tell the truth where needed.
But I mean, if I just feel like if a nigga don't pound at first, you get what I'm saying? Like y'all ain't going for this shit. Like I done lost a lot of
I mean,
shit.
because it's gonna be something about a woman, and for women too. It's something about a man that'll make us, pander to that one specific thing. But I'm not about to cater to your whole life and your well being and everything. I got my own life too. Boundaries, boundaries.
Like a good example would be like, okay, so I've been a little self-conscious lately because I've been in a truck, right? And I asked my man, I said, do you think I'm getting too big? And he's like,
He said you up
he
there.
was no, he was like he was like he said, hey, I love you at whatever size. And I was like, hey man, you doing that shit for my feelings. Like, tell me the truth. He like, hey, I don't really care. I feel like, you're gonna lose it eventually, and you in this position because of a reason. So he's like, yeah, I'm concerned about you. But at the same time, like, it's because you're in the truck and eventually you're gonna get out the truck and I know you're gonna get back right. I'm like, all right, cool. But then, like, if I bring it up again, or when I brought it up again, the response was, I already told you, you built for a king. And if a nigga can't handle it, he's a fucking peasant. And I'm like, yes, baby, yes. Talk to me. You see what I'm saying? There's like it's a nuance to it. Like, make me
Yeah.
feel good, but don't lie to me. And when I say don't lie to me, like, don't don't create this unrealistic
Delusion. Yeah,
expectation,
delusion.
delusion of me being this perfect person to you when you know I'm not. So like it's the same thing with him. Like if he's like you, I mean, I feel like my face is getting a little bit too much bumps on it and I have dry patches. I'm like, yeah, you got dry patches, but you still handsome. You just need to go ahead and to put a little bit more lotion here or get a little bit of Vaseline and make sure you hit this spot right here. You'll be fine. Oh, my beard ain't filling in all the whole way. I feel like it's patchy on this side. I'm like, no, babe, nobody could tell. And it's beautiful regardless. You look good. You see what I'm saying? I'm not pandering. I'm being realistic and I'm being gentle with my words and then letting him know that I'm still supportive of him, regardless of how he's feeling insecure. But I feel like when you gotta tell a bitch, oh, we gonna bow down to you and you's the baddest bitch ever, and oh, you a goddess, but you know she look like fucking Rumpelstiltskin, nigga. You just want the fucking ass, and now you slipped up, and here you are 2 years later, and she walking around thinking the bitch is Queen of Sheba, and she not, and now you sick of it. That's because of you.
Uh, but at the same time, she do be the baddest bitch at that time. Can we be honest?
I mean, everybody bad when you walk when you wearing drinking goggles. Everybody bad when it was been a couple weeks, couple months since you had some. Everybody bad. Remember, you said you don't give a fuck what the bitch toes look like. You still fuck her.
Yeah, I don't care nothing about toes.
You don't care if she got fucking ashy ass feet. Remember, you don't care if that bitch
Yeah,
look like she been running through the Sahara Desert. Remember, you say you don't give a fuck. You still fucking right.
yeah, I don't give a fuck about toes.
All
What
right,
if a
but
nigga, if a nigga looking at feet, he a homosexual? I'm
but
sorry.
all right, cool. So let me ask you a question then. If she asked you, "How do my feet look?" How would you respond, Ashton?
I don't know. I ain't. Shit.
See, see, let me
They
get
look okay. Yeah, I
let
So
don't
me
you
know.
don't
get
suck
no.
toes? Get the fuck
She,
out of
if
When
you look
I'm
at her,
first trying to get it, yeah. After
you
that, after maybe 5 6
bro.
times, no.
See, you full of shit. You full of shit. But
I'm
Ashton,
just saying,
honestly,
me
but
personally, I don't
honestly,
care. If a nigga tell you he like feet, he a hustling muscular. He got a foot fetish.
That's not
Uh,
true.
mm-mm.
I like a man to massage my feet and love on my motherfucking feet.
They love my
I,
feet.
For real.
okay, it's a difference between massaging feet and a nigga saying just if a nigga saying look at them toes in
He
a comeback
do, and
like
my
And
toes
they
look
do,
crazy.
and
He
they
like, yo,
do.
go
Look
get
at
them
them.
things done.
Listen, they like to suck on the toes, kiss the feet, honey. They got to be
Want them
pretty.
done, right?
Yes.
when that nigga had you hanging on the ceiling like Jeep Creepers, I don't want to hear nothing.
no. My dad told me he don't like a woman with ugly feet. He said he could tell how well she take care of herself by looking at her feet. She got ugly feet. He don't
Exactly.
want it.
Feet matter like teeth matter.
Oh, that's the first thing that matters.
Bam.
Well, I must be tripping 'cause I don't be looking at a bitch feet. I mean, all the
Men don't
female I
care
talk to
about
be,
how they feet look, but they care about how they women feet look. So, mm, mm.
I guess.
You always just
Uh, yeah, 'cause me personally, I ain't into certain most shit niggas into. That's me personally. You know what I'm saying? Y'all notice I'm gonna be talking about sports up here. By you play ball, I don't be giving a fuck. Like I ain't never even used to watch the games. And goddamn, I watch a couple clips. Like now, I watch a couple clips and cut that shit off. Nigga, I can't sit there and watch a whole 4 hour game. Nigga, that shit. I don't play ball no more. What the fuck I'm looking at this shit for? That's just me. Like I ain't into certain shit niggas into. That's just me. I can't get it. But no, you got the next video, Lily?
I do. Let me pull it up for you. Oh shit, I wasn't even on the damn thing. All right, we got Black women have it harder than everyone else. Women cites Andrew Reese, Megan the Stallion. I guess that's Haley Bailey. Oh Lord, girl, bye. Fair use. Or you got something to say, Ashton?
Do y'all think black women got it harder? I think they make it harder. Me personally.
Black women already got it hard because of the stereotype, just like the black man.
I
Black
feel
people in general.
I feel like black women, we kind of do our own thing. We got our own spaces, and I feel I'm starting to get annoyed with the fact that a lot of content I'm seeing recently has been a lot of other people commenting on what black women are doing. And it's kind of like you don't really see black women going out there and making comments on a specific race of people and being
Mm-hmm.
like, you white women need to stop doing this, or you Asian women always doing this shit. It's usually in response to already being harassed. So in
Mm-hmm.
general, I feel like black women don't have it worse than everybody else. We're just in everybody's peripheral and spotlight more often than
We the
other
blueprint.
demographics.
We are the fucking blueprint. Okay? And I'm just leave that at that. Those that know.
Right. And all shades of black women, all
Mm-hmm.
ethnicities, because it doesn't matter if you are Afro Latina or
Right.
you are African black woman.
If it's in you,
Regardless,
it's in you.
it's in you. It's in you, and you get it from a Hispanic community the same way you get it from the black community, the same way you get it from white, the same way you get it from Indians. Everybody always got something to say about you being a black woman, and then when you respond, you like fulfill their dream of being like we're the stereotype. So now you got your proof, and it's like, okay, cool, leave me the fuck alone.
Mm,
I don't know. That's just how I feel. That's my experience.
Cuban, you got to take on it. No. All right. Fair use. God damn it. Y'all never tell me to hit the mute button.
no shit. I don't be looking at it.
This Angel Reese situation shows why Black women have it harder than anybody on earth. I do not care. We have it harder than anybody on earth. Not only do we have to deal with racism from the world, racism, we have to deal with sexism. So not only am I dealing with racism, I'm dealing with sexism. And not only am I dealing with sexism, I'm dealing with racial biases from my own people.
Just because you say something a bunch of times does not make it more true. I just want to start there. Let's go ahead and get into the rest of the video.
Because of my skin tone. Like, I feel like this Angel Reese situation, this Megan Thee Stallion, DDG, and Holly situation just points out what women have been saying, especially black women, especially dark-skinned black women have been saying for our entire lives. Only do we have to
Okay,
fight
so pause, Lily.
racism.
So Africa, have y'all seen what Angel Reese just did?
I have
Mm-mm.
no.
I don't. I
Okay,
didn't.
okay. So somebody shot the ball. Angel Reese pushed the girl. They didn't call foul on it. So Caitlin Clark, the white girl who y'all know who they been comparing Angel Reese with for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Angel Reese pushed Caitlin Clark teammate. Nobody called a foul, but when Caitlin Clark fouled Angel Reese, she failed. She flopped basically. And Angel Reese tried to act all mad and shit like she wanted to fight Caitlin Clark. But the fact is, Angel Reese pushed Caitlin Clark partner first. You get what I'm saying?
I did see something about that. They was like Angel just got it out for this girl at this point or something.
Yeah, like you get like stop trying to bully the white girl. Just like nigga, you pushed the first of all, you pushed the first. You didn't get a foul on that. So why the fact Caitlin Clark ain't back it down? I gotta give her credit for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
All
Yeah.
right, so can we just look at it as basketball and not look at it as a black woman and a white woman? Because Draymond Green do the same thing. What's his name? Dennis Rodman. I'm just naming who I know. 'Cause I don't watch no basketball.
Mm-hmm.
All these different
Oh, you
basketball
watch
players.
you watch cricket, huh?
Shut up. All these different basketball players do the same shit. Push each other, make it a whole scene, fall down so they could gain the advantage and win the game, right? Why are we turning it
Yeah.
into a thing? Why are we turning it into a race thing instead of it just being basketball? Why does it have to be about a black woman versus a white woman when that's not even the whole point of the game? Like, who won? Do you know who won? Because you know more about it than I do. Do you know who won?
This is why I say it's a race thing. Let's be honest.
Everything
Uh,
is a race thing when it boils down to it and it's black and white.
yeah, let be honest. A black person trying to start a fight with a black person. How long do them niggas be sitting up there pushing each other? About 45 minutes, don't it?
If the white
But then,
girl was black in this situation, would it this outrage be the same?
but when a black person get into it with a white person, they ready to bully something. Can we be honest about that?
Yep.
Like let's keep it real. It is a race thing. I gotta be honest about that, Africa.
No,
I
I'm
get
not.
where
I
you're
don't.
coming
I
from.
don't. I don't. I don't disagree that it's a race thing because it's obviously what it was. Like that's where society took it, right? And of course, we have certain stereotypes and experiences. Like, man, I was in school. We were in kindergarten, and we fucking ganged up on the new white kid. Like that's what we did back then. But at the same time, like I'm just looking at it from a perspective of another adult. Like, why are we making it a race thing? It's just basketball. It happened in basketball, but because we're in a racially charged environment right now, we jump on everything that's white versus black. And what makes it even worse is it's a black woman versus a white woman, and the black woman made a scene and this, that, and the other. And now she's trying to play cool. And now Caitlin Clark, or whatever her name is, she's a victim. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, let's be real. When Angel Reese wasn't getting the correct treatment, when she was getting not the same exact adoration as Caitlin Clark, when it was a whole race thing, the entire season, and Angel Reese was being put down and Clayton Clark was being put up, and everybody had a problem with it. Black women were saying, "Why is this fair? This isn't fair. Why do they keep calling out Angel Reese for being, mean and a bully?" And then everything that she did was just playing basketball. And then the moment that she actually fulfills the stereotype, now we all like, yeah, this is bad. Like, come on, bro.
Uh, I get what you're saying, but it's still you know what I'm saying. It's a time and place
I
for
agree.
everything.
It's a racist
Like
thing because that's what we're making it. But now that she actually fulfills the stereotype, it's villainize the bitch time. You see what
I
I'm
will
saying?
show y'all something on Instagram. I put it in the
go
chat.
ahead, pull it
Um,
up.
all
Oh,
right, let
y'all
me.
see Trump threatens Apple with 25% tariff if iPhones aren't made in the US.
Mm,
Y'all know iPhone gonna be like $5,000 now, don't it?
I guess the one I got is the one I'll have. Then I
And
go get me
goddamn,
an Android.
I'm telling
and
you,
look,
he
Android
is
stock
bringing
just went
Trump.
up.
FDT.
Africa, you heard that he putting out a what you call it, that you gotta speak English to drive trucks.
Hell yeah. It's part of the law. It's the law. He ain't did nothing. He ain't did nothing new. That's
Damn, how I find
read and write English in order to drive a truck. That's part of the law. Been part of the law.
oh, right here.
You think that's gonna work in our favor, Africa?
Hell yeah. Minimize the availability. Okay, if you take away the availability of truckers, you drive the price up because now you need somebody to run certain shit. That works in my favor. And then secondly, people are more safe. Because if you don't understand exit, west, A, B, slow, fast, lane ends in 1,000 feet, you can't read that shit, bro? Come on.
All right, so because y'all was talking about the race shit, I thought this was so funny because no racial matters were involved.
Oh my God.
You too. You had that baby on time. Fuck you. And fuck you too, Suki. You know what? I've had breast cancer. I've had 2 types of cancer. Then don't take that problem out on me. And breast cancer. Don't take that problem out on me. Don't sit there and fucking say I'm pregnant. I don't know what the hell you do. I really don't give a fuck. You know what? How much is the baby? You left the damn card in here. You know what? Yeah, let me come get it. How much is it? Come on. Don't put your hands on me, lady. I ain't touching your ass. Don't put your goddamn hands on me. I wouldn't even touch your ass. Carry your ass on. You're not even your ass on. Fucking time. Carry your fat ass on. Oh, you're so skinny, love. Yeah, I am. You're so skinny. Piece of shit. You. Fuck you, you dizzy bitch. Wow. Give me a double bag, baby. Yeah, give me a double bag. You know who you fucking with. Sir, you open? I'm from the city, bitch. I don't mind kidding. Y'all have a good day. You.
I'm sorry, y'all. That shit was just so funny. No racial slurs were involved. Just pure shots.
Exactly.
Damn.
Pure shots was fired. No racial slurs. They probably even look. She even helped her retrieve her car she left in the machine. Like, what happened to life like that? Like,
That's the South, man. That's the South. That's the South. That's what people act like in the South. They curse your ass out, but they're still respectful and friendly.
mm-hmm.
So I get that part, college football, but it's just think if they paying pennies on a dollar over there to make the iPhone and that shit still high as fuck, how much it gonna be when they bring the shit over here to America? I don't know. Am I tripping, y'all? Because I mean I really don't care. I'm an Android user, me personally. I still got the iPhone 12 in my hand, and I got another iPhone in my backpack. That one bigger than the 12. So shit. So I'm just saying I really don't care. It's just why make y'all was cool when they was going away for work and saving money. It was cool then. Why bring them back over here? Like they're gonna charge them niggas tariffs and
Yo, that just reminded me of a TikTok video I seen. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that like literally just triggered my memory when you
go
said
ahead.
that. So I seen this video earlier, and I think they were already in Mexico at this point because I seen the red little gated quote unquote wall or whatever. But the lady was talking to this dude. He was from India, saying he was from India. He had like 3, 4 other guys with him from like Pakistan and Bangladesh. These niggas said they walked here. Okay,
Yeah.
they walked here from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. They walked to Mexico or America, wherever the fuck they was at. How? How is that possible? Because she was like, where did you take a flight from and then walk to the border? Or, like, she was asking them, and they were like, no, we walked. They was looking
Yeah,
at her like,
they gotta walk like a couple of days to go through a river, all type of
Ashton, ain't
shit.
no fucking. It's an ocean. So that means they've been lying to us, young. They are lying to us about so much shit. Then because if you look at the quote unquote map that they put out in schools that you can Google right now, there's no fucking way you're walking to America from India or Bangladesh or Pakistan. Not even fucking Africa.
Yeah, the map not real.
I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just throwing it out there.
But I ain't gonna say not real, but some of the places are actually bigger than what they look like on the map.
No. Because I
So
know
but I don't
Russia,
know about the other stuff.
Like Russia and Alaska is close to each other. Quote, if they according to their map today or whatever. So I'm just
And Canada right next to Detroit.
yo. Mm-mm. It's just it's weird. And then the whole backside of Earth is nothing but water. Oh, okay. I just had to get that out there.
Africa, then you go to private school, you can't help over none of this.
I went to private school, yes.
I did too.
So we could walk to India from America and
You
vice versa.
there's supposed to be a peninsula between like Antarctica and Asia, but I don't think they walked. I mean,
Africa. Mm-mm. These motherfuckers was not walking in Antarctica. The way they was dressed and what they had on, they wasn't geared to walk no peninsula through nowhere, especially not Antarctica. Like,
man,
yo,
these them
I gotta
motherfuckers was
log
on
on
drugs.
TikTok. I gotta
They
log in
on
at TikTok.
drugs.
Nah, Africa. I'ma show you this shit. Was I on TikTok? Yeah, I think I was on TikTok. That's where I find all that weird ass shit at.
I'm sorry, Lily. I find it very hard to believe.
I don't really believe it either. That's why I'm asking y'all.
Oh, I believe that
Shit.
shit. I believe it.
That's why I'm asking y'all because I don't believe every fucking thing that they tell us or that's out to believe. So
I think they may have hello?
Yeah, we here.
see, they
I
making my
think
shit go down.
they said they walked from India.
Look
Hello?
at TikTok. Let me know.
Can y'all hear me? Am I breaking
I
up?
can hear you,
I
Africa.
we can hear
Um
you.
okay, awesome. There are places called there's like a cities after different there's cities in America that are named the same as different countries. There's like a India, there's an Atlantis, there's a another Atlanta. There's a bunch of cities in America that are named after countries and continents as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that could also be uh,
Got to talking
a
about the
reason
wrong
why.
shit up here. I had to refresh my phone. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I was making sure.
Real people can hear me.
Now I gotta find this damn video. My goodness.
College football 101. Them Democrats helping them. If they build their if they build here, there will be no tariff. Man, forget all that.
They've been charged you for every penny they had to use to move to get here.
I'm telling you. Them same niggas you see on Amazon that be taking 25 minutes smoke breaks, sleeping in the goddamn shelves and shit, payassing by scanning that shit. Them the same motherfuckers gonna be billing your iPhone.
Yeah, because they moved on people over here.
Ah, so
Them white
that situation,
South
them.
Africans.
So remember, Jade, have y'all seen that that new investment firm that been talking about investing farmland in America, right? That JD Vance started, where they've been buying millions of acres of all those farmers that can't afford to keep their farms and stuff because they took away the subsidies, right? I was giving them back the money for what they were spending on seed and shit. JD Vance
Mm-mm.
owns that company. Tell me why all the white South Africans that are coming to America are going to the same farms that they invested in. So all the investors for those American farmland, remember how they were like, oh, it's a bunch of foreign investors? It's something like 40 something percent of those investors are the white South Africans that are leaving South Africa to come to America now.
Really?
Yeah.
Who
So
knew?
To me, it's just more proof of it's not about race. This is just a facade. This is just to pull the wool over your eyes. This ain't about race. This is about money and power. They're bringing them people from South Africa that got millions in money from all the land and wealth that they've acquired, and now coming to America to own the same farms that these white people can't afford no more. They're gonna fund these farms with their own money, which means that they're not going to be asking for government subsidies, which means that they're also not going to be held to the same standards that you would if you're getting
I just
government
told
money.
y'all this what y'all bringing over
This
here.
is Owendale,
This is Owendale.
a community that you and your husband founded.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's special about it?
Special about it is the fact that we are only white people staying in the town.
Yeah.
Only white people are allowed to buy in the town.
But I saw a black gentleman on his way out just now.
That's right. They're working for us, but they're not allowed to stay in the town. We, as white people, aren't supposed to be ruled by blacks.
Now, from the way we look at it, you see, you're not ruled by blacks. It's basically a multiracial government. And second of all, what would be a problem with having blacks in the government anyway?
It's just the fact that because of our religion, it's not meant to be that way. God created not even animal as equal. If you look at nature, nothing in the nature is equal. Basically, what it boils down to is he says those that I chose.
And who did he choose?
The white people.
So where does that leave non-whites?
Well, the way we see it, they've got no chance.
What about if you're like 1/16th non-white?
No.
1/32nd? 1/64th?
That's basically what it all boils down to. God doesn't want us to mix, and that's why we stay apart from the blacks.
You make it sound almost as though we're a different species.
Could be. Very possible.
Yeah, because you're the fucking
Pinky
devil.
wanted to show me how her dream of a whites-only town...
I ain't even watched the rest of that, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't even want to watch that no more. She just pissed me off.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, she just pissed me off. I ain't even watched that far. Ooh, I'm sorry, y'all. But that is what the fuck he is allowing to come over here into this fucking country because the white people, quote unquote, are going extinct. That's why they stopped the abortions and all of that shit. They don't care about the black people and all that. They don't want their race to go extinct. That's why they brought all them fucking Ukrainians over here and they bringing these South Africans over here. And what is their nationality? Caucasian. You'll never see a box. They'll never check other or none of that shit on the fucking applications. I guarantee you.
I
I,
just don't understand what's the benefit.
I
How does this
guarantee
benefit
you.
you?
It benefits them. It don't benefit us. It benefits them.
No, what I'm saying is like we all have something called okay. I experienced culture shock coming to America when I actually moved here to like start my life, right?
Damn, I
And
did find a video.
one thing about American people is this. Um, we gonna tell you we don't give a fuck, and we gonna show you we don't give a fuck. And eventually they're gonna face those situations. And I think that um in them doing this is kind of like you're the minority in this country and you're aware of it.
Is she
Amber, you
breaking up?
going in and out.
Okay, I thought it was just me.
Where you still got a little white power there. These motherfuckers are just coming out right now showing that they're actually racist and starting to talk on shows and stuff and say, oh, we don't like the niggas. Like now, they wasn't doing that last year or the year before, or not as loud. They were keeping it to whisper, but now they yelling and they whispering it. But watch and see. They gonna only be so far. I
Hold
tell you,
on.
Trump is trying to make himself into a king.
But listen to what this man got to say.
I always see crocodile tears of white people. Malema wants to kill white people. Stop being sensitive. No one is going to kill you. You think we're going to kill you because you killed our.
Wait. Can't say that on YouTube, right, Ash? I ain't trying to get you flagged or nothing.
You said
We ain't said fair use.
People. The killing mentality is in your head. We don't have a killing mentality. We have a mentality of justice and peace. The only thing we are not prepared to do is to prioritize peace over justice. There must be justice first before there is peace. Because peace without justice, we are pretending. One day we're going to have an outburst. Please, we don't owe white people an apology. Black people, stop apologizing to white people. They are the ones who are owing us an apology. You have done too much to damage a black nation. We are unemployed because of you. We are dying of diseases because of you. We are illiterate because of you. We have surrendered to drugs because of you. You owe us a lot. You must show remorse and stop behaving like crybabies. The South African democracy is going to be built by a robust debate, particularly when it comes to race relations. We must stop pretending to each other here. The poor means black. The rich means white. For as long as that has not been resolved, there will be a permanent problem between the poor and the rich.
The poor and the rich.
The poor and the rich.
All right, y'all. I did find that video though about dudes saying he walked from India.
okay.
How long have you been walking? All day? All day. All day. Did you fly into Mexico and then walk the rest? Walk. But where did you fly into? What? Where did you fly into? What city? Only walking. How do you walk from India? Are you from India too? Pakistan. Oh, Pakistan. Oh, Pakistan? Yeah, Pakistan. Pakistan?
Bangladesh. Keep in mind, said Bangladesh.
Did you guys fly into Mexico and then walk in the rest of the way? Walk? How did?
I told you, gang, that America is lying to us, right? They're saying that they walked, like I've been telling you, they walked from India and they walked from Pakistan. Now, if you look at the old map of Tartaria, and this is what I've been saying, right? This is India. This is East India, East Pakistan, right? So here is Bangladesh, because that guy said he's from Bangladesh. So within this area, like I've been telling you, you could literally walk to America. They have been lying to us about where these people are, where we are. This is why those immigrants were taking buses, not planes. They were driving, getting dropped off to America. Y'all need to wake up. And if you think I'm capping, it says Bangla right here, India, extra. So on the old maps, right, Bangladesh is here. They walked to America. We starting to wake up, you guys. We're starting to realize that when they talk about building a wall,
Oh shit.
it went over your heads to realize that the geographical area that they're talking about is a lie. The wall is just to confuse you, to try to keep you locked into the lies that they've been telling you ever since grade school. Now you know why they keep sending your jobs to India and China, because they're right around the corner.
How long have you been walking?
So no, Ashton, it's not around the corner or nah? What you think?
I think it's a minute, but I ain't gonna say right around the corner. Well, right around the corner is walking distance. Is still right around the corner. So.
I still think it's cap.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Them niggas more likely came in on a shipping container, hid out in Mexico, and walked their ass to America.
They ain't trying to get hemmed up. They got walked.
Exactly. You gotta think about it. A white lady coming up to you with a videotape asking you where you came from, bro. I'm gonna say I walked there too.
Bitch, I walked.
I walked. I don't know. We talking about lady. I walked. They be giving the same answer. This is the same equivalent to when I pull up to like truck stop and I'm asking questions about, you know, where I am or how much shit is or where's the restroom, and they don't want to have nothing except for if you buying some shit, but then you buy some shit and down they could speak English. That's the same look they be giving you. I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. All right, back to this. Somebody said she was bald headed. She ain't bald headed. She got cornrows or finger waves. What she was talking about? Oh, black women have it harder. All right, fair use.
To fight off sexism from our men and sometimes prejudice behavior from our own men. Like we're fighting everybody. Black women have no allies. We have no safe space. Who do you go to?
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi,
My
I'm
bad.
Ronnie, and I think.
Oh, I got
But
these.
another
But
black woman. And sometimes
to be fair, y'all really had black men to go to until y'all showed how narcissist and one sided y'all was. To be fair, can we agree on that? Like y'all, most well, uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to stick with that. 'Cause most niggas will sit there and listen to your problems. They may give bad advice. They may be caking, but they still will sit there. Now I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit. We fucking or what?
You know what, Ashton?
I'm being look. I can't lie to him. Well, yes, I can.
What? I'm sorry.
I feel like that's the issue. That's the issue right there.
What's the issue?
If I can't okay, if you're attracted to me sexually, but I'm coming to you as a black man from a black woman's perspective to try and have a question answered, how can I trust whatever is coming out of your mouth as a black man isn't about to be used against me in order for you to get something out of me? How can I trust that it's just honest, real advice?
That, that, that's the problem with being pretty. You gotta go with it.
All
That
right,
pretty
so you
privilege.
telling us just go get tricked? You hear Lily?
I
Go get
hear
tricked.
you. You said go get tricked.
Go get tricked. Go get
No,
tricked.
I don't want to be tricked.
That's the problem with pretty privilege. You ain't the first one.
You
You
know
ain't the
what?
only one trying to be the only one. Pretty privilege sucks a little bit sometimes because they think you stupid. And I'm the type,
Boy,
I don't know if it's the Virgo in me, the Scorpio in me, or the Aquarius in me, but I will go along with that plot. Oh, for character development and just to prove myself right, I will go along with that shit and enjoy the motherfucking ride and have so much fun with that shit. And motherfuckers be when they come out in the end and you don't give the response a person think you supposed to have, they be like, what's wrong with you? You okay? You that hurt? No, motherfucker, I seen this shit coming. I already healed from it and moved on. I was waiting on you to catch up. The fuck?
Yeah,
oh my,
pretty privilege. It comes with the territory. I'm gonna be honest. Me personally, I ain't talked to a lot of people growing up. Goddamn, hell no. Goddamn, everybody used to disagree with me and shit. Y'all think I be saying some wild shit here, boy. I learned to tone it down, but I think women got to get. I really think that's the problem with women now. Like you get what I'm saying? Y'all used to so many niggas lying to y'all when y'all hear the truth. Well, I ain't gonna say y'all, but I mean it's still Africa. She'll like to hear the truth sometimes. But
But
you get what I'm saying? Like so many niggas that lied to y'all. When the nigga tell y'all the truth, y'all women run from it. So I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
kind
that
of I
delusion,
kind of
like,
get it.
bitch, whatever, not me. Do you know how many niggas then da 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 da? That yeah.
Yeah, and I hate to be the bad guy and be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? This how niggas really feel, but they ain't gonna tell you. And then it be a woman. That's not true. Of course, it ain't true to you, cause niggas ain't gonna tell. Uh, me
that's
personally,
right.
like I
Cause
feel,
niggas ain't gonna tell you.
Hey Poseidon.
yeah, most niggas ain't gonna tell you because they want to fuck. Like you get,
Mm-hmm.
they come. I'm gonna tell you because you get what I'm saying. Like I can't live in delusion like that. That's me personally.
But I also feel like it's the way we react to criticism. Like my thing is, as a black woman, I could listen to this black woman complain, not complain. Let me rephrase my words because
No, you
even
said it
the way you
right.
frame it, no, the way you frame it makes it sound like it's not a real and valid concern. I could listen to her and I could understand exactly where she's coming from and her perspective of things, right? And I can tell by how she says what the issue is, what her experience has been. And I know it's valid, but I also am aware of the fact that when you take your experiences and you make yourself the constant victim, even in situations where you're not the victim, it's easy to feel like the whole world's against you. So I think that black women as a whole have to start not have to start, but have to take more initiative in looking at things from an objective view before we make it subjective. That's why I said the whole Angel Reese situation. Why aren't we just looking at it as if it's basketball? Because nobody else is looking at it as if it's just basketball.
I think
But
it
if
started out as just basketball and then it always results to race. Because, like I said, that's just the society we're in. We have not,
right,
as human beings, we have not evolved past race. We haven't.
right, because
And
if
so
you
that's, go ahead.
because if you don't look at it as if it's just basketball, we're making ourselves a
But that's the
victim.
thing, though. It ain't just bad. Nigga, when I was playing ball, nigga, can't no white boy cross me. Ain't no, I bet I ever lose against no white boy. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Right,
it's
but
embedded in us.
it's
It's
not
in
a
us.
But when a nigga start using no fundamental moves on your ass, they get to wearing your ass out. It's like, okay,
And
all
when
right.
I say us, I say black people and white people. Like the racism has been around for so long. Like that's how slavery started. They just look at black people as just like they're the bottom of the fucking barrel. Like the white lady just showed you in the video. God didn't create everybody to be equal. Like black people have no chance. Like bitch, what? Y'all motherfuckers wouldn't even be able to survive this planet if all the black people, indigenous people, were to just vanish. You will burn the fuck up. Like be
but
for real.
my thing is there's always been a separation between ethnicities, right?
Yeah.
It only became uh, a mark of your value once a certain group of people were devalued. Once you start putting people on a scale of importance, then it becomes a situation where one party is being disadvantaged because of how they look. When you take away that, you will see a black man would be a Moor and he would just be a Moor. He would be treated the same as an Indian. He would be treated the same as a Caucasian, an Asian. You'd be all treated the same. However, once things became, you know, after this is how come I sometimes agree with Republicans. It's kind of like there should be no abortion, right? And I don't agree with that, but I can't agree with that. And the reason is, once you have a level of permissibleness, it all becomes, everything becomes an option. Meaning, okay, once you let abortion be legal, now you can have a woman use abortion as a form of birth control. You see what I'm saying? Once you have slavery and you make it shadow slavery, now you're free to not give that person any reprieve from being a slave. Now that person is property to you until they die. Now that person is less than an animal. They become property, even though there's been slaves since the beginning of man. And usually those slaves weren't treated like animals or abused or just, you know what I mean, just degraded. Those slaves were a part of your family. They were a part of your workforce. They were valued. They were people too. But it changes the dynamic because what we're suffering from, I think, as a global community, is 400 years of slavery. And just like the guy said, we haven't received our just due officially from any person that's been involved in slavery.
Mm-hmm.
So we will always feel disadvantaged. We're always going to be a part of the stereotype because we have to appear angry about not getting our just dues. When
Mm-hmm.
if we just appear nonchalant about it, like we don't care,
We
now we
pretending.
right. So I think that with the whole Angel Reese thing where that lady is saying her grievances with the situation and what she's been through, it's valid. It's a valid observation, but the way that it's coming off to me because of my, brainwashing, it's like she's complaining. That's the first word I used to describe it. But it's a valid situation. When you are a black woman, you do get treated differently. I get
Mm-hmm.
followed around stores. People automatically assume that I'm angry. I'm the nicest person. I'm the gentlest person on the phone with people. But the moment I get angry, everybody starts to shake and they're all terrified. The
Right.
moment I raise my voice a little bit, now I'm getting aggressive. I was called aggressive at so many different jobs because I was not saying anything to anybody about anything that they were doing to me for months. And then the moment I said, hey, I don't like that, all
Mm-hmm.
of a sudden I'm aggressive and I was yelling and
That's
I said
that
it at a
God power. That's
man,
that
I'm
God
telling you.
complex.
Or we've never seen you act like this, Africa. You're acting like you don't care. You're acting like you're not the warm, bubbly person that you usually are. You're just angry and we can feel the anger coming off of you. And it's like,
Yeah, I'm
no,
tired of putting you motherfuckers comfortableness before my peace. How about that?
right. Right. So as a black woman, when you see another black woman get up and say she's sick and tired, you can 110% relate. But then there's that delusional factor that enters into the game because now it's kind of like, okay, not every single experience was about your race. Some
Yeah.
experiences are about your fucking character and your
Character. Yeah.
attitude.
Mm-hmm.
You just a nasty bitch. You just happen to be black. You a black
Say it
nasty
again,
bitch.
Africa.
You know
Say it
what I
again.
mean?
He's a
You just
nasty bitch.
yeah, you just a nasty bitch. You just a fucking evil cunt. And ain't nothing
Oh,
nobody could do
shit.
about that. That's a character flaw. It has nothing to do with your skin tone, and you deserve 110% of your treatment. But you know what you've also done? Validated everybody that was on a fucking tightrope on a I don't know. Everybody that was I don't know that was a different race that interacted with you now has valid proof that black women are angry, aggressive, evil, wicked, will use you, and are just nasty bitches across the board.
Because, like that man said, we've been having to pretend so long without no justice, man. We just get tired. That mask get the slipping off and shit. Just like
Right.
theirs get the slipping off too. Shit.
Come
You see,
on now.
so you right though, and it's on both sides. It's definitely on both sides because I believe, and I'm not trying to be racist. I don't be trying to be prejudiced either, but I just call it like it is. Them white women, them Karens, are the fucking devils. Y'all see how fast the women cry for help and call for help, and they be doing shit to you, antagonizing you and taunting you, and then call for cry fucking wolf, and here come the cavalry and police, and now you getting locked up. Them white women are the fucking devil, man.
Right. And you know what's the crazy part about it? Majority of white women that I meet in person that I have firsthand experience with are very nice to me, are not nasty until the situation doesn't go in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
When the situation and you're as a black woman, when the situation doesn't go to your favor, if you're smart and you know how to fucking work the game, you convert to being even more nice and even
Damn,
more
is I on
calm
TikTok for
and
this?
toned down.
Yep.
If you not and you don't have no emotional control, now you Keisha, Nene, Shaniqua, you all types of ghetto hood rat hoe.
Dang, was that Instagram or Facebook or TikTok? Cause I seen this video which prompted me to speak on that earlier. This young black girl was at a park. I don't know if it was specifically a dog park or what. But the video started and she was being attacked by this white lady. This white lady was at the park with her dog and her husband or whatever, and you could blatantly see the white lady coming up to the black girl, hitting her and everything. And the black girl was trying to walk away, saying like, "What are you doing? Why are you walking up to me?" You know what I'm saying? Saying everything she needs to be said. And the white lady is really attacking her, like really attacking her, and even threatening her at the end when she was walking away and leaving. And of course, the black girl, she kept her cool. She didn't pop off on her or nothing like that because if and when the police showed up, she nine times out of ten would have been the one to either get hurt or get locked up. So
Right,
I'm gonna find
right,
that video and show that to you. But a lot of people in the comments were mad, like, man, that was a free pass. We gotta stop being scared. We gotta start, fighting back and whipping their ass back. I'm like
no,
really in the middle with it. I'm in the middle
no,
with it because I believe in sometimes an eye for an eye. Sometimes you got to show a motherfucker that you could be a motherfucker too. Because when is this shit going to stop? We
nah.
already know how they feel about us. We see how they feel about us. Nothing is going to change their mind. So
I,
what do
I
we have
think
to do?
we use these things called cameras smartly. If you gonna whoop a bitch ass, do it off camera. If you gonna keep it cool so you don't go to jail, put it on camera.
But
Um,
she attacked her, so she would have
I,
been defending herself.
no, no, because in the
It was,
long
and it was
run,
on camera. It was on camera.
exactly, in the long run, she got attacked by a white lady on camera. There's no black lady whooping a bitch ass because she attacked her. I feel like social media is exactly what Donald Trump says it is. It's all a hoax. It's all what you show people. If you show people 10 videos of white women beating a black woman's ass or being racist or doing that dumb shit, and one video of a black woman doing the same thing to the white woman, they're gonna be like, oh, those white women are evil, but black women, you gotta be careful of them because look at how that black lady messed that white lady up. They ain't gonna talk nothing about them
Ashley,
white ladies
you
doing what they
don't
did.
know the story of these Karens and how they, man,
Man,
listen.
I
I'm
be
not
paying
saying it's
attention.
all white women, but it's enough of them. The stories is real. How they be out. Emmett Till, prime example. That was the first Karen I learned of. I forgot
Hmm.
her name, but yeah, she is the
She
whole
has been
reason
there.
Emmett Till is not here. Yeah, and,
Right.
and and it's a lot of them out here just like that. A
Mm.
lot of them out here just like it runs in their DNA.
All
When
right.
they don't get their way,
I'm gonna have to
yeah.
disappear for like 20 minutes. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still listening.
What happened, Africa?
I gotta put gas in the truck. Well,
Oh
diesel.
shit,
Yeah. Sorry, y'all.
you got the gas
You
light
good?
on. Oh yeah, but nah, Ashton, that's just how I feel.
No, I get you this shit. Uh, you think we gonna get reparations?
Fuck no, they don't want niggas that had no money. Never did. Or they burnt all our shit down and flooded us out.
You know what? I think we was I said this before. We supposed to get reparations.
Yeah,
It
we
just
been
came
supposed to
back
have
up.
that shit.
And goddamn, the NCAA, they were like, nah, give us grants and school. Nigga,
Cause they
you
know
pocketing
niggas
our
ain't
money.
going to school. Yeah. Cause they know, man, I don't wanna hear that shit. To put right back into the government. Money to put right back into them. Yeah, I guess.
Damn, you know what? Should we wait on Africa for the video I just sent you?
Where you send it at? Why you ain't put that shit in the back chat?
Cause I ain't on I'm on my iPhone with it.
I gotta do too. All right, hold on. Let me finish doing what I'm doing, and let's finish watching this one. What we watch? We still on this bald head shit. I don't even want to watch this no more. Bald head hoe shit. What's this one you got? Hold on.
About them cutting benefits and shit.
Women break up their families, and you
No,
thought you
on
his wife.
IG, the last one.
I gotta go back. Hold on. Told you, give me a second. I'm doing something.
Yeah. Take your turn. Take your turn.
Hands was a little occupied. Man, I want to know if we could walk to India. You know, they said we could get. Was it Africa? Because they said the Grand Canyon is really the pyramids and all that stuff, and it's tunnels or stuff in the Grand Canyon that can get to Africa. Or I believe it's Africa. Don't quote me. I'm not.
I used to watch a page that used to talk about shit like that. I don't know where it's at.
You know, I meant to shit like that. I be, man, my TikTok is full of shit like that. I be with them type of talks.
I be watching that white woman that's for black people, that old white woman, you know what I'm talking about?
Jane, Jane Elliott,
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
little short white lady with a short haircut
Yeah.
with
That's her.
glasses. Uh-huh. She said, how many of you white people would want to trade places with a black person?
Yeah, her. What good, Zuma? For some reason I can't see Zuma on YouTube.
Booty hole
That shit.
brown. I can't see him on YouTube either. I be trying to when I be trying to
Give him
talk
a
to him in the
wrench.
chat. Oh, I was
Oh,
trying.
okay, I see him now.
I be trying to mention him in the chat.
I see him now. You at first come in, it wasn't popping up at first. Goddamn me.
He want to have them weird ass characters in his name.
Let me see. Oh, okay. There we go. Goddamn me. But yeah, goddamn, they talking about cutting what is it? Well, hold on, let me check, make sure.
Oh, SNAP benefits and Medicaid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I really don't care, but I mean, I guess.
I
What
only care
about
about the
you?
Medicaid because of the seniors. Like, I think that might. I don't know if that affects my grandmother. She might have insurance, but like
You got
it
it,
affects our
Lily.
seniors. What
You
in the
got to
back?
go.
Oh yeah, I got it. We got Gabriella on the chat. I said on the chat. Shit, doing too much. We got Gabriella on the panel.
You heard Gabrielle?
Hi guys.
Yo, they're getting high, ain't it?
No. No. I always think I'm high, dude, just because I laugh. I laugh a lot. It's by nature.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just by nature. I just laugh and smile by nature.
But no, go ahead, Lily. I'm sorry.
Ah, fuck that. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm ready though. Hold
You,
on.
you doing all right tonight, Gabrielle?
All I'm saying that today's my birthday. I'm not high. I'm drunk as fuck.
Oh, happy
Oh, shit, happy
birthday.
birthday.
It's
A
my
one, a
yeah, it's
two,
my
a
birthday.
one, two. Happy
Ha- You
birthday
always want somebody
to
to
you.
sing. No. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Woo woo.
Happy birthday to you. Yeah, that one. We can't be singing spells up here, Ashton. I meant to tell you about that shit the other day. We ain't can't be casting
uh,
spells up here on people.
What?
We can't sing that happy birthday song.
so how old you turn, Gabriel?
33.
Damn, we all around the same age, huh?
This her Jesus
How old are
year.
you?
34.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We're about the same age. And what about you, Lee?
35.
Oh yeah, you told me that last time. Yeah, we're the same age. We're getting older these days.
Lily,
Fire.
Lily, you like 4 years older than me, ain't it?
I said I'm 35, sir. I'm 1 year older than you. But
I could someone you.
mentally and
I,
spiritually, I am like 75. So,
That part.
I,
That part.
I could someone you 37 or something. I
Damn,
let you.
Ashton.
I let you ride.
I am
But no.
35. I was born in 89.
The
So
80s baby.
Gabriella, you coming to San Antonio with us?
Mm-mm.
I don't know why I
It,
couldn't find the
it it's
messages.
gonna be epic. We supposed to be making movies. It may hit Tubi.
What kind of movies?
Not nasty. I'm talking about real movies.
I'm, I'm joking. I'm joking. That's when you're talking about the little flyer you sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, fam, I'm still out of town. I'm in Oklahoma. I ain't going back till the 28th, and I've been gone from my babies for a minute, so I gotta stay home.
Okay. Okay. So what do you do?
Housekeep,
Okay.
yeah.
How you like it out there in Oklahoma?
Oh, it's hella weird. Hella weird. It's like hella weird. I did a whole
Oklahoma ain't
back.
as small as I thought it was.
I did a whole background check
Why you say that?
because it's crazy here. Like you, okay, so like where I'm from Houston, right? So like
Yeah.
In the Houston area, it'd be like some dumb crash dummy shit. Like, they hit a lick on your car, they break your window, road
Yeah.
rage, crazy Houston shit, right? But over here is like some crazy shit like that, crime,
I'm ready
crime
when you
wise.
ready, Ashton.
You hear
I
what I'm
bet.
saying?
Uh, yeah. I don't know,
Mm.
Gabriel. I think the people more weirder in Houston than anywhere. Like I don't. I've been living in Houston. I hate it.
What? No, hater.
What side you on? See now, I say this. I say the north side better than any side.
I live in the north side.
Yeah. Okay. So when I was staying on the north side, I had no problems.
What's wrong with the?
Now
What
I'm
do you
staying.
say in the south?
I stay on like the southwest, like
Oh yeah,
Missouri
yeah, yeah,
City,
yeah, yeah. Like Bel Air? Like where?
like Missouri City. Like
Oh yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I would say I really don't have problem. It'd be like when I was going out dating, like talking to women type. The bitches be so weird. Hey,
What kind
Hi.
of weird?
Hi guys, how are y'all?
I'm doing
They're
fine.
my cousin.
Hi, Em.
Hey cousin.
That's my cousin.
So this Gabrielle is M. I don't
Hi
know if
Hi,
y'all met
M.
yet,
love.
I think we met before.
Have
Yep.
we?
but
I think once before. Yeah, when we were up here on another panel together as well.
Yeah, the first time she came up here.
hmm What's going on, guys? What's tonight's topic?
no, we just talking about how the bitch is weird in Houston. So goddamn, like when I first moved out here, like. I would give my girl my car, and I would cheat. But you know what I'm saying? I'd be telling bitches like,
But
let me pay you. I pay you, and I smoke you out, and you get what I'm
you
saying? Come
so
pick me up from work.
backwards.
What
Okay.
It
the
don't
fuck,
matter.
Ashton?
How you gonna
They'll be
cheat and
like,
then let the bitch drive your car?
You know what I'm saying?
they'll be like, I don't want you to smoke me
So
out
was
or
she?
pay me. I want you to take me on a date. Bitch, take the money. Weird
So was she
hoe.
like? So would she take your
I
car
mean,
as
some
you
women
like
want to
go
be
cheat?
wine.
They wanna fall in love,
No,
Ashton.
some women want to be wine and done. You know, some
Yeah.
Okay,
women
but
decide at the
how
end
the
of the
fuck you
day
gonna be
that they
winding
want
down
to.
if I can't get home from work? Make it make sense.
Wait, you said how you gonna
You
be
gonna
wine
go
and dime
cheat,
if you can't get home from work?
but you
Yeah.
gonna go cheat, but you gonna go cheat though.
Yeah, you made time to go
Okay,
cheat,
that's in the
so
past, so it don't
You
matter.
know what I'm saying? That make no sense to
yeah. But if
me.
you wanted to really spend time with me, you could, because people make time for what they want.
To
Period.
see,
If you
to
For
wanted
see,
to,
who
you
and what they
would.
want. Yeah, for who and what they
like,
Okay,
want.
but
People
take
will make time.
the money now. Shit, I can see if
Yeah,
I was
but
just
then yeah, but then when we take the money, you like, oh, you
y'all
bitches is
complain, y'all
broke
talk
ass
Gold
all that
digger, you
shit.
trick
niggas.
ass bitch.
Yeah, you bitches, all you bitches want is a nigga with money, or all you want is a nigga money. Y'all don't care about nothing else.
Or no, M, it's more so when
So
she
you gotta
starts
make up.
asking, when he's not offering anymore and she just starts asking for the money. Now that's when it becomes a problem. Cause you know they don't be giving that shit all out willy nilly. It's real
And
random
then they're
stuff.
like, take the money, and they're like, take the money, but like, y'all talk shit anyway. That's why we take the money, right?
Yeah.
But y'all
y'all see how
talking shit
Gabrielle
anyway,
tried to ask y'all for validation. She said, right.
right? Right?
No, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. Repeat what you said, Gabriella.
I said that's why we take the money because y'all talk shit anyways.
Oh well, baby. My thing is, who see this is what. Well, so whoever I deal with, they gotta take me out and give me money. So I
Period.
want both.
That part.
I
Nah,
want both.
you gonna get one or the other.
No, I'm gonna get both because the person I'm gonna deal with is gonna give me both.
Period. What she said.
And so it's okay, and
Look,
it's okay. It's okay if that's if you're not willing to give both, Ash. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that I just don't deal. I won't deal with that type of person. Because I want both. I want the money and I want to go on dates.
She said she don't deal with none of that.
I don't, but that's also too. I'm also at a different point in my life, so it's like there is there's certain things I just don't negotiate with. Like there is
Love
no,
it.
there's no
Non-negotiable.
negotiation. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
certain things are non-negotiables for me. So, there's certain things that I won't bend on. I won't bend. I won't compromise about. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this, Em and Gabrielle, because we were talking about this earlier. Do you want a man that pander to you?
Do I
No.
want a man that what?
Mm-mm. That panders to
That
me. That tells
pander?
me what I want to hear. Mm-mm.
What that
No.
means?
That he
It,
that
it,
they
it mean
he
it
just
means
tell you
like,
what you want to hear.
it's all about Gabriella. It's Gabriella, my queen.
No, that's
Mm.
not pandering. Pandering is when you did like when you are trying to appeal to a certain demographic just for the sake, for you to like just for the sake of you trying to get like trying to win them over, but you don't
To
really
get like all the glory or something.
but you don't really mean like you don't really mean the things that you're saying. Like you're just saying it because it sounds good and
Just a
they'll agree
motive.
with you.
Yeah. Just to get
Right.
what you want from the
Just to get
person.
what you want from it. That's
Oh,
not pandering. I mean,
the
yeah,
manipulative
that's
shit.
pandering, but
Like
that's not
manipulative.
what I know. I want somebody who is and it's not called pandering, but I want somebody I want somebody who's into me. Period. I want somebody
Attentive.
right. I want somebody who is attentive,
I mean,
who
I do want somebody that's all about Gabriella and only Gabriella. You know?
yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're pandering to you. That's not what
Right.
he see. He's out. I think he's using it in the wrong context. So
Mm,
that's why I'm saying I don't agree with the way that he's using it. But
mm.
if you asking, yeah, do I want somebody that's all about me and
Yeah, I
somebody
do.
that makes me feel special and somebody
Mm.
that makes me feel wanted and somebody that makes me feel appreciated and somebody that tells me how
Yeah, that's what
beautiful
I
I
want.
am, if somebody who rubs my feet, if somebody
Mm.
who fucking flips me up in the air like a fucking pancake and catches me and flips me on the other side, I want that too. I want all of those things.
I agree,
So,
honey. I agree.
But
I want everything that she wants. I want.
but I gotta be honest. I'm gonna tell y'all like I told Lily earlier. I don't think y'all like them type of niggas. Yeah, it's cool for a couple of days, but y'all really like the niggas that be busy, ain't got time for y'all, and be out here
don't get
cheating
me
and
wrong.
shit.
No, 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 no. Don't get me wrong. I don't want
No.
a man that don't got no job, So he got a lot of
Nah,
money in
I
his
ain't talking about no
hands.
job. I'm talking,
No, no,
y'all don't
no.
want no nigga who ain't got no bitches.
No, I want a
No.
man to have a life. You don't
Just
have to
be
have no
yeah.
bitches to have a
But
life.
right. And not for
Right.
nothing, not for nothing. Just being seen with me, you gonna get some bitches.
Facts.
Just because the bitch know that I am dealing with you or I'm seeing you, or once they see me, they're gonna be like, oh, cause what's this man about?
Yep, I want him.
I wanna know. Cause I wanna know. I want to know what turned you on. They gonna
That's
wanna
my
know.
jam.
You hear me? They gonna wanna know, okay? So he ain't never gonna have no problem getting no bitches after that. But but see, we are not responsible for who we attract. We are only responsible for who we entertain. So
Facts.
if he entertains a bitch while he with
Dang.
me, then we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
That's why I'm about to start first dates. Man want to take me out. We going to the gun range. I can show him how good I aim. Don't
That
fucking
part.
play with me. I'm gonna let you know now because you want to
That
deal
part.
with me
God
and you want me to be
damn.
your girl until I'm tapping this motherfucking Glock on your windshield or your door. Which one?
Like, what's up? Like,
Yeah.
what's up?
What's
Yeah.
good? So,
Play with your mammy.
You ain't gonna intimidate me because you're going to jail. You kill me.
yep.
I ain't no local joker.
Don't play with
Gladly.
my
Hey,
emotions.
He
gladly.
said you ain't gonna threaten me
Gladly.
because you're going to jail. You're going to jail.
I'm
Yeah,
Hey,
going to
I ain't
jail.
tripping
I
over.
ain't no local
Gladly.
joker.
He's
I
going
ain't
to jail
tripping over no
gladly.
pinky toe. That's light work. I'll be out soon.
You're
That's what
going to
I say all
jail.
the
I'm telling
time.
you.
I say that all the time. I'll go gladly.
I'm a pillar of my community in Arkansas. You're going up under the jail.
up under the jail, Ash. Damn, Ash.
Mm-hmm. Look, goddamn you, boy. Fair use.
Mm, I like how you be doing that shit when I don't be ready. God
Oh damn,
damn.
my bad. I'm sorry.
And to eliminate the welfare lifestyle. Trump's HUD secretary is basically breaking down plans so that they can eliminate it and people that are on social services for the rest of their life. I'm going to be reading Super Chat shortly. Thank you, Keith Murphy. Thank you, John McGuire. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications. Let's rock.
Welcome back. Congress hammering out key provisions of President Trump's big, beautiful bill, some of which could result in funding cuts to welfare programs. The president requesting certain cuts from the Housing and Urban Development Department, including more than $26 billion in state rental and grants and over $700 million in other assistance programs. Joining me now is Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being here. What are you expecting?
Oh, we so mad that it's a black man. Trump doesn't hire any black people a part of his cabinet. They didn't give him any kind of talk time on all of these liberal media stations.
In terms of these welfare cuts, and where do you expect the biggest cuts to be made? Did you make that appointment?
I'll do it when we get back.
Bitch.
Well, good morning, Maria. Thank you for having me. It's great to see you again. You know, the president, my colleagues from the Senate and the House, this administration, we're all taking inventory and getting our fiscal house in order. As you know, the previous 4 years before we came, there were no checks and no balances, no transparency, and a lack of good stewardship in America's budget and America's fiscal house. And so, along with my colleagues on the Hill, we here at HUD are taking inventory of every program so that we could be sufficient and effective in serving the American people. This is the first step when you talk about the skinny budget. It's the first step of many in this process. Our job here at HUD is to maximize the budget that we do have and make sure that we're serving America's people in the critical programs that we have.
So do you expect cuts to those welfare programs, and how significant will the cuts be? Where specifically are you expecting the cuts, sir?
You know, I think not so much cuts only, Maria, but
people that's on welfare don't really vote anyway, so we're not tripping about it. It's not like it's going to affect our political future. Most people that are permanently, not people that are temporarily. Everybody need a little bit of help sometimes, and that's why we pay our taxes and we created the programs. It's not supposed to be a permanent program. But people that are permanently on welfare, they not voting. They usually got a lot of kids that they got to take care of.
Also,
Yo, they be generations in welfare. Y'all. out here
Yeah.
where I'm at. Anyway, let me tell you, from the grandmama or great grandmama down to the motherfucking great grandkids, everybody on welfare and the same damn house or the same apartment building or complex. All right, Pig.
Yeah.
Well, where I'm from, how they do it is if you live with somebody who has Section 8 for a certain amount of time, you can go to the office and you can get a half of what they're getting in Section 8 and get your own Section 8.
Mm-hmm.
That is not
I
how the
thought that was
program
sick.
works.
I
That is
thought,
not that is not how the Section 8 program works.
Well, she
You
said
can
where she at.
where I'm at,
oh
where we from, how we do it back home, you can if you live with somebody, I think it's like 4 or 5 years, you live with that person, like you turn 18 and you live with your mom till you're like 23, 24, you can now go apply for your own Section 8.
you can you can but you can apply for Section 8 once you turn 18 or once you become 21 because 18 you're still your parents are still responsible for you. But once you turn 21, you can apply for any type of government benefits, whether your parents are on government benefits or not. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Section 8, if there's no openings, there is no you don't get a preference. But let's say for instance, but it can be passed down. So like let's say let's say your grandmother passes away and you are already on her lease for Section 8. The Section 8 can then be transferred to you, but you don't just because you live with somebody who has Section 8, you that's and HUD housing, the guidelines are universal across the board. Now certain things might vary state to state based on how much funding is available,
Uh-huh.
like based on how much funding they how much money they leave open or they have available left over or whatever the
Uh-huh.
case may be. But like usually when they like these type of welfare freezes or these type of government assistant freezes when it comes to housing and it's across the board. So it's like so meaning if there's a freeze here in New York, there's going to be a freeze in Maryland, there's going to be a freeze in Georgia, wherever they accept, wherever HUD housing is operating in all of
Yeah.
those different states, there's going to be a freeze, meaning there won't be an increase in your rental assistance, and it could possibly be a decrease if you make more money. There's definitely going to be a decrease. Uh, um, then like let's say your voucher is for a certain amount, they won't increase your voucher. It's like your voucher size, regardless of your household, they won't increase your voucher size. So you might have two children. It might be one adult and two children on a voucher, right? A rental voucher or a
Right.
housing certificate voucher. Let's say you may have another baby, your voucher doesn't go up, especially if there's a freeze. They still keep you in that 3 bedroom unit because or in that 2 bedroom unit because according to them, children of the same sex can share the same, can share the same dwelling up to a certain age, or
Uh-huh.
under dire circumstances, for every room you can have at least two kids in that room.
Well, all I'm saying is back home, I don't want to blow nobody's spot up. That's how they do it.
Well, I
That's
mean,
how they
that's what
be
I'm
doing
saying.
it
I
back
mean,
there.
maybe because you gotta remember also too the population there. If you
Right.
understand what I'm saying. So there's a
Yeah,
certain
yeah,
so it has
yeah,
to
I
do with the
understand.
funding. So it has to do with the funding. And then if you meet the criteria, then you can get it. That's why when some men be like, "Oh, men don't get Section 8." Men can get Section 8. They just don't apply for
Yeah,
it.
they can.
Men
Right.
can get
And
Section
then
8.
you know what they
And
did also back home? They built
Yeah.
a whole new housing complex just for Section 8.
Right. Well, not for nothing. Anytime you see new housing initiatives, they have to put subsidized house. They have to set aside a certain amount of units for subsidized housing or HUD housing or like Section 8 housing, if you understand what I'm saying. They have to.
Yeah, I
They don't tell
understand.
you that. Yeah, they don't tell you that, but they have to do that. It's always a clause, especially like, like these Avalons or these luxury apartments. every single one of those apartments have to have some sort of subsidized housing included in their. That's the only way they're able to usually to be able to build these apartments, you know what
Their
I mean, in
permits.
certain areas,
Yes.
right? That's the only way,
Okay.
because they have to allow a certain amount of apartments to be set aside for people who have like a lower income, who fall under a different threshold, and their rent is subsidized, or they'll accept Section 8 vouchers, housing vouchers.
Okay.
So, not to say
Hey,
that,
Am.
right? Hey, darling, not to say that what's happening back home is not, that's not a thing. But the way that the only reason why it's able to happen is because the funding is there. If you understand what I'm saying, so it's like, right? So it's like, okay, you have an 18-year-old who now is an adult, who now wants to, who moves out on their own and they can't afford it, but they lived under, and then also too, you got to remember that the local housing authority is the ones who determine whether or not who determines whether or not they're taking new applications. So, everybody, oh, it's a waiting list for Section 8. Yes, there's a waiting list for Section 8. But people die, people don't need it no more. People, they don't answer the notification, or they don't answer the letters to say, hey, you have to send in your income verification and all that. They don't respond, right? So then so now you filled out this application a couple years ago, and now, as people fall off the list, or people don't need it anymore, and you move up the list, now also, if you don't respond in a timely manner, you also, your name comes off the list too. So now it opens up slots for other people. And so basically it's a rotating door. But like, for instance, the Section 8 waiting list, like where I am, the Section 8 waiting list is like 10 years. Or it could
What
be
the
up to
fuck?
10 years. So, right. So you can be on the waiting list for 10 years. This is what I'm saying to you. It's all about the funding. Because if they had more funding, then they'd be able to open it up for the people that's already on the waiting list. If you go into certain housing authorities, you'll see, oh, Section 8 waiting, Section 8 list is closed. No, not currently not accepting applications at this time.
Yeah, that's true.
You understand what I'm saying?
My
And that's
cousin got her
because,
Section 8. I think she applied in 2016 and she got it last year.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So 2016 to 2024, what's that? 7 years, 8 years?
8 years.
Yeah, so she was on a waiting list for 8 years, because that means that there was no funding to allow them to be able to add new people to the roster.
Yep, and that's in
And
Boston,
then, and as the
Massachusetts.
cost of living goes up, your rent is going to go up. Even though your rent is controlled and it only can go up but so much, your landlord can only raise your rent but so much. However, they have to be able to raise their rent though, because of the economy. You know what I'm saying? Mortgages is going up, taxes is going up, everything is going up. The cost of living is going up. So rent is going to increase. However, when you have subsidized housing, or you have Section 8 housing, it only can go up a certain percentage. And under federal guidelines, your income cannot exceed more than 30% of your gross income.
College football said Trump ain't going for none of that shit.
Well, it's all right. He don't gotta go for it, but so let me explain something to you. So even if honestly, I don't see this as being a black or white thing. This is a poor thing and a rich thing.
Yep.
That's what this is about. Because not for nothing, there are more white people and there are more others who are on Section 8, Medicaid, government-based programs. And not for nothing, for anybody who receives financial aid, that is also considered government assistance. There's also a freeze on that. So,
Yep.
while everybody's like, the welfare train is gone. Listen, government assistance consists of financial aid. When you apply for FOSFA and you apply for the Pell Grant and all of that stuff, for people who go to, who are trying to better themselves and go to school, that's also being affected by all of these budget cuts that the government, you know, is saying, okay, well, we're going to close $1 trillion deficit by cutting all of these programs. So
You
why
know
do
what
you?
I ain't heard?
So
You
wait.
know
So
what I ain't
wait.
heard lately
I
though,
want to.
M?
But wait. I want to know where the money is going to be allocated. Because if you're pulling the money from these programs that you've already issued the money for, and you rolled out programs and initiatives based on funding that has already been approved prior to this cut, this budget cut, where is this money now going to be allocated?
Yup. To get the white South Africans from South Africa to go get to their free farms.
Baby by South African, them white South Africans, they upset that them Africans is reclaiming their land that they fucking stole. Okay? They talking about they refugees. How the fuck are y'all refugees?
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all they racist. They bringing them over here so they population don't go extinct.
And that's the reason why they welcome them with open arms, because they only doing that for South Africa, for the Afrikaans, because that's what they consider themselves. They don't consider themselves Africans. They call themselves Afrikaans with two A's at the end.
And they gonna come over here and be white American,
Exactly.
Afrikaans. Wow.
just like the Ukrainians
Yeah,
came
no.
over here and got real. Cause we forgot all about that. We noticed how the focus was so much on ICE and getting the black and brown out of here and
Mm-hmm.
da da da. And you just brought all these Ukrainians in here and kept them
Yeah.
quiet.
And Zuma, you're
Uh-huh.
right. You said I think Caucasians are abusing the system just as much as the blacks are. No,
They are.
I think they're abusing the system more. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
Let's talk
The,
about it.
the
I think
shit
they're
started
abusing the
because of
system.
them.
That
The
part, because
statistic
black people weren't even allowed to apply for government assistance. They didn't even
or
know
any of
about it.
that shit.
They
Yeah,
didn't even
welfare
know
was
about it.
created for the white
It
woman.
sure was. It sure was.
Welfare was created
So
for the white woman, and if statistics show you that white people
No, I'm
majority
not.
holds
No,
that shit now.
Poseidon. I didn't say alone is federal assistance. I said grants like the Pell Grant,
grant and the
FAFSA.
FAFSA.
That those are federal grants that are given by the state for education, or given by the government for education, and those programs are also being affected by this cutting back on government programs. So when you receive money to go to school, like grants, not loans, grants. So that's FAFSA, Pell, and whatever other state grants your state in which you go to school in, or where you're applying to school or college. Whenever they give you money, those grants, if they're government funded, those are things that are going to be affected. That's what I'm saying.
You
College
know what?
football, they are the minority. That's why they bringing them people over here. The white people are the minority over here.
Yeah, they're not the majority.
Gabriella, you still here?
They're majority
Nah,
of the
she gone.
recipients of government aid. That's what
Damn,
they are.
y'all let her get away. I've been asking her did she vote for Kamala Harris.
I
Oh
don't know when
Lord.
she dropped off.
Pell grants you don't pay back. Any type of grant, Pell grants you don't pay back. FAFSA
Yeah,
grants you don't pay back. None of that stuff you pay back. A grant is just that. It's a grant. It's been granted to you, so you don't pay it back. But it is considered government assistance.
Yeah.
You know they ain't hard on white people like they is when they sign up for benefits neither.
you talk about I don't travel when I'm telling you why they bringing them damn people over here in the first place. But okay, they the majority. The fuck.
Well, no, but I would say okay. So, but I get what college football is saying in terms of them being the majority. Well, they're may be the minority when you think of
Population,
population wise.
demographics.
The demographics, yes, they are the minority. But when it comes to, as far as like, the power that they have here in this country, they are the majority. Even the ones that are uneducated. Because look, this last election, it was, you see what happened.
Man.
You had all of these uneducated, ignorant motherfuckers coming out to vote, and it wasn't even about the policies that they were putting out. It was about who they liked the most and who looked like them, and that's who they came out and voted for.
Did you see how those coal miners, remember Trump was doing all these rallying with these coal miners and stuff? You know, when he froze the federal programs, he froze a medical program for them to get benefits for having black lung disease and to like get regular checkups for black lung disease. They're all getting their benefits taken away for being coal miners right now. He has defecated upon the hopes and wishes of everybody who wrote on his fucking campaign to put him in office. He's done nothing for those people.
I,
Well,
I think we,
listen.
I think we'd be slaves if we would have voted for Kamala. I ain't gonna hold you if she
Well,
would have won.
well, here's my thing. I think that both sides like to blow a lot of smoke up everybody's ass. I don't think no side is better than the other. Um, I think all of these candidates, when they go into office, especially because now you have so many lobbyists who are backing these candidates, that they have their own agendas and they want these agendas to play out. So whoever backed him in his campaign, those are the people that he is making sure he at least says, hey, look what I'm doing. Look what I did. Look what I signed off on. Now, whether or not it actually passes, that's something different. And then right now you got to remember, I think, isn't the Republican, don't they have the House right now? The Republicans have the House. So a
Yep.
lot of his, right. So a lot of his policies that they do agree with, even if it's, they're willing to cut off their nose to spite their face just to be able to say we're in control. Even if in the
So,
long run, they're the ones who end up suffering more than everybody else that they intend to make suffer. Because you already know, anytime these people come along and they want to implement these programs and they want to implement these war on minorities or war on black folks, it always ends up backfiring. Okay, when they came and dropped crack off in the hood in the 80s, back in the 80s, the late 70s and 80s, what did it end up doing? It ended up destroying the white community too. So anything that they try to do, because the white people, you got the white folks that want to come on our side of town to get the drugs, and then they take it back to their side of town, and then it becomes an epidemic. Okay, just
so,
like with
so, so, so yeah. Let me ask you: if Kamala would have won, where do you think we'll be at right now?
I don't think we would be better off. I'll tell you that. I don't think we would be better off, because I feel like all of the presidents, they're all puppets. So I don't know. Now I don't know if, and I can't say she wouldn't have cut government funding. I can't say she wouldn't have cut government funding, right? Because I don't know, and she's not the president. But what I will say is, I can guarantee you that there probably would have been some budget cuts. Now, what she would have cut, that would have been that would have we would that's remain that would have to be remain to be seen, because we don't know. But even some of her policies, we didn't necessarily agree with.
See, yeah, I know, but
All
what
I'm
make
saying, all I'm
make
saying is,
abortions great again?
the Federal Reserve has didn't they refuse us last week to increase our credit limit, and now the value of the dollar is like sinking rapidly. I think this is the case of better the devil that you know, and now the devil that you know is turning shit upside down. And I feel like, we have a system of checks and balances, and we've we have as a society have put somebody in place who doesn't respect those checks and balances. And I can at least say that I don't think Kamala Harris would have disrespected our system of checks and balances the way that Trump has. I agree with you when you said you can't say whether or not it'll be better or worse because she's not president. And I disagree with the fact that you said, though, that things could have been worse. I think things wouldn't have changed, which I would have preferred. You know what I mean? Because at least we would still be steady in the water. But things have changed, and they've changed for like drastically worse, and not in the benefit of anybody, because nobody's benefiting from this situation except for the people in power and those who have money. And not even in our country, where the people who have money and power, who have businesses, you know what I mean, the people who are actually garnering wealth in this country, Those people aren't winning. Our middle class is disappearing and is starkly being clear that there is just rich and poor. There's no more middle class. And everybody in the middle class has one choice. It's either you get more money or you end up being poor. Because I'm telling you, I'm paying rent, and the crazy amount that I'm paying for rent, I'm thinking, oh, this is a lot for rent. And I'm talking to my family members, and they're telling me, oh, girl, you got it good. We're paying $2,500 for this 3-bedroom. We're paying, $3,000 for this 3-bedroom. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Every place all over the fucking country is going up higher in prices, especially in the housing market. And it's getting to the point to
But you
where
gotta think though, Africa, don't you live in the city?
I do live in the city.
And see that's the problem. Y'all be forgetting we used to live on the outskirts.
But
Everybody who claim that they from a city, they done came from the outskirts. Can we be
so
honest?
so so my rent is almost $2,000 for my 2-bedroom, right? And I live in a pretty decent apartment complex. My brother was paying the same living in Orlando with his 1-bedroom. Orlando
But
is
there's
tiny,
but there's Orlando. Y'all keep
right?
you naming a city versus a city. Name
Right.
the outskirts.
Orlando versus Atlanta, right? The property value or the price of property in Florida is way higher than it is in Atlanta, especially in Orlando as a whole. But his rent for himself is almost $2,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment in a mid-tier apartment complex. That's a lot. He moved in with
Oh,
more family.
but Erica, you can't. Did you come from a big city?
Yeah.
So you ain't never lived on the outskirts.
I mean, when I was living in the Virgin Islands, that's different, but I didn't pay rent.
Exactly.
But well, you got to remember too, Ashton. I moved from Houston to Atlanta. I've lived in Houston, Atlanta, Boston. I haven't lived in Orlando.
Well your ass should have moved to Katy. Yeah, what's the outskirt of Boston, Lily? You know,
Who?
outskirt.
In
What's a
Boston,
small
Well,
town by
Well,
Boston?
Well, no, because that's Massachusetts. So
Worcester,
Boston is.
Worcester, Worcester.
Yeah, goddamn be. Oh,
But
I can't live in no city. Nigga, I know rent gonna be $3,000.
but rent. But you got to remember too. When I first moved to Houston in 2014, you could get a shitty apartment for $400. You could live downtown for $1,200. You could live in a pretty nice apartment for $1,600. Those same apartments downtown in Houston are going for almost $3,000.
Well, remember I told you. So I live on the outskirts, right? But I live on the outskirts, and I live in the suburbs. But in the area that I live in, so like I said, I live in a house. I have a 4 bed. I have a 5-bedroom home. A home to if somebody wanted to rent my home, the homes and the comps in this area, they're going for $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month.
Yup,
Do you
yup.
understand what I'm saying? So it's pretty much it's like $1,000 a room. So and that's on the outskirts. So I think it depends
But that's New York
on
too, though. You know,
yeah, no, you're absolutely
yeah.
right. No, you're absolutely right. Because now, like when I'm looking and I'm looking in other places and I'm like, okay, well, what is a 3-bedroom? What is a 4-bedroom? For instance, Georgia, on the outskirts of Georgia, they got 4-bedroom houses for rent. And those houses are going for 2,500,
1,600.
2,600, 2,800. No, because now we not you gotta remember we ain't talking too far out. We talking like maybe 45 minutes from the airport.
You're talking like Conyers. You're
Yes,
talking like,
Conyers. I'm talking
yeah,
about Carrollton,
Marietta,
Georgia. Yeah,
Lawrenceville.
Marietta. Yeah.
Yeah,
All of those places. That's what the rent is going for in those places.
yeah,
But these are houses.
yeah.
Mm.
And see, in New York, an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment might be $2,400.
God damn.
Yeah, a
Right.
2 bedroom where I live at, a 2 bed on Long Island, a 2 bedroom apartment might be $2,400 because I know a studio is definitely almost $2,000. They are charging you $1,800 for a studio apartment.
Come,
That
come, come,
sounds
come, come, come move to Arkansas. Then you get a mansion for 1,600.
Yeah,
But
but
see,
but then moving to
where you're
Arkansas, what
living is
type of jobs? Yeah, but then what type of jobs are there?
right,
What
right.
is the house?
Because
Okay, the housing market is, is you're saying, okay, I can come to Arkansas and I can move to Arkansas and I can get a whole mansion for $1,600 a month. But what kind of job am I going to be able to have? What is the minimum wage in
Become an
Arkansas?
entrepreneur. Minimum wage is 7.25.
You said 7.25. You know how long
Mm-hmm.
ago 7.25 was the minimum wage here in New York? I'm not even trying to be funny, and I'm only
I
comparing it because,
know.
and I'm saying this is across the board. I'm not even saying this is listen. This is the city, and this is the rural or suburban area. So you got to remember when it's 7.50 in the city, it's 7.50 on the outskirts too. It doesn't change.
mhm,
So the last time minimum wage was $7.50. That shit had to be like 19 fucking 90 something. Minimum wage here is 17.50
man,
or 16.50. I think it is. I don't even fucking know, but I think it's
I
like
think they
sixteen
took it to
fifty.
17.
Yeah, but so it's like 17. I think it's like 17 or 17.50 or some shit like that. That's the minimum wage here in New York, right? And I get it. 17.50 might be like the cap in other places. $17 might be the most you can make somewhere, in other places. But then, look at the cost of living
the
here.
cost of living is crazy.
And then you still this, and mind you, we talking about rent, right? We talking about, I'm telling you, a two bedroom apartment might be $2,400, right here in New York. $2,400 for a 2 bedroom apartment. And that's not even with no real amenities. I just want y'all to know that. That's not even like no luxury apartments. That ain't no washer and dryer hookup, none of that shit. Cause when you leave New York and you go south, there's certain things that are included in the
Yeah,
apartment. Like,
yeah.
wash
Mm-hmm.
and dry your hookup. You might got a pantry. I'm talking about you got an island in your kitchen. You got stainless steel appliances. None of that.
Mhm.
That's not, don't even think about that being an apartment here in New York. That is not what you're going to get.
We know.
You're gonna get ugly brown cabinets, and you're gonna get that white refrigerator. You, or the little or the colorful refrigerator. It's definitely not gonna be stainless steel. There's no washer, no dryer hookup. There is no dishwasher. You understand what I'm saying? It might be
Mhm.
an electric stove, yes, and it might be a microwave. But overall, and shit, you might got to put your own microwave in there when you finally get in the apartment. And I can guarantee
Jerome,
you that it's
Jerome
not
said
gonna
they
be.
robbing y'all in New York.
They are. They are.
Yeah,
I fucking
they're
agree with
robbing
that. I'm
y'all.
just I'm just telling you that. So there's certain things like that you have to take into consider. Even if so, like even your high, like your highest rates elsewhere in New York, like when we start comparing apartments, that's why it says amenities and stuff. Like the amenities that I'm talking about that you can go in other places and it's just automatically included, so it's worth
Yeah.
the money. It's definitely not like that in New York. Your apartment might be the size of a master bedroom in somebody's house. That might be the size of your whole apartment, and they'll charge you $2,000 to live there.
That's crazy.
So I don't know. Like I don't. That's why I said I don't think this is a war on blacks or whites. I think this is a war on who's poor and who's rich. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like he is just trying to make incentives for more rich people. He not for nothing. He said, I think I read something that it said he intends to, if you don't make if you make, I think if you make anything under $175,000 or less, that like your taxes are going up. So you mean to
Yep.
tell me you taxing me for not making a lot of fucking money? you're, you're taxing me for being in the lower class tax bracket. And
Because
then when
right
I
Yep.
try to
now,
make more
right
money,
right now, you're considered middle class if you make 50,000 to 175,000. You're considered middle class.
right?
So for somebody like me, it's interesting that you said that's the prices in New York, because down in Conyers, where we're looking at a new build, they want $400,000 for a 4-bedroom house on a quarter acre.
Right, to purchase.
To purchase. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? I'm
Yeah,
not
but
paying
wait,
for.
but now wait, hold on now, because now if you go to Carrollton,
Yeah,
you can get 2 acres. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I know you can get
yeah,
2 acres for 150,000, right? But the house is a fixer upper. But
right,
you're on 2 acres of land. And that is
right,
like an hour or with good traffic, that's an hour and 20 minutes from the airport.
right.
From Jackson International, Hartsfield International Airport.
But that's the problem. When you get into Atlanta, it's easy to get out of Atlanta. It's hard to get into Atlanta. It's hard about traffic sucks regardless, right?
Right.
But I live about 30 minutes away from the airport, and it takes me maybe 45 minutes to make a 17-mile drive, like
I
on a
hate Atlanta.
regular day. You know what I mean? So I think that proximity to the city is where it gets more expensive. But you're right. You can have a fixer upper $200,000 further out the city, an hour and 20 minutes. But I don't want to fight that, because that's an hour and 20 minutes one way, hour and 20 minutes the other way. If there's an accident or if there's traffic that's real bad that day, I might spend 3 hours getting back out to the house.
No, I get that, and I totally understand that. You always have to incorporate your commute and to see if it's worth it.
Hmm.
However, when you're talking about buying land and you're talking about buying property and things like that, not for
Yeah,
nothing, I think having the land will always outweigh the commute.
yeah.
And I'm saying that because you got to remember, like here in New York, I think I'm on a quarter acre. I think I'm on a quarter acre, but my house, a blind appraisal. Be quiet. A blind appraisal for my house. I'm in the high fives on a
Okay.
quarter acre.
Yeah. That sounds like my grandpa. He has a lot and a half in Boston, Massachusetts, down in Hyde Park. The suburbs in Boston are all very old looking houses, and you can tell the difference between like a 40-year-old house and a 10-year-old house. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
his house is on a lot and a half, and it's not on a single lot. The house is high sixes. You see what I'm saying? But the house itself isn't worth very much. It's the land it's sitting on. And I feel like I understand what you're saying. Land is important. But for me, because of where the house is, I would pick commute over anything else, because it's right outside of Boston. Like, you're in the sweet spot. But for me personally, we were looking at Conyers because it's a little bit more country. It's not as like city like. There's not a lot of action going on out there. But man, once we talked about that traffic and the price of the house, no, let's just go in a town home. Let's just call it a day. You know what I'm saying?
How much
So,
rent in Boston,
huh?
Africa? How
How
much
much is
rent
rent
in
in
Boston?
Boston? Hello?
Yeah.
You said rent in Boston?
Uh-huh.
You're paying like 1700 for a 1 bedroom that's not even in the city. You're paying pretty, yeah, you're paying a lot of money, but it depends on where you live too, because Boston's kind of weird. You got like the hood, and Boston don't really have a hood, but you got like the hood mixed into like the city. So like you could be 20 minutes, like a hour walk from the middle of downtown, and from the house is worth $300,000, and it's a condo, upstairs condo. The whole property itself is worth like 750 for the condo, or $1 million for the whole house. But the walk down to downtown Boston to like the Lowe's Theater is an hour away. Now, when you're walking down there, you like quickly graduate from being there into like $1 million properties and like the whole mansion type vibes. And then if you want to live like in Boston, downtown in the city, I couldn't tell you what the rent is, but it has to be pretty expensive just based on like where the area I know that I'm from or that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
And,
y'all be
and then
living in
when you
these
buy
rich ass
houses,
places.
when you buy houses, you're not buying a house like a standalone house the closer you go to the city. You're buying like the townhomes and you're paying like $1 million for these townhomes. And they're on the street. It's not like it's like, with a nice backyard or some privacy. No, it's on the street. And you're lucky if you got like a little patio area in the back and things like that. It gets
Yeah,
expensive, man.
y'all ain't got no garages neither, huh?
Uh-uh. But
It's a
everybody's got a
driveway.
basement.
You know, I was riding through Detroit yesterday. I was looking at how everybody got their little basement. They go in the ground and shit.
Yeah.
I fuck with them houses. Maybe it's just me. I'm just saying, y'all be living in the rich ass places. It be, I
Nah.
don't know. I think I'm moving back to Arkansas. Y'all ass.
But I mean, Houston's a good place. I'm sad that you didn't like it.
No,
I
it
like
ain't. The people
Houston
are weird. Then you leave Houston, motherfucker. Why you keep saying it's a good place?
because I'd like to move back. I'm tired. Listen, bro, I've been home a handful of times, and I'm tired of the traffic in Atlanta already. I want to go back to Houston.
And
I'm sick and tired of
Houston
battling my way
weird.
in and out. It just depends on what. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. People in Houston are weird, but it's
Weird
really
as
about
fuck.
who you associate with, man. Because you can find some good people there, and then you can find some pure
That, that,
weirdos.
that ain't from the city. I'm cool with everybody that ain't from Houston. Now I was sitting there kicking with this Mexican. He was from California. He said, I got a 5 bedroom house. I got a backyard. I got 3 cars. I said, what you have in California? He said, an apartment. Oh, that be rolling.
That's how
I
you
was
do.
just saying, I, I get what y'all be, but shit, New York, I would never.
My
Atlanta,
sister-in-law and my
hell
brother,
no.
they bought their house in Houston for 275, and now it's worth 350, and it hasn't even really been. It's been 13 years since they bought the house.
No, it's worth fine. They take their pictures down. Don't let them fool you.
Boy, boy, I tell you,
House, house in Houston worth about 500 now. Don't let them folks like tell them take their picture down and get a real praise.
and go to Walmart and get all the.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
get all the
another thing
pictures.
too. Yeah, a lot of our houses are they're under appraised on purpose because we're black. Yeah, because you're a minority or whatever. If but if you have somebody go in and sell the house blindly and then you show up to the house, you know what I mean? Type, for the as far for like the sign and all that stuff, like you'll get a better appraisal on your house. And it's been proven.
Hmm.
Even our mortgage rates are usually higher. That's why when you go into these places and you want to request a mortgage or you want to request even an auto loan or anything like that, you go in there and you tell them this is what I can do, this is what I can make happen. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not willing to budge. And if you can't help me, I will go somewhere else.
Okay,
Zuma
so I
said
have a question. I
tragic.
have a
I
question.
got 2 garages in Mississippi.
I have a question, Em.
What's up?
Let's say I wanted a $30,000 loan. How would I
Mhm.
do that? Just give me the
What
skeleton.
well, what kind of loan is this? A personal loan? Is this for what do you want to use the loan for?
Business loan.
So then you might want to go sit down. Well, there's a couple of ways you could do that. You could take out a personal loan.
Mm-hmm.
or you can go and apply for a business loan. There are some, there are some banks or some companies who are willing to give out business loans, to new up and coming businesses. And I do know that your business should be registered with what is it? It's just a company that's called it gives you like business credit.
Oh, you talk about Duns? Get your
Yeah,
Duns number.
when you get your Duns
Duns
number.
and Bradley.
Yeah, Duns and Brad DNB number. So when you do that, make sure that just make sure that make sure. One thing about this is what I realized about Black folks: we don't always go through the proper channels of registering our business.
Africa, just hire him as your manager, like I'm finna do.
No,
Oh
I'm just
my
saying,
God.
like, you just listen. I realize that we don't take the proper steps. Like, we don't go all the way through. Like, we might start the process, but we don't go full throttle with registering our business, getting the Duns and Duns and Bradley number, and then taking your and making it into LLC, which is a limit liability company. And then once it really starts making some money, you can turn it into an S corp. You
Yeah,
understand what I'm
yeah.
saying?
No,
And your
no.
taxes.
I have my own business. I have my own business set up and all that, but it's just for the trucking. I'm trying to figure out because I'm gonna just spit it out. Planning on entering into like the rental space,
Okay.
and I have enough cash to go and buy what I need up front. I just need multiple, and I don't want to just get one. I want to get like four or five at the same time.
Okay,
You
so
see what
that's
I'm
why.
saying?
So what you need to do is okay. So what you need to do is you got two options. You can go sit down with like a credit union, or like like I say credit unions because they usually give you better rates with your on your more on any type of loans that they give you. Their rates are a little
Yeah,
bit better.
that's what
So
I'm
if you
thinking.
if you
Yeah.
have a if you have a credit union that you've been banking with, you can go and sit down and talk with them and sit and
Okay.
see what their see what a financial, because that's what you have to do that anyway, because you need to see what your pre-approval rates would be. You need
Okay.
to see, like you need to see what your pre-approval um ballpark is. Because now listen, you say, hey, what, I'm looking for a personal loan. Well, what kind of, why do you need the loan? I would like to start, I'm trying to start up a business. You understand what I'm saying? Or I want to use the
Right.
business I want to use the money for business funding. Okay, so you want to take out a small business loan. You understand what I'm saying? And they'll tell you what you could be
Right.
pre-approved for based off of the history of your company, or based off of your credit history as well. Because I think when you first starting out,
They go off of my
it does
credit.
it right. It kind of goes off of your personal credit, and then once you do what you need to do, you pay back the loans and this, that, and the third. Then then it boosts your business. It boosts your business. But that's why I said there's certain things that there's other things you got to do once you register your business and you get it off the ground, up and running, and everything like that.
So here's my
And then
question. Here's my question. Sorry to interrupt.
it's
So
okay.
let's say I have 6 months of $10,000 in transactions monthly, right?
Uh-huh.
And I want a $30,000 loan. Is that better than going in and saying, "Hey, I'm new. Give me $30,000"?
Well, they probably, so it depends if you want to do if you're gonna take out the loan under your business, then
Right.
it's considered a business loan. But if you
Okay.
go in there and you don't use your business information, then it may be considered a personal loan. You understand what I'm
Okay.
saying? And now if it's a
Yes.
personal loan, then it's gonna go off of your personal income. If it's a business loan, they usually try to use the collateral, like they want to see the history of the business to see, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
Right.
And then if you're a new business, like new small business company or operation, your rates you might be able to still get the money, but your rates might be a little bit higher because you're kind of like how you say, you're a risk. They're taking a risk by loaning you the money.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Because the objective
Right.
is for them to just make some money off of the loan that they're giving you. Listen, that's any bank's objective. I don't care if it's a personal loan or a business loan. Their objective is to make money off the money that they let you borrow. That's why you pay it back with a certain interest rate. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? And the higher your
Yeah.
interest rate, the longer it will take you to pay off the loan.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then
And
my goal.
your loan
Uh-huh.
stipulations usually, I'm sorry, but your loan stipulations, they vary. You might, if it's a personal loan, you might say, okay, listen, I need a 36-month loan, right? For personal
Right.
reasons. 36 months is about what, 3 years? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you pay it off within 3 years. If you pay it off before, there's usually certain loans, there's usually no penalties. So you know what I'm saying? That's why, there's a lot of little fine details that you need to make sure you are looking into. You
Okay.
want a fixed rate, you don't want a flexible rate, or you don't want an adjustable rate, because
Right.
when interest rates go up, so will your interest rate on your particular loan. No matter,
Gotcha.
so you want a fixed rate, you want to
Right.
try to get something with a low APR,
Uh-huh.
let me see what else. You also want to make sure that you in your loan. So in your loan, the length of your loan. So there's, like I said, you might, so you sometimes they have like 72 months. They might have 60 months. They might have like I said, 36 months. You know what I mean? Like, so
Right.
there's different time frames in which, so, and obviously the shorter the loan, the more money you pay back. But the
Right.
higher the interest rate, the less money you're paying monthly towards your
Your
principal.
principal.
Yeah.
Got you. Got you.
So you want to keep that in mind. You don't want anything, and interest rates are, like, interest rates are high, but you might be, like I said, you might have a better chance with getting a loan through a federal credit union. Credit union usually gives better rates. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So start there. You sit down with somebody at the bank, you see what they can, you say, hey, listen, what do I qualify for? I need to see what my options are.
Okay.
If you have a business plan, that's even better. Take your business plan with you.
Okay.
Don't get discouraged if you hear some no's. You just go somewhere else. Eventually, somebody's going to help you somewhere. There's also small business funding, like outside of banks, where you don't necessarily have to pay that money back. Why don't you
Right.
look into that? Look into maybe getting some grants and stuff where they'll help you. They'll help you start up your business and get it up and running if you need money to function. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways for you, and these are grants, things that you don't have to pay back.
Right. Which which
It's just a
which is
matter of
something
you
else.
just doing your research, and it gets a little tedious, especially when you're doing it yourself. But I would say exhaust all avenues before you just get ahead and jump out the window saying, "Oh, I want to take out this $30,000 loan," because
Right.
and then if you can show that you have the money, they may even be more willing to give you the money quicker, because they're like, okay, she has the money. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Which is my thing. Like, I don't want to go in to get a loan and I don't have at least, what I'm saying, something in the bank on top of it that belongs to me, that I can pay in an emergency case or something goes wrong, because the business is low cost startup. It's something that's going to be long term for me. It's a side hustle. It'll make some money, but at the
right,
end of the day, I just wanted to know, because like me having a trucking company is literally so I can get paid. It's not for me to like use to do actual business transactions on a regular basis. But I know the general setup. It's just now this is actually to like do transactions and get paid that way, right? This isn't what
mm-hmm.
I use for like my bread and butter. This is gonna be the side hustle. So I'm like, okay, how do I get enough funding to at least cushion myself and get up off the floor, and then because I don't need the
because
30,000. I
right
just
because
want the 30,000. You see what I'm saying?
Right, because you want to use it as a cushion. I
Right.
totally understand what you're saying, but that's why I'm telling you, instead of looking at the avenues for loans, personal loans or business loans, you might want to go the avenue of grants and scholarship. Like, not necessarily a scholarship, but grants,
Right.
because you have small business grants where it will help you start, get you up and running, and you don't have to pay those back. Grants do not need to be paid back.
Yeah, I get that.
You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah.
that's why I said, so exhaust all avenues, because you might be, even if it's 10,000 from one company, from one
One grant.
financial group, right?
Right.
That might be one grant. Okay, boom, you got a $10,000 grant to operate. Then okay, this another one might give you 5,000. Okay, so now boom, so far you got 15,000. You can apply for
Right.
as many grants as you want or you need.
Okay.
You know, like you're not limited to how many grants you can apply for because you don't pay grants back. So anything that you qualify for, if you qualify for it, go for it. Not for nothing, you're a Black woman. You know, you're a minority, so they got a lot of little grants and things and programs that you can get into that will help you get you going.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
there is funding there. I know a lot of things are being cut. You know, I know, and I know we're all in an uproar about all of the things that they're taking away. But there's things that they don't tell you about, and they feel like you're not gonna do the research to find it. But the money is there.
Oh no, I'm gonna find it.
You know, the money is there, and it's money that you don't have to pay back. And
Right.
so that's what I'm so that I feel like me personally, if I
Mhm.
was you, if I was able to get funding and I don't have to pay the funding back, like I don't think that you if you don't have another choice, then obviously yes, then go ahead on and get the personal loan or get the business loan. But if you have another avenue where you can just get grant money and that you don't have to pay back and you can start up your business and you know and you use the money for they may ask you, you know, they may ask you for like a list of expenses, you know, and operation expenses. They may ask you those things. That might be something that they may want you to prove or they may want to see. And you know, and so, you know, or they may tell you, okay, all of this money has to be spent within a certain time frame. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, like there may or may not be stipulations, but you just have to read all of the fine print. Don't sign nothing and don't agree to anything until you read everything over. If you have to, I would suggest you get you somebody, a lawyer, to at least just read over the paperwork. You pay a retainer fee, you tell them what you need, and they'll give you they can give you a flat fee, or you know, maybe you can put them on retainer if it's
Okay.
affordable.
I got it. I don't think I could fit underneath this thing. Hold on.
Oh
Give
girl.
me 2 seconds. I don't think I could fit underneath this goddamn bridge. Why the fuck would
Oh
it take me
shit!
over here if I can't fit underneath this bridge?
I just had to do that too last week.
Oh. Slow down now.
Cause
Girl, don't get
I don't
yourself no
wanna drag
tickets or
it.
nothing like that.
Let me get on. Look, it's
Yeah.
a fucking wait. You can beep all you want. Give me 2 seconds, but I think I might be in a pickle.
I just had to do that shit last week. That goddamn took me to a goddamn small ass bridge. Pissed me the
Right,
fuck off.
right.
Then it beeping like a bitch.
Wait, wait. Is Zoomer gonna say I would create porn content until I have all cash stacked up to fund my own business? Good
Shut the
night.
fuck up.
Zoomer is crazy. Hey.
All
Oh
right.
my gosh. Wait, is Zoomer a guy or a girl?
I don't know.
Ashton.
I would say a guy.
Oh my god. I'm so afraid right now.
Just bad back.
I can't back that.
Oh
I'm
boy,
going under a
Africa.
bridge onto the highway.
Huh?
Well, what are the height clearances? You don't see the height clearances there?
It says 13-1, but I'm
And how
13.
and how high is yours? How high is your truck?
Oh, I'm fitting. I'm 13-6, but it says 13-1.
Oh,
But I'm fitting.
you said you're fitting?
Yeah. Man, this shit has taken me under so many motherfucking
I
bridges.
told you, I told you, you just use Google Maps.
No, you know what? You somebody got to come up with an app just for truck drivers. I swear.
They
No,
got one for truck drivers.
I have the GPS and I fit right under it. It's just usually when they have me going under bridges, I'll be like, okay, I know that it won't put me in under a bridge that nobody else goes under because so many truckers take the same exact route. But I was freaking out because this one actually looked too low for me to fit on, if I'm making sense.
Okay, but you cleared it.
I cleared it. I cleared it. So
Okay, well then that's
obviously
good.
it's higher than 13.6. They just have it as 13.1, but that's not the truth.
Yeah, but you know, you don't want to get caught up with that. You know that you get so much, you get an asshole full of tickets for that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So that's why I got out and I looked because I'm not about to, you know what I mean, jeopardize my money making machine for nobody.
Nah, I ain't mad at you.
Shoot, sorry, I was freaking out. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely go look into that Grant Avenue because that was not crossing my mind at all. I wasn't thinking about that at all.
I mean, well, you know, I mean, like I said, I'm just giving a suggestion because you know you asked my opinion, so you
Yeah,
know, and I just and listen, if the money is there and the money has to be spent, when these grants when they roll out and the funding is there, the money has to be spent somewhere. So if you don't apply for it and if you don't go looking for it, you'll never know. You know what I'm saying? What and it shit, who knows? You might be able to get one grant might open the door for another grant,
right,
you know, like other opportunities, because it's like, okay, well, you know, you, oh look, okay, well, this came across my desk, well, let's see what else rolls out, you know.
right.
So you know, like I said, it's just a matter of you just researching it. It is going to take some research, and you just have to see what type of programs are out there. I'm pretty sure there's something that you'll be able to benefit from.
Thank you,
What?
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Shit, each one teach one.
Yeah, nah, my cousin's mom died, who was like an aunt to me. And so me and my siblings have been having a lot of talks about what we're gonna do when our parents get old, because we got like 15 years till one of them turns 80. So we got like
Okay.
5 years to kind of get it together. And I realized like Black families don't have these discussions, and all my siblings are like, "Oh well, I wasn't even thinking about that. Like, why are you thinking about that now? They're not gonna die." I'm like, "Do you have life insurance for dad? Do you have life insurance for mom? Like, they're taking care of their parents now. So who's gonna live with who? Who has a house? Who has the best job? Who has kids? Who doesn't have kids? Like, we need to talk about all this. How are we gonna split up the houses? We got land in the islands. How are we gonna split that up? Who's gonna take
Well,
what?
honestly,
Nobody's
let
saying
me let
shit.
me tell you, yeah, but you know, you have to have these conversations with your parents too, because your parents, they do have to do a last will and testament. If not, you guys could be fighting it out in court. And I know that sounds crazy, but you know what I'm saying? Like
No,
that
no,
could
I
become
sized everybody up. After this conversation, I sized them all up. I said, sibling number A, well, number one is gonna give me a problem because once they dig in, they don't want to hear nothing. Sibling B, funny about money. Sibling C, he don't care. He gonna do whatever I want to do. Sibling D, he out the picture because you know he's stupid. So this is where we at. So
right.
I'm just like, all right, cool. Like, what y'all want to do? Oh, well, wherever you decide to do, we're gonna go along with it. All right, all right,
Right. I don't want to hear no shit when it come time. You know what I'm saying? Because what you say
exactly.
now and what it really is two. But that's why I said. But just I think you guys need to, just in case. I think you need to, just in case yourself, if that's how you're feeling. Um, when it comes to that, I think that that's something that you need to take into. That you have to put things in writing. You have to put things in writing, because what people say now and then when it actually comes time and things happen, there's some, people don't always continue to agree. Death brings out the worst in people.
And I'm seeing
So
it and I'm watching it, and that's my thing. Like I've been talking to them about it, and our irrevocable trust, and they're like, well, why do you want to put it in an irrevocable trust? I said, because we don't have to pay taxes on the land the same way. It'll change hands faster and we don't have to worry. And then we have 3 different properties between 5 of us.
mhm.
Why would you want to split that up? That can become like wealth for us, because the land is worth millions. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But there's houses on it. And I get the reply that, oh, well, I look at land the same way I look at a car. It's just there. It's just
No.
there. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
no, that's not it. That adds value to us. That's home equity loans. That's money you can use to go ahead and do other things. That's a home that you don't have to pay for. It's already paid for. You literally go there, you pay the lights, and the utilities, you're done. You know what I mean?
Right.
They don't get it. So I think in good conscience, the best thing to do is set up a trust so everybody has like access to all the properties. If we decide to do an Airbnb, I think that I'm gonna be like the executor of the trust, but I'm not gonna be unfair as in, oh, none of y'all get anything, I get everything. I want to have an open discussion. I just feel like it's not gonna be that when the time comes to say, okay, put your signature here. Or I paid for the lawyers, she's $7,000. Put your signature here. Or do you want to pay some of this money? Or hey, here's the bill. Do you want to split some of this?
Well, I think that if they're expecting a fair share, then that's what I'm saying. I think if they're expecting a fair share, then I think these things need to be discussed and things need to be put in writing. I know family, family is family, but this is when I say that sometimes people do not have their ducks in a row when it comes to, executing like last will and testaments and stuff like that. And, and then you also need to talk to your parents. You need to
Yeah.
find out what your parents' wishes are.
Yeah.
I know that that's a, sometimes it's a hard conversation to have, but it's important to have these conversations because when things happen, I don't care how much you prepare for them, you're not going to be ready for that.
No, not at all.
No matter how much you prepare for the death of a parent or a loved one, you're never really, ready when it happens, is my
Right.
point. So, no,
Right.
even with all the preparation you do, there's still no, it's gonna fuck you up,
Well,
so.
that logistics battle is an argument too, because we're in the mainland. All the siblings are in the mainland. The parents want to live back home, and it's like, okay, well, what happens when you can't move? What happens when you gotta go to the doctor? What happens when you can't wipe your ass? What's gonna happen then? Well,
Right.
I'm not gonna be here anymore. Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, you gotta you gotta figure out what it is that just those, and I'm speaking from experience, so that's why I'm saying that. There's things that need to
Yeah.
be put in writing, like you have to find out who the healthcare proxy is going to be. All of that stuff is important. All of that stuff is important. All of it, even if
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like it's important right now. Trust me, it's important.
Because these are things they don't want to discuss, and I'm the only girl, so it's kind of like you're being
Right.
emotional. You're
But
worrying
this
for
is
no
gonna
reason.
right, but these things will cause an issue later. Is what I'm
Right.
saying to you. You know what I'm saying? Because a healthcare proxy has to make sometimes hard decisions. They have to make
Right.
hard decisions based on, what what is the last wishes of your parent, you know? So I'm only saying that because, when you're and when things are when God forbid something happens, right? And things are going bad, and you have to make split decisions, and you have to
Hmm.
make decisions based on, what you feel is the best thing. Yeah, it's better to have those type of titles and things of that nature. All of that stuff needs to be put in writing. You can get a power of attorney. You can get a temporary power of attorney. You can get, an indefinite power of attorney. You can have a create estated. You can get an estate created prior to the passing of your parents. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things you can set up. It does cost a little bit of money. I think when I was quoted a price for an estate, like, for the paperwork to be drawn up for an estate with a lawyer, they quoted me $800. I don't know if
Mm.
that's the same amount, or maybe it goes by the lawyer, the lawyer that you retain. But look around, ask those type of questions, and they'll tell you what your options are.
Well, the problem is that we're doing business uh, in the islands, which is still United States. But the problem is that the price of doing wills, estates, trusts is crazy back home. Like the lady quoted me 7 bands, okay?
Hmm.
Because she had to go dig through some title. She got to do some title work. She got to go ahead and she's like, okay, your estate planning, like, what do you need to plan an estate? Well, has it already been passed on? Well, what kind? Well, who's still alive? Well, who's it under? Who has the original deed? All these things. And so I'm just like, okay, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know
Right,
who to
but
have
that's a
conversations
but you
with.
see, but you see the questions that she asked, those are questions that now you need to talk to your parents about.
Yeah. Okay.
Like these are things that you look, we don't like talking about this type of stuff, but it's important. If they have a life insurance policy, you need to be able to locate that life insurance policy.
Right. Yeah.
The last will and testament needs to be available to you.
All
You need to
that
find out
documentation needs to be in the same place.
if there is a life insurance policy, you need to find out who the beneficiary is. You know what I'm saying? And like these are
Yeah.
all the things that are important. And you do all of that not when you're in the midst of chaos.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, everybody the reality of it is everybody we love is gonna die one day. And everyone, and I mean, I know, right? That's what you see how you like. Oh, I don't want to have to think about that. Exactly. So when the time comes, when you have everything, your ducks in a row, there's things that you don't have to worry about. When it's time, when you have a will and testament, and you also have a life insurance policy, those are important things. Those are papers that you need to know where they're at. So when you go, when things happen, listen, life insurance policy, all you got to do, you give it to the undertaker or however you plan on sending off your loved one. You give it to the undertaker, and they usually they get, because you have to have the death certificate. It's certain things you need in order for the policy to be paid out.
Right.
So that's one less thing for you to have to worry about. Boom, here's the policy. This is what the policy is worth, and this is what we intend to spend. And don't let them try to bamboozle you into doing something you don't want to, spend money, because them damn undertakers and stuff, them damn funeral homes and stuff like that. Boy, they get you. They get you when you ain't. They know you, and you feeling sorrowful.
Mhm.
So and they prey on that. That's how people end up spending $30,000 and $40,000 and $50,000 for funerals. Yeah, man. Not me. I don't want them to spend that much money on me.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
cremate me. Get me on up
yeah,
out of here.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't get me wrong. Send me off right, but rent the damn casket. You ain't got to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
You
Don't.
know what? I prefer to be buried. Y'all been
Rent
seeing
a
these people,
casket?
these new young niggas that die, and they sitting up in a chair and shit.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the? Yeah. You talking
Ooh-wee.
about you talking about you talking about, like, so that's like for the wake and the the viewing of the body. Yeah, they be sitting up in the seat with their sunglasses
Yeah,
on. They be sitting propped up with their glasses on, they regular street
yeah,
clothes. That started, I ain't gonna hold you though, that started like in like other countries. That started in other places, and then it became popular here.
That's sick. I
yeah,
don't like that. I
Hmm.
think that's
It's
sick.
like it's like having a party one last time,
With a dead
and the
body?
person, yeah, and the person. I mean, look, it's the same thing when you go to. It's the same thing when you go to a wake, a regular wake, when they're in the casket laying down. Only difference is they got them propped up, and obviously you dress them however you want to be dressed or whatever, and they usually have them sitting propped up, like, and it's the same thing. The concept is the same. It's just they're just not laying in a casket.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Well, different strokes.
You're right. Different strokes for different folks.
Different strokes, man. I can't do it. Whew.
Well, okay, so when parents pass down property, if it's unpaid taxes, yes, that is true. But you always have the option, Zoomer, you always have the option to get to source out a different home, like a homeowner's policy or home insurance policies. Like, you don't have to stay with your home, with your insurance company, homeowners insurance. You don't have to stay with them. Like, if your parents have a homeowners insurance, and let's say their rate is at a certain amount, you can shop around to get a better rate. So you have that option. You don't have to. It's just like car insurance. You don't have to stick with just one thing.
Hmm.
So I was reading a post. I think I was sitting in the group chat when they said the older generation is the most selfish generation, and they were talking about how all these families had millions of dollars saved up and shit. The family finally got rich, and when their parents died, they gave the money to goddamn fundraisers and then leading up for the family. And goddamn, the father died. He had millions saved up in insurance policy. And before the grandmama died, she finally told the family, "Oh, I changed that. We giving it to the we giving it to goddamn donations and shit
Charity
like
to
this. Yeah,
charity.
charity. Like man,
Well, I think well shit, you see what his name is? What's that dude?
uh,
Bill Gates,
uh
his old crazy ass. He said he's giving I think he said he's giving like 95% of his uh of
Jeff
his money.
Bezos.
Butcher.
No, not Jeff Bezos.
No, you had it
Bill
right,
Gates.
Em.
Oh, Microsoft King.
Yeah, Bill Gates. He said he
Bill
is leaving
Gates.
his fortune. He said he giving his fortune away too. He said he giving his fortune away to charity. But I think he's part of the elite because he's so goddamn rich. That's why he can do all the things he want to do. He can do all this bullshit he want to do too. They don't talk. He another like him and Elon Musk. They all up there together. So they do weird shit with their money.
Yeah.
And they be experimenting and shit. You ask me, I think somebody should wipe that motherfucker's accounts out before, but when they die because god
Yeah,
damn
Bill
it,
Gates. He basically stole people inventions and shit.
yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, that ain't nothing new under the sun. If it's been done once, it's been done twice. You get what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
I'm please, how many inventions have been stolen because we weren't able to have patents? You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, please, they, what is they, what is it? George, what is it? George Washington? No, who is it?
George
The
Washington
guy.
Carver. Yep.
No, no, no. George Washington Carver. He did a lot of things with the peanut butter and peanuts and all that. But I'm talking about, what is it? Thomas Edison. Yeah, they say he
Yeah.
wasn't the one who. Yeah, he wasn't the one who invented the light bulb. It was one of
No.
his, his
Slave.
slaves. Or yeah. So shit. Even down to dentures.
Hmm.
So I don't know, but
That's crazy. I went to
Lily over there,
school with
sleep
the
on her
girl.
stomach.
Her pappy. Her
it's
pappy
Friday night.
holds the
Oh my
patent
gosh,
for
that's
red
somebody
brick.
really snoring.
No, no, that's
No,
me.
there's that Africa can't stay on the road.
Shut
Oh,
the
okay,
fuck.
that's the ridges in the road. Okay.
All right. You know what? Mute.
She said, "Mute."
She was
All
just
right.
talking, so why you gonna mute when you talking?
That's cause
Crazy
that's cause
woman.
that's cause you put her on blast about her driving.
Oh, let me see.
All right. What else?
18 letter.
Yeah.
What's going on? What's up, yo?
Hey, 18. How you doing?
I've been doing all right. What about you?
I can't complain. Ain't nobody listening. No way.
Yo, I'm out here, I'm out here
I am.
driving
I
right
am.
now.
No, no, I'm only joking. No, I don't really complain much. I'm more of a thinker,
Yep.
and like so when things happen, even if I'm like stressed and when it initially hits, my fight or
Hmm.
flight kicks in, and I'm usually fighting, baby.
That's the
So
same
I
way
be
I am.
yeah, so I be trying to
Same
figure
way
some
I
shit
am.
out. I be just be trying to figure it out because I'm like, listen, hey, and then I also have I guess I have an optimistic view on a lot of things because I'm like, things always work themselves out because they
Hmm.
do.
Yep. And
So,
I'm a when I'm dealing with something and I'm stressed, my critical thinking goes into overdrive. So
right. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what can I do to get myself out this situation?
right,
So I don't know. I'm not really standing around waiting for nobody to save me,
I definitely understand that.
so it is what it is. Shoot. Don't get me wrong though. If I had a problem solver, like as a partner, then I think, I might maybe I would my views would change on that. Maybe I'd be like,
Uh huh.
babe,
Yeah.
like I when I be able to call my husband. My husband. Let me call my husband.
You
Let
know
me
what?
call my husband because let me call my husband. Hold on. And now now I gotta call my
That's
husband. Babe, what should I do?
and that's how
You
it
know?
usually is too.
But when you have
You know what's
I
crazy?
mean, that's how it should be. But
Yeah, yeah,
but
that's how it
even for men, like
should
with
be.
their wife, like, you know what, let me call my wife. You know what I'm saying? Honey, we got
We
triple
do
X.
not call women for advice.
Shut up, Ashton. I said that's how it should be. I didn't say you do. We know y'all don't. That's why y'all won't ask for motherfucking directions when you lost.
From a woman?
From anybody. Y'all hate to ask for directions. Men hate to ask for directions when they're lost or need to know in which direction to go.
Nigga ain't gonna do
Y'all
nothing but
will
I
say
think a
you,
lot
not.
you
of the
go
time,
north, south, and west. This shit ain't gonna do nothing piss me off.
You see? You see? You see?
I
I
think
don't know what
men
this
hate
shit
to ask
mean.
for.
Yeah.
I think men hate to ask for help in general because a lot of the times we don't want it thrown back in our face. It's like men's biggest fear is it get thrown back in your face if you need help. Somebody be like, "Oh, you remember when?" You be like, how many times I done helped you? How many times I done looked out for you? So I think that's why men don't really like to ask anybody for nothing.
Pride cometh before the fall.
Right, exactly. Because pride ain't gonna do nothing but leave you hungry and fucked up. Your pride will leave you hungry and fucked up. You hear me?
That was smooth, man.
I'm just saying, it's the truth. Listen, sometimes you can't keep it pee all the time. You got to put it to the side sometimes. That's all I'm
hmm
saying.
My my boyfriend, my fiance,
Look,
he
your soon to be husband, your intended.
not intended. He tells me a lot of times like he'll bring back things that I tell him or information and news, and he
Uh
stopped telling his boys that he stopped telling them that I told him that. He's
huh.
like, yeah, today I was looking at this and I saw this. I said, why you didn't give me any of the credit? He like, they don't want to hear it from you, Africa. They don't want to hear it from you.
Right, because
They're not
I'm telling
interested.
you, right,
I
because if
said,
I
what?
remember, we talked about that before. P. I said sometimes it's the messenger. They so worried about who the messenger is, they don't want to receive the message.
Boy.
And that's like there's people who are guilty of that all the time. We don't like the packaging, so we won't receive the gift. We're not open
Mhm.
to the gift. Man, I don't give a fuck how it's dressed up. Go on ahead and give it to me.
Tell me. I
Give
need
me
the
what I
information.
need. Right. Give me what I need.
Mhm. And you know what else too? I hate slow talkers. Okay, because I feel like they ain't getting to the information fast enough.
You be like, all right, enough. Hurry up with the goddamn story, or
Right,
hurry up
right.
with the information. Where is the
I
part?
need all this
Show me the
introduction.
steps. Just take me through the steps one by one. Damn it! Shoot. See you later, Chash. Love you too. Yeah, but and then and Wody said. Wody said, "Shit, Henry Ford ain't invent the automobile." I know, but you see, he got the credit for it though.
Boy.
Shit, look, he got the credit for it. So
Yeah,
you
we ain't
know,
never gonna see an era like that again.
well,
Man, it's
As
called
like
his
American,
story for a reason.
but I think that I think we are. I think this is the era of this. Well, because this is the era of information. Anything you need to know is at your fingertips.
Hmm
that
So
is
I think
definitely true.
that, yeah, I think that if you are still being ignorant at this day and age or at this point in time, it's only because you just want to be. It can't be because of lack of resources. Because if you have a cell phone or you have access to the internet, you have access to a lot of information.
Every and
Yeah,
anything.
it's literally at your fingertips.
And I'm
Anything
one
you
of them
could
people.
possibly think of.
Yeah, and I have a strong belief that most people, when people get a certain age, they are who they are. People, are who they are. Most people don't want to. A lot of people don't want to learn new information because new information makes them challenge something that they might have been groomed to believe. And I think a lot of the time people are more comfortable being willfully ignorant than they are with educating themselves. So
Well, that's true, because and that's very prevalent when it comes to like religious beliefs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times religion isn't even something that is a choice. It's more so of a I guess indoctrination, or a something that's passed on. You know what I mean? Or, like, how your grandfather did into certain things.
Yeah, the
That's
washing of the brain.
right, right. So it's like, it's like, and then so it's like, so it's, what it is. It's hard for us to deprogram ourselves from all the things that we've learned our whole entire lives to try something new. It's just easier to just keep going with the flow.
Yeah.
that's why I like is the people that don't really have critical thinking skills that are easiest to control because they want to be controlled. They want people to lead them
Yeah,
without them having to do.
they don't really want to do
Yeah,
none of the work. They
they
just
don't want to
want,
do
they
none of
want
the
the
work. Yeah,
reward, but they don't want to put the work in. So it's just
right,
easier to follow somebody else to fucking oblivion.
right. I agree. And then
Yeah, not
react when
me.
it's too late.
Mm-mm.
Man, I feel like I think that I agree with what y'all saying, but I think that it's also piggybacked by laziness, man. They
Of
feel like they've
course.
done enough work to get to where they are and they want to settle. And I feel like if you ever settle in life, you've given up on living, man.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know
because
if I agree with that one. After
but settling. Well, I mean, listen, settling is a slow death.
Yeah.
I think everybody settled at one point in time.
Yeah, no,
Like every
okay. So let me just say, like, right, okay, so maybe we need to add a little bit more context to that then.
Yeah.
Like, settling for the bare minimum is a slow death.
I agree. I
So
agree.
now, like, don't get me wrong. Now, if you're content, now, so being content and
That's
settling ain't the
different.
same.
That's
Right.
different.
Like,
Right.
so it's like, if you're content with your wife or your husband, you're content with your life. If that's enough for you and your wife or your husband, and you guys are happy with the life that you've built for yourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever that looks like to you.
Right.
If
No,
you're
I understand.
content in that manner, then absolutely, then by all means go for it. But if you've settled for the life that you're living, then that's not the same.
Yeah. I think I don't okay, so like contentment to me means settle contentment to me means taking care of all the responsibility that I understand belongs to me, right?
Hmm.
So if you're content, but you understand that there's a portion of responsibility that belongs to you that you haven't taken care of, I would call that settling. Am I making sense?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So certain. That's what. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're saying the same thing. I think we're just. I think we're using it in different contexts. If you understand what I'm
Okay.
saying, but I think we are trying to say the same thing. I mean, at least that's
Okay.
what I'm hearing. That's how I'm
Okay.
understanding it. Because settling is like, I don't have no other choice. So this is all I got.
Okay.
And then contentment is, I don't want another choice. I like what I have. I'm enjoying what I have. I appreciate, I'm appreciate, not to say that you don't appreciate it under any other circumstances, but I'm saying it's like, this, I like this. This is the life that I've built for myself, and I'm okay with that and everything that comes along with it. Whereas, you know, settling is like, well, shit, I ain't got no choice. This is just what it is now. It's like accepting defeat when you say settling. That's just, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying is like there are people I know who are okay with like as long as my bills are paid, I'm content.
Right.
And I look at them and I'm like, but you haven't taken care of all your responsibilities. Like you've got more responsibilities past putting food in your kid's mouth and paying your bills. These children need to be educated. And don't you think you should be concerned about what's going to
Good
happen
night.
when you can't work no more?
Yeah,
So
I can definitely agree with
you
that.
see what I'm saying? And so I'm looking at them like, okay, your ass, you content, but you're really settling because you have other shit that you have not taken care of.
No, right. So that's why I said to you. So being content with a life that you have put your best foot forward in, right? And
That's
you've
a
done
mindset.
every right, right. No, it is. It's a mindset, but right, but even being content is a mindset. You get what I'm saying? Being content or being um what do we say? Content or settling. Like even settling is a mindset. That's what I'm saying. It's all obvious. Yeah, it's all mindset. It's obviously, it's all in how you looking at how you look at. Are you a half full or half empty type of, glass half full or glass half empty type of person?
Hmm. I
So
think,
that's what I mean. I
yeah,
think it's all in how we respond
conceptualize
to,
things.
yeah, how we compartmentalize, how we conceptualize, how we you know how we navigate through life.
Yeah,
It's all about those type of things, the things we settle for. So like, how people, some people get into relationships and they're like, and I know we always talk about DNP, but this is not that. It's just an example. We never like, oh, you spent so much time with this person and you just were so unhappy for so many years. That's you settling. You settled
right.
for that. You understand what I'm saying? Because you could have did something about that. If you were that unhappy with your situation, you can always change it. So when you complain about something and you don't do anything to change it, you are now settling for that in that aspect.
Gotcha.
So that's why I say that. But hey, shit, to each his own, man. I know me. I'm not settling for anything. Whatever I submit to or whatever I commit to, it has to be something that I am wholeheartedly
Right,
I'm wholeheartedly content with. I find contentment in it. You understand what I mean? I don't want
right.
it to ever be where it's like I ain't got no other choice. We always have choices. We just may not like the choices we have.
No, I definitely understand that. And I like too much. I'm not settling like for being broken, broke, poor, and fucking downtrodden. No, I can't do that. I like too much nice shit to do that.
Well, I think that's also a mindset too. You know what I mean? Because there are some people who don't have anything, like they don't have anything of material value, and they are content with their lives. If you understand what I'm saying,
Right.
because it like like okay, so you ever see old people and they live like in rural areas? They might have like a little shack, might live in a little shack, on their little land, and they just mind their business and they okay with the way that they live. Now, for somebody else who's not used to that, and they're like, wait a minute, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be able to live like that.
You think it
Yeah.
might be because we come from the inner city too? Like we
I
come from
think
the metropolis, so it's a little
even if
different.
I think even if you don't come from a metropolis, I think it's about what you've been exposed to. So look, so it's
Mhm.
like, so you know how you have like you know how you go into other countries, right? And um they live with what they have, right? They are content with what they have because they haven't been exposed to more or other things. So they don't realize they have all of these options because they haven't been exposed to any of these other options.
Garden of Eden type situation.
Right, like okay, so you got people who've never left like their 5 mile radius of where they live, right?
Right.
But people who travel, they have a different outlook on life as opposed to someone who's never left their 5 mile radius.
Right. Right.
Like you have people who you have like so this for instance you have people who have never taken like the railroad to go to another part of the state where they live in, meaning like so like here we have like we have like public transportation, which is like trains and stuff like that. Like I know people who have never taken the train from Long Island into Manhattan ever. like their whole life. You
Yeah,
know,
it's a
or
lot
it's
of
like,
people
okay,
on the south
or like,
side of there. There's a lot of people on the south side of Chicago that don't know how to get around like on the north side, or like
right,
don't only been to
right.
the north side like once or twice.
And their whole entire life, you know what I'm saying? Like they couldn't even fathom that. So going out of state is even is even a less achievable goal for them because it's not something that they're used to. So like I think it's just about your exposure. I guess to just wrap it up, I think it's all about your exposure.
Yeah.
Like you got, like how they have some of these remote native tribes and communities, like they don't want no outside influence. They like, I think in Australia they have like a tribe of people down there that is even, I think
Oh Lord.
they're even protected by the government, where no outsiders can come.
You talking about that little island? It's like right off the coast of India, on the Sentinel
I
Island. You talking about
I
Sentinel
think
Island?
right, I think so, right. And then it's like there's a
Papua
tribe
New
of,
Guinea.
yeah, well, those people too, but you have, because these tribes, these indigenous tribes, they don't really have any communication with the outside world, and they're very still what others would label them primitive. They're very so like they still live a very unconventional for us, because what's conventional to us is not conventional to them.
Right.
But to
And then
them, they're happy, they're content,
and
thing okay.
another thing why they don't let people come out onto that island, because I
Right.
think a colonizer went there and way back in the day, and they took like 2 or 3 of the people, and I guess
Oh.
I don't know if they took them to Europe or whatever, but one of them died, and 2 of them, like, I think got sick from the diseases or something like that. So they
Well, I do
passed it
know,
down for
but that's
generations.
right.
Not
But I
not
do
to
know that that's why the government has them protected, because they are not immune to certain diseases, because they've never, ever, ever,
Yeah,
ever been vaccinated.
right.
And so, with anything, so the littlest thing could wipe out the whole tribe.
Oh.
So, that's what I'm saying. I think it's about your exposure. I think it's the things that we're exposed to. And then it's also a matter of what you consider luxury. Like for me, for instance, you know, uh I'm so used to indoor plumbing, and I know for some people that might, you like indoor plumbing, yeah, but when you
Right,
go other places, indoor plumbing is not it's a luxury. It's not a
right.
requirement, so
They
that's what
got
I'm saying. Like,
outhouses and stuff like that.
right, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just like, I don't know what I would I don't know what I would do if I had to use, like, if I didn't have indoor plumbing, where I couldn't, like, I couldn't just go in my bathroom and turn on the shower and get in the shower. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get me wrong. Maybe if I had to do it, maybe I would do it, but because shit, I ain't got no choice. I got to wash my ass.
Oh,
But
Lord.
I'm just saying, but do I want to do that? No, I don't want to have to go to the well and get water and get a bucket and bring it, or bring it back and fill up the tub, and then we only could take a bath like once a week or shit like
Everybody used
that.
to have to do that, didn't it?
What?
You had to go outside, go to a well.
No, no, no.
They
Uh,
have indoor plumbing in the islands, Ashton. What the hell are you talking
I'm
about?
just, I thought they did.
No,
I used to watch BT on Sunday. They go
n-
to Africa.
you know
no.
what?
Like, like, you don't know this, Ashton, but I have very humble beginnings. Like, very, very humble beginnings. Like, what, uh, what Evan's describing, like, I went through that for a portion of my life. Like, I didn't grow up rich or anything. That's why, like, I understand we're 18 letters. Like, you think it's because we're from the inner city that we have that mindset. And, like, Em replied, like, no, it's not. I think it's perspective. Like, I went from having hot water, running water, being able to bathe inside to like having an outside shower when I go back home to the Virgin Islands. So it's like, it's different for me than it is for most people because I could be in a 1 bedroom apartment with a TV and be satisfied that I can pay all my bills. Like I could be content with that if I changed my perspective on what's important. But it's because I come from a place like that why I hustle so hard. So like for me to be making this type of money, I make more money than anybody else I know back at home. You know what I'm saying? But to strive for more is where I'm at. And so that's why like I have a hard time with what Em was describing, because I can see, like, if you haven't taken care of all these different things in your life and you have the capability to do it now, why wouldn't you strive to do that now? Why settle for less? But like she said, it depends on your perspective. If this is where you find contentment, that's where you find contentment. But to answer your question, Ashton, I bathed out of a bucket for 18 years back home in the Virgin Islands. I was extremely poor.
I mean, but so let me just say this though too. Like I have used an outdoor shower, but not because that wasn't like so like in the islands they have outdoor showers so you don't track in the sand in the house.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying? So you rinse off. There are showers outside. You rinse off and all that stuff outside, and then when you go inside, there's still active
still
working.
got a regular bathroom and
Yeah,
all that stuff. Yeah. So
right,
like, but growing up, but see, like country living and island living are different though, because
right,
like I ate out of my backyard. We still had a house. We have central. I mean, we don't have central air, but we got like an air conditioner and a window and things like that. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like horrible. And I was on a beach every single day of my life. Like I lived a great quality life growing up. I think it just wasn't. I wasn't rich. I didn't have the luxury of having a bunch of material things. But that doesn't mean like I look at people who do have those things as being like ungrateful or disparage them for what they do have. I respect it. Like that's part of being an American. Um, in my opinion, is because you have the not the luxury, but the expectation of having the basic necessities met, and it's a different level of standard than what you would find outside of the US. It's different than what you would find in China. It's different than what you would find in England. It's different than what you would find in France. It's different than what you would find in Ethiopia. Like when I went to Ethiopia, ice is a commodity there. People like buy shoes like once a year. Most people live in huts if they don't live in the city. You see what I'm saying? So it's just different.
I think it depends a little bit, like as far as the mindset, because, like for instance, you can have that mindset that you want to, of course, that you're trying to, get it and be overly ambitious. But if the opportunities aren't there, then that's a different story. Like in a lot of those places, the opportunities aren't even there. And then on
Yep.
top of that, here in America, the only reason America is how it is because they played a monopoly on extorting all of these other countries for their resources and bringing it back here, which caused people from those countries to migrate over here. But I think a lot of people from the outside, even because it's a flip side to that. People from the outside that don't live in the United States, they'll look at it like, oh, you guys got so much opportunity there, this and that. But it's not what people think. And a lot of the times I've heard people say that they come to the United States and they thought that it was like the land of milk and honey, and they found out it's not what I thought. I'm like, United States is very good at advertisement and marketing to make you all think that. Because I've even
Hmm.
had one lady that I knew from Jamaica. She said the part that they don't tell you about coming to the United States, because you're thinking, oh, the dollar, I'm making this amount of money. It seems like a large amount now because you're coming from an island or you're coming from a country where the dollar
It's
is,
worth more.
is worth a lot more. But what you don't realize is that when you come in here, that dollar don't stretch as far, and you're on that hamster wheel. Because she told me the part that they didn't tell me about America is that you damn near got to work until you dead. I was like, yeah, because like the living expenses is crazy versus back home. $1,000 over on the islands can probably that's like having 5,000 or 6,000-7,000.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it don't.
it's different depending on what island you go to. Like her living in Jamaica, that money, that $100, stretch far, far, far. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, it's the same dollar amount. It's the
That's true.
same thing.
Puerto
There
Rico
ain't
as
no
well.
difference. So the same price you paying for milk, we paying for milk. But guess what? In the Virgin Islands, minimum wage is still $7.50. You still got people down there working for $12 an hour. That's what they make. That's their income. Teachers make $36,000 a year. That's what they make. But they live in a place where a studio apartment is $1,200, and that's what you can find.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, to me, it's kind of like I've had the opportunity, and I really appreciate my journey. What God has given me and shown me to see different levels of lifestyles, and for me personally, it's more about me taking care of my responsibility and setting myself up to be well taken care of into my older age, but to also be able to do that for others in my family. And I just think that, one thing I see happening is from people from my island, they come to America, they get a job, they go from making $12.50 an hour, they come up here, they get a job and it's $22 an hour. And if they can make that work with an apartment and they can go clubbing every night, they're gonna do that for the rest of their life. I don't want to live like that,
No, I get what you're saying.
But it's just crazy because I'm here working for what everybody else is working for, but I grew up like that, and everybody's trying to come back to where I grew up. I think that shit is hilarious because it's like, okay, I've been to the white pearly sands, and you know what I mean. I've been to the nice waters and the beaches, but that shit is different when you live there.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like I don't know. It's kind of like the same thing here. It's kind of like the same thing here, Africa. Like, because people were like, oh, I want to go to New York. I want to go here and everything. Like, cause you see that on TV when you over on the islands and everything, and then they get here and they like, man, it's a whole lot different when you gotta live here. If you don't have a support system or a family, like it's way different. Like, see, we
Yeah.
never been, because you got to think, we living in the concrete. We living in the
Right.
concrete. It's small in the air. It's different pollutions and stuff in the air. The water is not pure. It's pollution in the water. Our food got all types of shit that it ain't supposed to have in it. So, when we see the islands, we like, man, they got, it's a great place to visit, but if you don't make the income, I think that goes for both places. You don't really want to. It's going to be
Yeah.
difficult to live there.
You know what I see a lot of though? I see a lot of tourists come down, and then those who stay, like, it's crazy. You could do things in the Virgin Islands that you can't do like in Chicago or New York. Like, people will come down and be like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna live here. And I'm like, okay, so where are you gonna sleep? We're gonna sleep on the beach for like 2 or 3 weeks and put a tent up, and we'll be fine on the beach for a couple weeks. And then as soon as we save our serving money, we'll go rent ourselves an apartment. And they do it, man. They come, like, you can literally come down to the Virgin Islands, dirt poor, go live on the beach, go take a shower at the little outside shower at the beach, get ready for work, go make some money and save up. Just as long as you're sleeping on the beach every night, you'll be fine. Or they'll rent out like the $15 a night tents. and that's how they be. That's how they be roughing it for a couple months till they make enough money to either go back home or they come and they get themselves like a little apartment or something. I don't know. It's just interesting to me because I really used to look at Americans and be like, oh, y'all got good up here. Y'all don't care. You don't appreciate. Y'all got central air conditioning. You got a good food. You don't have to get on a boat and drive for 15 minutes to an hour to make it to the market. You got Walmart right around the corner. I ain't living it up, but it's like, nah, no, you're not. No, you're not. You suffering too. It's just at a different degree, man.
It's just in a different degree. Like people would be like, I'll probably go to the islands. They be like, hey, man, you make this amount of money. I'm like, yeah, but y'all not accounting to the 2,600, 2,619 I pay every month in mortgage. Not counting my $80, $90 light bill. No, that's not that. My $70 light bill. My $115 gas bill. My water bill that I pay $115 on. Like car repairs, my cell phone bill. Like it's a lot, man.
It's a lot. And then too,
and
like
that bill, like it keeps you on the hamster wheel, but you gotta work.
Yeah. But you be like, you come down to the islands, you'll be a tourist. Oh, the people are so nice. It's so beautiful here. Everybody's so kind and friendly. I love it here. I want to live here. And then you come and you move in and you like, why is everybody being so mean? Now, motherfucker, you one of us. You one of us now.
We were just doing that to get the money earlier.
That's right. Give me that $20 tip. You one of us now. You ain't got no fucking money? Yeah, we gonna treat you like everybody else. And they'd be so surprised. Be like, yeah, get your white dusty butter skirt with your goddamn sandals on. Get your fuck from here. Yeah. And we don't like you. When you think this America, huh? Or like, don't let you not come in there and not say good morning, good afternoon. Who the fuck you think you is? You think because you come from America, you don't have the fucking manners? Down here we say good afternoon and good fucking morning, asshole. And it's like, whoa. You be getting that revenge back because you had to run like 15 towels to your room for no reason. And they remember your face. I'm telling you, man. And then we treat our homeless people different. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have like homeless people that are cousins or family or, just tourists that decide to move down and they meet unfortunate circumstances, and then you give them like, you'll see them hanging around and they're kind of drugged out or whatever, but they need some cash so they could get themselves some food. So like they'll go around to the little shops and you'd be like, take my trash out, go ahead and wipe off these counters and I'll give you $5. And that's how they be making their money, man.
I think it's the same. I think it's the for some of the homeless people here, it's the same thing. Like, and I know it's not. I can't. It's not equivalent to growing up on the islands, but shit,
right.
Yeah, I remember growing up without no heat. I remember it was times we didn't have heat. We didn't have like hot water, and the lights went out.
Yeah.
Because like summer, like, oh man, because I know like you can't compare the poverty in the islands, but some of the areas in the states, they ain't no walk in the park. Like the
Shit, let me tell you something. Even outside of like New York, like our projects are different than y'all projects down there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If you understand what I'm saying, like our projects, like we be like, oh, that's the projects. Oh my God, it's rough over there. But then like when you start going into places like Louisiana and
Ooh Lord,
New Orleans, and you getting into the
Lord,
3rd Ward and the 5th
ooh
Ward and the
Lord.
8th Ward, and then you start comparing it to like
That's
like
third world poverty. You
that's what
compare,
I'm saying.
yeah,
But
you
that's what I'm
compare that.
saying. Like like that type of living, even that type of living, in comparison to the type of like it right here in the United States, there's so many different there's so many different examples of poverty, and some are worse than others. Like
Yep.
when you compare it to like and I hate to say this, but like I said, we like when I speak to other people and like we're talking about like when we move to other places and we move like when you move like from New York and you go to another state, you like look, the poor here is different. Like the people here be poor.
Yep.
If you understand what I'm saying, like so New Yorkers, our poor, like we might live in like infested buildings and in tenements and all that kind of shit or whatever, but and some of us be fucked up, right? Some of us will be
Right.
like will grow up really in a really messed up situation. But then when you compare it to like a third ward projects,
Yep.
like
Yeah,
the
like the
like
Cali Magnolia.
yeah, or Magnolia projects and stuff like that, and you be like, God damn, I would never want to live like that. Like I'll
When you
take New York poor over New Orleans poor.
when you just said that, um, Gilly the Kid just interviewed BG from New
Mm-hmm.
Orleans,
Yeah.
and he just said that he was like, we grew up in Philly, we got areas that's poor. He like, but nigga, when I went down to New Orleans, they was poor, not
Yeah,
poor,
that's and
poor.
right. And and it's sad, but it's sad because it's like you see because you it's such a fucking like it's such a drastic difference. That's what I'm saying. Like there's a drastic difference.
Yep.
It's almost as if like it's hard to explain it, and it's like, and I'm not being offensive, like I don't want anybody to feel like I'm being offensive when I say this. It's like it's almost like you'll really see kids in the projects down there with no shoes on their feet
Yep.
because they
Right,
don't have any shoes.
right.
Right.
Like you won't see that here. Like if you see kids up here in the projects, and and it's because the kids is just outside playing, and they happen to be in the hallway with no motherfucking shoes on, and you know what I'm saying. But they might have at least one pair of shoes. Like if a kid don't have no shoes down there in the projects, it's because they don't have no shoes.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like
Yes.
it's so drastic. Like or like if if they do hand me downs, right? And don't get me wrong. I guess it depends. And I'm just using extreme cases. If they do hand me downs down there, like you could tell, like these are hand me downs.
Yeah.
Like in New York, this I don't know. It's like you might get somebody to give you some clothes and they're gently used, as opposed to like I'm talking about hand me downs. You know what I'm
Like
saying?
yeah,
Right.
like you get a shirt and a pants. It's so faded you
But
can't tell what color it is.
Right,
It
right,
but
was a
right, right,
but
bright
right. And
green
it's
and now it
and then
looks
guess what?
pale
And then when you
yellow.
yeah, and then when you can't fit it no more, you got to pass it down to your little brother or
Right.
sister.
but I
Like it's
gotta
not that. What's up?
I gotta say, I don't know, cause like New York poor today is a little bit different from the old New York poor in the '80s, cause you ain't
No,
dealing with like the same. New York in the '80s was poverty, like '70s,
listen. Wait,
'80s.
hold
That
on a
was
second.
that was
But
bad.
even New York in the 80s and the 70s still wasn't like the 80s and the 70s down in New Orleans.
The
Yeah,
South.
I
No.
agree. I agree.
Do you get
I
what
No.
I'm
agree.
saying? That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
what I'm saying is we've all progressed. Like we all have made progress in terms of fucking being in poverty. You know what I'm
So
saying? But
so
but the comparison is always, it seems like the South, like it's like the powers that be down there intentionally leave the
yep.
people who are in poverty and in some of the most dire fucking situations, man.
They just leave
Like,
them there.
okay, like I don't know if you guys ever see Soft White Underbelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
watched Soft White
Right.
Underbelly.
Okay, so there's a family in West Virginia or in Virginia somewhere, like they're
Oh
inbred.
yeah.
They're inbred, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like the brothers and the sisters have made it, and I mean you can tell like they are severely, they have severe
Mental
birth,
retardation.
yes, mental retardation, birth defects, everything, right? They even look crazy. They remind me of like The Hills Have Eyes, like the people in the movie The Hills Have Eyes, right? And if you look at how they live, they live rural America poor,
Yep.
right? Like you know, like there's like maybe 3 bedrooms and there's like 6 people that live in the house.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, like there's trash everywhere. Their clothes are very, very uh you know,
Worn
their
through.
clothes,
They're
yeah,
worn
very
through.
worn through. Like their house, they got like, you know, got holes in the ceiling. You get what I'm saying? Like there's no like
Yeah.
if the ceiling is leaking here in New York in a tenement an apartment, you know, in an apartment building, if the ceiling is leaking, you know,
Night has to repair that. Yeah.
right, like you know, even in some of the worst case scenarios, you know, um, it won't just be a piece of metal that'll be covering the roof
Right.
here
That's a
in New
case.
York. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like it's not
Yeah.
just a piece of metal covering the roof here in New York. Down there, you'll find houses where it's just a piece of metal tin on top of the roof, like for the roof. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying,
Well,
like,
I okay. So here's, I think what you're trying to say is this, right? So I'll give you a description, right?
mm-hmm,
Remember when you went to St. Thomas, and you saw all
mm-hmm,
the big buildings and stuff like that, and then you saw little houses up
on
on
the
the
mountains.
hills and stuff
Uh-huh.
like that, and they were
Yeah.
all in the shade and stuff,
Yeah,
and you could
shanties.
shanties, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I grew up in a shanty, and that's the kind of condition. So like, you could be poor, but you don't have to live poor because we didn't live poor. We were very clean people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We
I'm
didn't
not,
live
that's not,
poor.
but see, but
What
even
you're
still,
describing
even
is the conditions of their houses, like plyboard house, galvanized roof, is what you're describing, right? As
But
being
I'm talking about rural. But I'm talking about now. I only use those people as an example because it doesn't look like
okay.
that they weren't getting any government. They weren't getting any help from the government. And then until Soft White Underbelly, when he did that interview, people started like people wanted to do stuff for them, right? But prior to that,
Oh,
they were like suffering. Like they didn't have any food. I don't even think they were getting like disability benefits, even though they all deserve to get some goddamn disability because clearly
so
you
they
can
were
tell that these people
they're poverty stricken.
that's what I'm saying to you, right? So
Yeah.
their level of poverty based on their demographics, like where they were living and all of that stuff, is not the same level of poverty. That's all I was saying. Like, don't get me wrong,
Right.
people who are in poverty, but there are
Right.
levels even to that. That's what I mean.
Right.
You know,
I
like
agree.
there are
Yeah,
even
I can
levels to
understand
that.
that.
That's why I said that. So I'm listen. Nobody being in poverty is any better than anybody else in poverty. That's definitely not what I'm implying. I'm just saying, like, if I had to choose, I would pick New York poverty over
Hell
anywhere
yeah.
else. You like
Hell
you get what
yeah.
I mean? Like it's bad here in certain places, and you know, and it's hard to get to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but when I look at some of these other places, like even in Georgia, rural Georgia, like you know, in the deep, you know, like deep South Mississippi, places
Mhm.
like that,
Yeah.
you're like, what the fuck? You guys still live like this? Like it's almost it's a culture shock.
Shot. Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, you like, what? It's people that still live like this? You understand what I'm saying? With outhouses and
It's
that's
like
what I'm saying.
you
But
taking a step back in time.
it's also
Yes.
the reverse too. When you come like from my perspective, right? When you come to okay, so like me going to Boston from my shanty to Boston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like dealing with my cousins, and before they got their new house, when they were living in their apartment, they're like, oh, we live in the hood, we live in the ghetto. And I'm like going up this 3-story building, and they all got their own rooms, and it's nice in there, and like you don't have an AC in your window, you have everything that you need, like you go to the corner store, and I'm just like, you're not battling elements. You can't hear the rain when you see what I'm saying? Like it blows my mind because in their mind, they don't got no money. They poor. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And in
Right.
my mind, it's like you got a second floor. You have to climb stairs to get to your apartment. You don't understand like the level of like protection just from the elements is so mind blowing that people will call that poor. From the perspective of like you got hot running water, and that's just how it goes where you are. Like for you to be anything less than is a case.
But you
Like you
know,
get to report that to the police, and you get some
but
money.
I'm gonna tell you what makes us think that way to Africa that a lot of people we don't take in consideration. A lot of the times, you know, what makes us think like that because poverty in a lot of the islands and everything is isolated from the wealth
From the
of that
world.
island. And
Yeah.
it's isolated from the wealth of that island. But here in the United States, especially when we come from the inner cities like New York, Chicago, different places like that, we're adjacent right next to the wealth.
So
We
you
ain't
could
nothing but
see it.
like, yeah, you can
Got
see it.
you.
So you're like 15 minutes away from like, and downtown is a whole different world. Like, you know, you go downtown and you see the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton, the nice cars, all of this stuff. You know, the affluent people live over there, but you a world away. But you go 20 minutes south, and you in the ghetto, and you know you
Right.
reminded that you in the ghetto, and everything in America reminds you of the money that you don't have, like from the
Right.
commercials to the TV shows. Everything reminds you of the money that you don't have. Like even here, y'all, you know who y'all should watch? Y'all should watch that dude Charlie Bo 313. He be driving like through all of the different ghettos and stuff in the United States. He go through Detroit, New York, Chicago, all places like that. Like he be driving through all over through Watts, all over. But yeah, cause like
Nah,
what you
I've been seeing some on my travels, and it gets a little crazy out here.
Yeah, I'll tell you one place. Like when I went to Toledo, Ohio, right? I was on Detroit
Oh my
Avenue
God.
in the east side of on Detroit Avenue. I was like, God damn. I was like, this
Mhm.
look bad. Parts of Detroit in general, 7 Mile, uh, 7 Mile Springfield, 7 Mile and Warren, all through that area on that east side looks like it was in a war zone, like it was hit by a bomb and all of that.
Yeah.
We got Gary, Indiana, like 30 minutes away. Gary was messed up. Like they fixed up that house now, but if you was to come to Chicago, or Africa, because you know Gary ain't nothing but 30 minutes outside of Chicago. So if you was to
Mhm.
come there and you go to see where the Jacksons lived at, you'll be like, how
Right.
the hell did they live in this
In this
small
little
ass
ass
house?
house, right,
Yeah,
with all of them kids. They was
and
on top of each
Mm.
other.
yep. And then the surrounding areas is pretty bad. Like the abandoned buildings, but Gary done mellowed out. It's not as dangerous as it used to be back in the day. Oh, where JP from too, Milwaukee. Shit, you go up there to Milwaukee in some of them areas, you be like, it'll remind you of damn near Baltimore or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, Milwaukee is rough too.
Well, that's why I said like there's certain places that I just wouldn't. I'd be like, like I wouldn't like I wouldn't pick up and leave New York to go live in any of those places that we just discussed.
No, I hear you. They got good areas. There's a lot of good areas there too.
No, I mean, don't
Especially,
get me
yeah,
wrong. There's good areas everywhere. There's good and bad areas everywhere. I'm definitely
right.
not saying because there's some rough ass places in New York too. There's places I wouldn't live in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like
Uh,
there's places I'd be like, oh, I ain't moving there. I don't give a
especially
fuck.
parts of Brooklyn, pink
Bro- Bro-
houses,
no,
the
Brooklyn. Listen,
the
Brooklyn,
Bronx.
Brooklyn, Bronx, or any one of the five boroughs. There are places that I wouldn't move in those five boroughs, regardless. You understand what I'm saying? Like you could give me a free apartment and I wouldn't live there.
I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
But
You could tell you could be like, oh girl, you ain't got to pay rent for a whole year. I wouldn't fucking live there. Okay.
now it's like I feel like Americanized because now it's kind of like I'm not living. I want all new. what you call it, stainless steel appliances. I want a washer and dryer. I want a
Yeah,
patio.
you want
I
the
want
amenities.
I
You
want
want
the
the
amenities.
amenities.
And
Yeah.
my boyfriend gave me such a hard friggin' time about it. He's like, you want hardwood floors? Africa, this war for hardwood floors. I said, I want what I want because I can afford it. So what are
Right.
you talking about?
Right.
I'm not taking no steps back. I'm not taking no steps back. I don't care. I remember I had a conversation with the ex. I told him, I said, if you get between me and where I'm going, you become an obstacle to my progress, and therefore that means you have to go. Oh, you feel high and mighty now? You feel high and mighty? Damn right, because I worked for where I need to go, and I'm not taking no steps back. And I got a long way to fall before I get back to St. John 16 EV my dog. Motherfucker, keep playing. I remember when I first started working in Houston, and I was living in some bad apartments. Which now you know how you have that sixth sense of like this is a bad neighborhood, I shouldn't be here. I didn't have that when I first moved to America. I couldn't recognize what was like the ghetto. I was like, oh, this seems all right. You know, people say it seems friendly. Okay, it's a little dingy, but I've seen worse. But I was biking to work, like 2 miles. I was on a bike to work, and my friends had to tell me only crackheads do that. And I was like, but I have a bike, so why wouldn't I just bike to work? They're like, just ask somebody to come pick you up because only crackheads bike everywhere. And now I'm just like, okay, I'm aware of what like certain things look like and certain things mean when you come to America and you're living a certain lifestyle and you have to keep up with your appearance. You have to be aware of what it is that you're doing. You have to be aware of where you live. You can't just be like, oh, I'm a thug it out because I can and I've come from worse. Like, no, you gotta be in a position to where you're doing better or you're at least making sure you're taking care of yourself as best as you can. And I couldn't conceptualize that. So that's why I understand. And when you say like, there's certain levels to poverty, and I would live this version of poor, but not this version of poor. I don't feel offended. I'm not taking it personal. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with the standard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I said. But I said, but it's also because of what I've been exposed to. So it's like, you
Right.
know what I'm saying? I know that there's better. I know that there's better than this, and I refuse to settle for that. I can never be content with that if that's what you because and I'm just bringing this all back to how the conversation first began. You know what I mean? When we started talking about settling and then being content
Yeah.
or contentment and settling. So that's why I said that because, like, yeah, like now, right now, I'm content where I live. Do I want more? Yes. I'm content for the moment. Do I want more? Yes, because I feel like it's so much more in this, that I can attain, and I can leave and give to my children. And I want their experiences to be three times as better than mine's. And I've had good experiences growing up. So it's like, and I want to extend those same experiences, or if not better experiences, to my children. So, there's just certain things that I wouldn't want them to live in squalor. I wouldn't want them to know yeah, okay,
Right.
how you say sometimes trials and tribulations build character, but to what extent without causing trauma?
Yeah,
Right.
living in squalor. That's taking us back.
Right.
That's
You know what
taking
I'm
us
saying?
back
Like that's
generations.
right. That's doing something. That's like that. They don't need to be exposed to that type of struggle.
Right.
Like we might struggle a little bit when it comes to maybe vacationing. You understand what? Okay, well, listen, guys, we can't go on that type of vacation, but we can do this. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, my struggles might be a little different, and that's how. And each generation should get better and better. That should be
Right.
the objective. So,
Yeah.
you
Like
know.
what level of exposure am I going to give you to where you can learn your lesson? Because a kid that's grew up in the suburbs, you don't need to take him down, authority war to show him this is how he could be. You could take him right outside and be like, you see these people, you don't want to live like this. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's why, you know what, but that's why I travel with my kids, because
Yeah.
I feel like if they only think that the world that they live in is the only world that exists, they'll be so naive and so unprepared for the world around them, if
Absolutely.
you understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And don't we see that? Don't we see that with people that come up like you just like based off of the conversations you had? You don't people don't even be knowing what
Oh
they be
hell yeah, we
talking
get that
about
all the time
when it comes
because
to
there's
like in
yeah,
other places, other countries, and all of that.
Yeah. And you can
yeah, but
tell. Go
shit,
ahead.
even the ones that like, so like there's some people who come up here and they're from other places and you just like, where the hell you from? You get what I'm saying? Because what kind of bullshit is you over here talking?
You want some wild ass shit. I ain't never heard
Right.
that before in my
You know what
life.
I'm saying? Right. You be like, you be
Where
trying
the
to
hell you
figure it
from?
out.
Yeah. But I think that when you when you have the opportunity to see a lot of different places and things, you develop a certain appreciation for what you do have.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
And
And then you
absolutely. And that's
will
why,
hold to that standard.
yeah, but that's why I'm real big on giving my children experiences.
Yeah.
I'm real big on that because experiences, they trump anything, any type of materialistic thing you could give a child.
Right.
It
Yeah.
trumps it any day. So that's why, like that's why I say I'm real big on that, because it's just super important. It's important to give them experiences and to give them a different perspective.
Yeah. I mean,
And I'm so happy, like with
go
oh,
ahead. Go
go
ahead.
ahead,
You
Apple.
got
I'm
it.
sorry. No, I was just gonna say I'm so happy that my grandmother was able to do that with me growing up because I like grew I didn't and it's fucked up too when you grow up and you realize that you're smarter than a lot of adults in your family. You be like, yeah, I can't depend on help. Like and not like the type of smart where it's like that smart like y'all don't be knowing shit outside of what y'all know. Like y'all don't know nothing outside of like what y'all know. And that ain't much. And they
R-
was content. Like they was content on staying like they was the type that'll be hating on the next generation for doing better. And I was like, yeah,
right.
I got
Right.
to get away from y'all.
But because you know what they say, ignorance is bliss.
Like
God forbid.
people be forgetting. Like I literally seen growing up. You got people in your family, or you got certain parents that don't like they want to see their kids fail. They don't want to see their kids do better.
Right, because they struggled, so they feel like their children. That's why I said I know that sometimes struggle builds, and adversity builds character, but to what extent? Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
Yeah.
you. Em.
okay.
I was
Like
listening.
Yeah.
that's why I say that. I'm like, kids shouldn't, your children shouldn't have to suffer because you suffered per se. However, you do want them to be appreciative of all the hard work that goes into creating a good quality life for them. So, well, in my case, I that's why I try to give them experiences and take them and show them different things and answer questions that they may have, and and engage them, so
Yeah.
like all of
I've
Cause
those
been
things.
I've been struggling with that question part with kids asking questions, and the reason is because like you have a kid that'll question your authority versus question like the genuine intrigue and curiosity. And I'm really questioning myself over that because I don't have kids yet, but I don't want to enter into where I damage their um, self esteem so that they're not able to question what's being put in front of them when they're growing up because they've been conditioned to obey the adults in their life. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think that handicaps them when you don't want to answer questions that are in, how you say, that are imperative
yeah,
to their that are imperative to their development.
Right.
Like you
Like,
strip them, you strip them from the ability to make sound decisions without constant supervision.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that, and I also, well, see, I don't know, because everybody's parenting style is a little different. So my parenting style is a little different. I keep an open door policy with my kids. Like, there is nothing that we can't talk about. Like, there are no conversations that are off limits.
right. It seems like you're very patient with your kids.
I mean, I
Very
can
patient.
be. I've grown. My patience has increased over the years. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? When I was a younger mom, I wasn't as patient as I am now.
Uh-huh.
And I think that came because I had less experience at it.
Yeah.
So
I come from a household where my dad, like, sex was not a conversation that was not a topic we had a conversation about. See what I'm saying?
yeah, I know a lot
Dating
of people who
wasn't.
grew up like that.
Yeah, and so like now it's kind of like, okay, if I have kids, I want to have that conversation, but I don't want to let them. I don't want to make it seem like they have permission to go do these things now. Of course, they can make their own choices, but like I would have liked to have that conversation with my dad before I entered into that aspect of my life, and I didn't have the opportunity, and I didn't have my mom around. So how do I navigate that conversation without exposing my child more than they need to be when it comes to them trying to navigate it for themselves? You see what I'm
I
saying?
think I think that so I think that and I so to answer that question, I think that your answers should be age appropriate.
Okay.
So like a 5-year-old might come to you and say, "Mommy, where do babies come from?" And your answer to that 5-year-old obviously shouldn't be, well, two adults have sex and then the penis goes in the vagina. And, like, I don't think that a 5-year-old can grasp that concept yet.
Oh no, my mom told me that straight up. I'm talking about
I, I was just told that it came out of women's stomach. That's the only thing I was told at that
So,
age.
right.
It's like
But what I'm saying
come
is,
out of women's stomach.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think those type of answers are age. They should be
right.
based on the age of the child that you're responding to. Now, if it's
Gotcha.
a teenager, or a preteen, you need to have an honest and upfront conversation. Like, listen, you're a young lady, and now you are at a stage in your life where you can make a baby. And this is how a baby can be brought into the world.
Yeah. What I'm saying, even that whole conversation, yeah, I had to navigate that shit on my own. That is the scariest thing in the world.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And so to prevent that feeling, you have to be. And not for nothing, you can, and even as a parent, you can say, listen, I want to have this conversation with you, and I want these conversations, to be open minded, and I want us to have upfront and informative, conversations or dialogues. But you also put in a disclaimer: we're discussing this, but as a parent, I don't think you're ready for this. I don't condone this. Like I talk to my,
Right.
I talk. Like I talked to my daughter, my youngest daughter, about having boyfriends and liking boys and all that kind of stuff. You know why? Because you got to remember, kids are being taught. If kids are being taught, right? So kids go to school and they're being taught by other kids, and they pick up other things. And I don't want my children I don't want anybody to tell my children anything that they could have got from me first. And because I'm gonna tell them what's in their best interest. Somebody else is gonna tell them may not be what's in their best interest. So I can't give nobody the
So,
opportunity to teach my children something that I could have taught them. And the reason why and then to even take it a step further, the reason why I wasn't taught was because I'm too pig-headed, or I'm too stuck in me being the parent and you being the child, that I've limited our dialogue. Because let me tell you something, when kids don't tell you something, that means that just because a kid ain't telling it to you don't mean they ain't telling it to somebody else. You create sneaky children when you are too far removed from the reality of what it is to be a teenager or to be a kid. And then times have changed. So they're being exposed to a lot more. So it's your job to make sure
That
that
they know.
right, that they know what's right from wrong and what you expect from them. Like your expectations of them should always be very clear.
Right.
You know, it should always be very clear. You should be a little flexible. I will say that because sometimes parents project like we want. So like I've known a lot of parents like they feel like their children should do certain things that because they were never able to do it. Like that whole sometimes there's a child that's the first child in the whole family to go to college, right? Sometimes you
Right.
come from a family that's not college educated, so to be the first person to go to college and graduate from college, it's a big deal. But the flip side to that is not everybody is school or college material,
Right.
and you have to be realistic in these expectations of your children, so that's what I'm saying.
I had a
Right.
experience with my niece. She's in middle school, right? And before she told her parents, because I told her to go talk to her mom, because I didn't know how to handle it. She told me that she walked in on some girl on girl activity in the restroom. And she was like, they were doing this. Is that lesbian and stuff? Like, what were they doing? They were both in there. And I think, one girl she was describing what they were doing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing the Lisa Leslie, you know what I mean? And I'm like, you need to talk to your mom about that. But that constantly plays in my mind because, like, if I were to cross that line and be the first person to actually speak on it, I would have been like, this is what they were doing. This is the activity that they're taking place in. This is a crime and this is completely inappropriate. You see what I'm saying? But I don't even think her mom entered into that conversation and letting her know what was happening and what type of people do that in an appropriate manner. You see what I'm saying? She straight up
Right.
called them all types of derogatory terms and was like, don't ever bring that in my house. And I was kind of blown away because it's kind of like you're literally making that evil and bad, even though she's just asking for an understanding of what's happening. But if I had said that, would I have given her more curiosity to find out what it is and have hyperfixate on it now that I've given an explanation of what it is? You see what I'm saying?
Right, but that's the thing. This is another thing too that you have to keep in mind when you are. Well, this is. You don't have to keep it in mind, but this is how when I think of stuff like that, I'd rather them hear it from me first anyway, regardless of whatever it is. I'd rather I be the first one to educate them on it.
Okay.
Like even with like when it comes to like drugs and alcohol, I have that conversation with my kids often and from even from when they was little. Listen, you don't have to do nothing that your friends are doing. You don't have to if you are someplace and you are uncomfortable, you don't have to stay there. Like you understand what I'm saying? And that like and all of these things are important because it will determine how they carry themselves or handle themselves when they're out in the real world, when things are happening with them. Like they you know what I'm saying? Like all of the things you instill in them, all of the questions that they ask, all of the concerns that they might have, if you are addressing these things, they will be more willing to communicate with you. So you know that so that your help because your job as their parent is to help them navigate.
Yeah.
It's to help them navigate. You can't navigate for them. So you have to give them the tools to be able to navigate properly.
Right. I'm gonna keep it in mind now. But I'm just
Listen, trust me, let me tell you something. When it's time for you to be a parent, that good. That shit is good. It's to some women. It come. Trust me, it's second nature. It is. It is. There's no manual. There's no handbook on how to be a parent, men or women. There's no manual for us. So a lot of times we just be fucking figuring it out as we go.
Right.
So you also have to give yourself a little grace too.
And I think what my practicing on my niece and nephews has been like a learning experience because like they're like we don't really look at you as auntie, we look at you as big sis, and I'm thinking about that like maybe I was a little bit too loose with them, loose at the lips with them, but then like their mom and their dad always comes back and they're like, no, you were perfect, like. They tell you things they won't tell us. They ask you questions they're not going to ask
Right.
us, and
And
we
that's
need that.
important. And that is important. That is important because they
Yeah,
have to know that they have someone, at least one person that they can come and talk to and have these difficult conversations with. They do need that.
yeah,
Every child needs that. Every child.
yeah. But now it's like getting to the point to where like my niece is she's at the age where she's curious and she's just like me when I was that age, and she's going to do some things that her parents aren't going to approve of, and that's where I'm like afraid of crossing the trust line because dad's not too bad. Dad can hold water. Mom just man, she finds a way, bro, every time, and so it's like I'm drawing away because I'm becoming the person that's breaking trust between them and I because I want to let the mom know what's going on, but at the same time, she takes it too far. Like, if I tell you, oh, your son was at a party and he didn't tell you because that's where he was instead of going to after school like he was supposed to, when he was, you know, with his friends and they were smoking. And then you come in and you're like 5 months later or 2 months later, you're like, yeah. So when you're around illegal drugs, that's something that you should leave immediately. You shouldn't be in that type of environment because you can get yourself in trouble too. You know that, right? And he automatically knows Auntie told. You see
Right,
what I'm saying?
but there's certain things that you also have to just put out there too. Like, hey, listen, it's certain things I can't keep a secret.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm really heavy on that. Hey, you need money. You need to leave someplace real quick. You need something real quick, and you can't discuss it with nobody. You need to call me. Let me know what's going on. I'm gonna keep it quiet, and I'm not gonna say nothing, and I'm gonna get you out of that situation real quick. But we're gonna have a long talk the next day, and I'm not gonna tell on you, but you gonna get cursed out from me. You see
well,
what I'm saying?
right, yeah, yeah, and
I
that's all healthy interaction. It's all healthy interaction. It has to be a balance.
yeah. And then I'm big on the drugs thing too with them. I'm like, yo, you ain't supposed to be drinking. You're not 21. Yeah, it's fun, but you can go too far. You don't drink nothing from nobody. You don't do no pills. You don't do no drugs. You want to be a crackhead? You know what crackheads do? And I get real raw with them. And they're like, oh my God, you're doing too much. And I'm like, no, you need to know. I need to shock it in your mind. So that's the first thing you think of whenever you're confronted with any of that. Auntie said I'm gonna be strung out on the side of the road selling ass for $2 so I can go get high again. Yeah, I told
Right.
you that. You're
Yeah,
16. I told you straight up.
and there's nothing wrong with that approach. There's nothing wrong with that
Yeah,
approach.
that
Your
is
nieces
true.
and nephews. And so and once you have a kid, you'll learn your child in the same manner that you've learned your nieces and nephews. You'll actually,
Yeah,
know them a little bit better than you probably know your nieces and nephews because you have to interact with them on a daily basis, from sun up to sundown.
man, but I see how they play their parents. I see how they play their parents, like especially their mom. They just man, it's crazy, and that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of becoming the front parent, but I kind of know just based on this conversation, you confirming some things and how they operate with me. I'm not gonna be the front parent. I'm gonna be the real parent. We could talk about anything, but you're gonna know that there are limits to what you can and can't do. And I don't think I'm gonna have as many restrictions. I don't know because until our time comes. Nobody knows.
Right. No. You're right. But like, but like I said, you don't got to put too much thought into it. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to put too
Yeah.
much thought into it because it'll all come natural to you. Especially if it's something that that you and your husband or your intended y'all look forward to.
That's the other part. The children
Yeah, you
turn
don't have
out like what you
you're not gonna
are,
have it
not who
all.
you want them to be. Yeah.
Yeah, but right, but also too, you're not gonna. There's no like you're not gonna like you're gonna learn through trial and error.
Yeah.
You're human. There's gonna be some mistakes made, but the objective is to work past them. So, but guys, I'm getting ready
Auntie,
to
let
go.
up.
I'm
Oh,
tired.
you leaving?
I
All right
yeah, I'm
now.
getting ready to go because I'm tired. I've been
Okay.
traveling all day today. I kind of got jet lag. Oh, you
Oh,
guys
I'm
be safe.
sorry.
I know you guys are
You
driving.
too.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you guys be safe. I know you guys are driving. Driving. If you guys get tired, pull over.
We will.
Oh yeah, I'm headed to Lafayette, Indiana right now. I'm gonna do this last load and head on back.
Have a
All
good
right.
night
Well,
now.
travel safely, guys. Have a good night. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye. Auntie, let up.
What's going on after?
The last of the Mohicans. How much further you gotta go?
I got 35 minutes,
Lucky. I got 128 miles.
but I still got to go back home. So that's gonna
Oh,
be another 2 hours after I'm done here. So
oh
35 minutes
man.
before I get there, about an hour to drop in fuel, and then 2 hours going back. I won't make it back to about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus. How you like that? How you like that run? Like, is it
I
the
like it.
same every day?
No, it's not the same every day. We go through. I go through places like Indiana, um, parts of Illinois, Wisconsin. Um, mostly those 3 states. But for the
Okay.
most part, it's cool. As long as I get to go home every night, I ain't tripping.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you do it overnight runs.
Yeah, I like doing the overnight runs. I prefer that actually.
Yeah, I like it too, especially when you're driving. But I'm just thinking about like night shift as a whole. Like I'm over it. Okay, I'm over it.
You ain't rocking with it. I respect it. I respect
I've worked overnight for too many years. Starting to get them circles under my eyes. Looking old.
it. Especially if you ain't getting enough sleep or enough sun and all of that.
Man,
Yeah, it can be like that. Yeah.
yeah. I get a lot of sun. I got a trucker's the whole left side of my body. Oh my god. But yeah, man. Do you have kids?
No, I don't have any kids.
What's
I don't
going
have any
on, man?
kids. Working all the time, man. I'll barely be having time to go out.
You need to start working on that, sir.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting old. Getting up there.
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I just made 37 in May.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, you got 4 years on me. Don't worry. We in the same boat. Showing up at the family reunion and being like, hey, auntie. No. I don't have no kids.
Yeah, that's crazy. I still remember. I remember 33 and all of that. 33, 32, 31, 30. Remember all of that.
This is
28,
a worst
29.
best time. Nah, it's the worst, best time. Each time. 18 letter. I'm about to get out.
Yeah. All right, Africa. I'm about to back
All
out
right.
too.
Have a good night.
Ashton, he might
Ashton,
leave the
is
stream
he
right.
on here?
Ashton go. No, Ashton is left.
Oh man, so yeah.
He'll probably come back and end it. He'll probably come back
All
and end
right, man. Have a good night.
it. All right, you too. Drive safe.